संविधान गणतंत्र अधिकार कथा भी शुणी जीवन युद्ध रे जीतबार आशा भी रखी सम्मान सह बंचबार स्वप्न भी देखी तेबे मोर अस्तित्व को नहीं कहीं एते जुक्ति तेबे मोर अस्तित्व को नहीं कहीं एते जुक्ति। धन्यवाद। इसकी अगर हिंदी की ट्रांसलेट करूंगी तो सिंपल एक ही बात है कि अगर मैं भी आप जैसे मतलब एक लड़का या लड़की जैसे माँ बाप की संगम से सृष्टि हूँ या क्रोमोसोम की मिक्सिंग से हूँ, तब मेरी अस्तित्व को लेके इतने सारे क्यों जुक्ति, क्यों इतने सारे क्वेश्चन मेरी आइडेंटिटी को लेके। सूरज जैसे हर जगह पे उसकी किरण देते हैं, वो कभी मना नहीं किया कि ये ट्रांसजेंडर ये किन्नर। चांद भी कभी मना नहीं किया कि ये ट्रांसजेंडर, उसके ऊपर भी मेरी शीतल की जो रोशनी उसको भी ना दो। पानी जब पीना चाहती हूँ, पानी कभी ये नहीं बोला कि ये किन्नर है उसके पास मुझे नहीं जाना है। पवन भी कभी, हवा भी कभी मना नहीं किया कि ये ट्रांसजेंडर तो उसको मुझे छूना मना है। फिर भी मेरी आइडेंटिटी को या अस्तित्व को लेके इतना सारा क्यों जुगते। आप जैसे मेरी एक छोटा सा दिल भी है, मन भी है। मैं आप जैसे सोचती हूँ, आप जैसे स्वप्न भी देखती हूँ, फिर भी आपका मेरी अस्तित्व को लेके क्यों जुगती। बार बार आपके लिए आपकी ये जुक्ति की वजह से मैंने कितने बार मेरी सामने आईना को मैंने पूछा कि मेरी कसूर क्या है। आईना ने बोला नहीं, सबसे सुंदर तू है। इस देश में समानता, संविधान सब कुछ है, तो मेरे लिए भी क्यों इतने सारा जुक्ति। मैंने शपथ लिया हूं कि आप जैसे इस देश में मुझे भी मर्यादा के साथ जीना है। धन्यवाद सभी को। मैं दुखित हूं कि अगर आप ओडिया समझ नहीं पाए, लेकिन मेरी ये लिखा सिर्फ और सिर्फ मेरी एलजीबीटी कम्युनिटी के लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
ठीक है, बहुत हैं, 10 मिनट बहुत हैं। सबको हेलो, हाय, सत श्री अकाल, नमस्कार, आदाब। सब कैसे हैं? अच्छे होंगे। सॉरी, मैं माजरत चाहता हूँ, थोड़ा लेट शायद ज़्यादा हो गया। अपने बारे में मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहूँगा कि बस एक इंसान हूँ, मेरे 2 हाथ पैर सबकी तरह हैं। नाम मेरा गुरजान सिंह है, मेरे प्रनाउंस ही और हिम हैं, सर्वनाम मेरे पुरुषवाचक हैं। और इससे पहले काम वगैरह का तो मुझे नहीं लगता यहाँ पे इतना है। हम जिस चीज़ के लिए इकट्ठा हुए हैं, हमारी बात करने के लिए, हमारी लेखनी की बात करने के लिए, थोड़े अभी एकदम हड़बड़ाहट में थोड़े विचारों को रख नहीं पा रहा हूँ तरतीब में, तो उस चीज़ की भी माजरत चाहता हूँ। चलो अपनी कुछ लाइनों से स्टार्ट करता हूँ जो पंजाबी में है। पंजाबी क्योंकि मैं पंजाबी हूँ, पंजाब से बिलोंग करता हूँ, लुधियाना शहर का रहने वाला हूँ, तो ऐसी पंजाबी है आपको समझ आएगी। पंजाबी बहुत प्यारी लैंग्वेज है, हिंदी की तरह, बाकी सब लैंग्वेजेस की तरह। मैं लिखदा रहांगा, मैं गाउंदा रहांगा, मैं लिखदा रहांगा, मैं गाउंदा रहांगा, मेरी कहानी है मैं सुणाउंदा रहांगा। मैं लिखदा रहांगा, मैं गाउंदा रहांगा, मेरी कहानी है मैं सुणाउंदा रहांगा। सुन लेना जे सुन सकोगे, समझ भी लेना जे समझ सकोगे। मैं अपने आप दा साथ दे रहा हाँ, मैं अपने आप दा साथ दे रहा हाँ, यह साथ हमेशा मैं निभाउंदा रहांगा। मैं लिखदा रहांगा, मैं गाउंदा रहांगा, मैं लिखदा रहांगा, मैं गाउंदा रहांगा। शुक्रिया शुक्रिया। 10 मिनट टाइम भी बोला है और मुझे समझ भी नहीं आ रहा है। अच्छा, ट्रांसमैन के बारे में, हाँ, जैसे अभी वही मैं उस पे आता हूँ। अच्छा आपने याद दिलाया कि यहाँ पर LGBTQAI++++ का सबको आए हैं, और मुझे खुशी है कि उसमें विजिबिलिटी में एक ट्रांसमैन भी आपके सामने खड़ा हुआ है। और मतलब यहाँ पे मैं किसी को ऐसा नहीं कहूँगा कि किसी का भी संघर्ष कम है, या किसी का भी दुनिया में किसी ने अपने किसी को डिस्क्रिमिनेशन बहुत कम फेस करा है, ज़्यादा फेस करा है। सब ने अपनी जगह बहुत फेस किया है। क्योंकि जब हम किसी को एक बुरा शब्द, अपशब्द भी बोल देते हैं, तो वो बहुत दिल पे लगता है, वो हर इंसान पे लगता है। लेकिन विजिबिलिटी की अगर मैं बात करूं, तो ट्रांसमेन, शायद अगर आपको क्लैरिटी नहीं है तो यहाँ पे मैं थोड़ा क्लियर करना चाहूँगा कि आप जैसा भी मुझे देख रहे हो, दो हाथ पैरों वाला इंसान आप मुझे देख रहे हो, अगर आप मुझे आज से 4.5-5 साल पहले देखते, तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि आप मुझे जैसा आज मैं खड़ा हूँ वैसा नहीं देखते। लेकिन मैंने खुद को हमेशा ऐसा ही देखा है, हाँ, जैसा मैं अभी खड़ा हूँ आपके सामने। मैंने हमेशा से ऐसा देखा है। जब मैं इतना सा बच्चा था, शायद इतना सा बच्चा था, या जब होश संभाला उतना सा बच्चा था। पर आप जो मुझे देखते अपनी नज़र से, तो आप मुझे देखते एक लंबी सी चोटी, एक सलवार सूट और दुपट्टा ओढ़ा हुआ, जैसे कि ये मैम बैठी हैं, या ये बहुत खूबसूरत खूबसूरत लड़कियां इधर बैठी आप देख रहे हो, ऐसा देखते आप अगर 4.5 साल पहले देखते। तो ट्रांसमैन जो रहता है वो बाय बर्थ एज अ फीमेल पैदा होता है, उसका बॉडी फीमेल का होता है, वो ट्रांजिशनिंग करता है एज अ मेल। जैसे आप सुना होगा, ट्रांस वुमेन के बारे में बहुत जागरूकता है, उनकी विजिबिलिटी बहुत अच्छी है। तो ट्रांसजेंडर कहते हुए ही सिर्फ एक ट्रांस वुमेन सामने आती हैं, वो साड़ी में खुद को लपेटे हुए, मेकअप और बहुत प्यारी प्यारी चूड़ियाँ, सब ऐसा आप देख रहे हो, मेरे बयान करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। राइट है ना? ये देखिए, अदाओं से भरी हुई, बल खाती हुई, लहराती हुई, आंचल को समेटती, कभी खिलारती जुल्फों को, सब, है ना? जी। तो लेकिन जब आप ट्रांसजेंडर कहोगे, तो उसमें एक आप ट्रांसमैन भी पाओगे, जो शायद ठीक है मेरे जैसा थोड़े तोंद वाला, थोड़ी सी, और मस्कुलिन एकदम डोले शोले भी हो सकते हैं, दाढ़ी मूछ ऐसा भी हो सकता है। तो अपने माइंड में जब आप ट्रांसजेंडर की एक परिभाषा रखो, तो उसमें आज से दो चीज़ें देखना। एक एक साड़ी में लिपटी हुई सुंदरता, और शायद डोले शोले कम वाला एक मेरे जैसा भी कोई हो सकता है, दाढ़ी मूछों वाला इंसान, कटे हुए बाल, पगड़ी में भी हो सकता है। तो ये दो चीज़ें ट्रांसजेंडर स्पेक्ट्रम में आप ज़रूर देखना आज के बाद, ये मेरी रिक्वेस्ट रहेगी। और ऑब्वियसली साहित्य अकादमी, ये मेरा दूसरी बार यहाँ पे आना हुआ है, मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ, मतलब बहुत अंदर से खुशी मेरे को महसूस होती है कि उन्होंने इस चीज़ को कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ी पहल दी है, क्योंकि पहल करना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। जब बच्चा पैदा होता है, जब वो चलना सीखता है, वो भी एक पैर उठाता है, फिर गिरता है, वो भी गिरता है, हम सब गिरते हैं लाइफ में, गिर गिर के ही चलना सीखे। हम आज भी गिर रहे हैं, उठ रहे हैं, संभल रहे हैं, लेकिन चल रहे हैं। तो आप भी अपनी सोच में ये चीज़ ज़रूर रखिएगा कि समाज में जब हम चलेंगे, तो आपको मेरे जैसा इंसान भी मिलेगा, जो शायद सामने से आपको बहुत अच्छा मुस्कुराता हुआ एकदम बढ़िया लगे, लेकिन शायद अंदर से उसने भी बहुत कुछ सहा हो, देखा हो, मुसीबतों को झेला हो, वो भी अपने परिवार से अलग हो। शायद वो आपको देख के अपने आप में अपना बाप, अपना भाई, अपनी माँ, अपनी बहन वो ढूंढ रहा हो, जो छूट गया है पीछे। क्योंकि आप लोग शायद सब एग्री करोगे, क्योंकि कम्युनिटी के लिए फीलिंग्स और फैमिली बहुत मायने रखती है। वो ढूंढता है, क्योंकि हर इंसान अपनी जिंदगी में वही ढूंढता है जो उसके पास नहीं है। मिल गया उसकी किसको परवाह है, मैं तो वो ढूंढ रहा हूं जो नहीं मिला। मिला हुआ तो हम सब, हम एक बार मिल जाता है, हम भी ऐसे हो जाते हैं, ठीक है यार अब तो गाड़ी है, धोई नहीं धोई जान दो, जब नहीं होती यार गाड़ी लेनी है, जो नहीं है उसके पीछे भाग रहे हैं। तो हमारे पास रिश्ते नहीं हैं, हमारे पास अपने नहीं हैं, हम उन्हीं को ढूंढने के लिए भागते हैं, हम उन्हीं का साथ पाने के लिए भागते हैं। तो इसी के ऊपर आज बहुत हड़बड़ी में मैंने ये लिखा है और कसम से आते आते ही लिखा है रास्ते में। तो जैसा भी लगे बस थोड़ी सी वाह वाह कर दीजिएगा, उस चीज़ के भूखे हैं हम लोग सभी। आर्टिस्ट भूखा रहता है हमेशा अपनी वाहवाही का। सही कह रहा हूँ? तो आपकी नज़र पेश कर रहा हूँ अपनी एक चंद लाइनें लिखी हुई कविता, कहिए जो भी आप कहना चाहें प्यार से इसे कह सकते हैं। मेरे जज्बात हैं, मेरी जो कलम ने उतारे हैं कागज़ पे। क्या क्या बात कर रहे हो मेरे, क्या बात कर रहे हो मेरे अरमानों की, जज्बातों की, ख्वाबों की, एहसासों की, मेरा साथ निभाने की, ख्वाब दिखाने की, मंजिल से मिलाने की। क्या बात कर रहे हो मुझे अपनाने की, मुझे अपना बनाने की, खुद से मिलाने की। तुम क्या बात कर रहे हो बिगड़े को संवारने की, नई दुनिया सजाने की। कर लूँगा मगर यकीन नहीं हो रहा, कर लूँगा मगर यकीन नहीं हो रहा। सच कह दो, सच कह दो, क्या तुम बात कर रहे हो मेरे, मेरे हालातों की, मेरी तड़प की, मेरी चुभन की। क्या तुम बात कर रहे हो सच में, क्या तुम बात कर रहे हो मेरे अरमानों की, जज्बातों की। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू। हाँ, 2 मिनट और हैं। ओह, समय का चक्का घूम रहा है, तो इस 2 मिनट में आपको कुछ और सुना देता हूँ। ये मेरा बहुत फेवरेट है और मैं शायद हर जगह पे इसको ज़रूर सुनाता हूँ, क्योंकि ये मैंने किसी खास इंसान के लिए लिखा है जो आपके बीच भी है अभी। तो उनके लिए है। अच्छा सुनो, अच्छा सुनो, वो तुम्हें याद है हमारी पहली मुलाकात, जब खुले थे तुम्हारे बाल पर उनमें बंध गया था मैं। बेबाक थी तुम पर डरा हुआ था मैं, चहचहा रही थी तुम पर सिमट गया था मैं। बहुत सवाल थे तुम्हारे, बहुत सवाल थे तुम्हारे, पर हाँ हाँ जी बस यही कह रहा था मैं। बताओ, याद है तुम्हें हमारी पहली मुलाकात? क्या याद है तुम्हें हमारी पहली मुलाकात? थैंक यू, थैंक यू। अभी यही है, जैसे 2 मिनट में कुछ बचा है, कुछ और सुना सकता हूँ या? नहीं, बहुत शुक्रिया। आधा मिनट इन्होंने कहा है तो आधे मिनट में ऐसे ना करिए, चलो 1 मिनट में और ले लेता हूँ। बहुत शुक्रिया। ए दिले नादान तू चाहता क्या है, ए दिले नादान तू चाहता क्या है, इस चाहत की हसरत में ये तो सोच तू गवाता क्या है। ये वक्त, जो वक्त गवा रहा हूँ मैं, उस वक्त की बात करेंगे। ये वक्त तू जो गवा रहा है, ये वक्त जो तू गवा रहा है, कुछ तो करके देख इस वक्त में, फिर इस वक्त का दिया तू पाता क्या है। ए दिले नादान तू चाहता क्या है, ए दिले नादान तू चाहता क्या है। पूरा नहीं पढ़ूंगा, लंबा है, तो इतना ही पढ़ते हुए आप सबका धन्यवाद करता हूँ मैं, साहित्य अकादमी का, आप सबका, जिन्होंने यहाँ पे हमें बुलाया और हमें सुना, क्योंकि सुनेंगे समझेंगे तभी बढ़ेंगे। शुक्रिया, बहुत शुक्रिया।
नमस्कार, प्रणाम सभी साहित्य प्रेमियों को, साहित्य रसिकों को। आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ कि आप लोग अपना समय निकाल के यहाँ पे उपस्थित हुए। साहित्य अकादमी को एक इनकलाबी सलाम के साथ में बहुत उत्साहित करना चाहती हूँ कि और ड्यूरेशंस बढ़ाइए, बार बार कार्यक्रम कीजिए, और ट्रांसजेंडर पूरा स्पेक्ट्रम जो है LGBTQ सबको आप जरूर से बुलाइए। जैसे कि भाई अजान ने बताया कि वो एक ट्रांस मैन है, फीमेल टू मेल कन्वर्टेड, और फीमेल वो सिर्फ एक जिस्म का लोथड़ा था, वो शुरू से ही मर्द है। इसी प्रकार से मैं भी दिखाना चाहती हूँ, मैं भी आज से कुछ साल पहले ऐसी नहीं थी, बिल्कुल भी। तो कुछ साल पहले मैं भी ऐसी नहीं थी, लंबे बालों वाली, साड़ी का पल्ला लहराती हुई। मैं भी एक बहुत गलत मास्क के लोथड़े में कैद थी। वो मास्क का लोथड़ा सांस लेता था, लेकिन सिसकता रहता था, रोता रहता था। आज मैं स्वतंत्र हूं। आज मैं वो हूं जो मैं हमेशा अपने आप को चाहती थी। नीरज साइमन से संजना साइमन बनने तक का सफर बहुत मुश्किलों भरा रहा, लेकिन ठीक है, संघर्ष सबकी जिंदगी में आते हैं, हमारी जिंदगी में भी आए, और उस संघर्ष ने हमारी लाइफ को, हमारे अचीवमेंट को वेग दिया, प्रमोट किया है हमें आगे। अगर शायद वो संघर्ष नहीं आते, वो प्रमोशन नहीं मिलता, तो हम भी या तो फिर बीबी बच्चे पाल रहे होते, या फिर अपने आदमी के लिए रोटी और खाना पका रहे होते। संघर्ष आए, उन संघर्षों को भी सलाम। एक कवित्री हूं तो कविता से बात शुरू करती हूं। एक बहुत दर्द भरी और बहुत ही तकलीफों वाली लाइनें हैं यहाँ पे जो मैंने लिखी हैं, और ये रिसेंटली मैंने कंपोज करी है पोयम। सुना है तुम शादी कर रहे हो, सुना है तुम शादी कर रहे हो, अब तुम्हें बच्चे देने वाली मोहब्बत चाहिए। एकदम बायस मोहब्बत। अनकंडीशनल लव कैसे कंडीशनड होता है मर्द का, तो उस तरफ ध्यान दे रही हूं। जब हम जैसी खूबसूरत पढ़ी लिखी ट्रांसजेंडर वुमेन किसी मर्द के साथ होती हैं और उसको बहुत खुशियां देती हैं, बट बावजूद उसके एक ये लाइनें सुनती हैं तो कैसा लगता है। सुना है तुम शादी कर रहे हो, अब तुम्हें बच्चे देने वाली मोहब्बत चाहिए। समाज को जो दिखा सको ऐसी एक खूबसूरत गुड़िया चाहिए। तुम जब मिले थे मुझसे पहली बार, तब तुमने भी मुझसे शादी का वादा किया था। जब तुम पहली बार मुझे छू रहे थे तो पत्नी बोलकर शादी की कसमें खा रहे थे। नहीं पता कि तुमने वो कसमें वादे क्यों किए थे, पर मैं उलझ गई थी, मैं तुम्हारे प्यार में पड़ गई थी, समर्पित हो गई थी। जो तुम समझाना चाह रहे थे बस वो ही समझ पा रही थी। मैं तुमसे प्यार कर रही थी। तुम्हारा मुझे छूना मुझे पवित्र कर गया। रस्मों में ना काजी थे ना फेरे लगे थे हमारे, पर मैं तुम्हारी हो गई थी। सिंदूर मांग में नहीं मुझ में लग गया था। तुम भी देख नहीं पाए कभी मेरे सुहाग की निशानियां, तुम भी देख नहीं पाए कभी मेरे सुहाग की निशानियां, पर मैं निभाती रही पहली रात में खाई मोहब्बत की कसमें और वफा की रस्में। तुम्हारे लिए मैं सब कुछ करती, पर तुम बड़े प्रयोगवादी थे। मेरा सब कुछ रोज पुराना हो जाता। मैं तुम्हारे लिए सब कुछ करती, कच्ची पक्की रोटियों से स्वादिष्ट व्यंजन बनाती, एक नासमझ से पूरी परिपक्व स्त्री बन जाती, बट तुम्हारे लिए मैं सब कुछ करती, बट तुम बड़े प्रयोगवादी थे। मेरा सब कुछ रोज पुराना हो जाता। एक दिन गुस्से में तुमने ना जाने क्या क्या बोल दिया, मुझे मेरा सच सुना दिया। मैं किन्नर हूं मुझे एहसास दिला दिया। तुम खुश होते तो मैं औरत होती, तुम खुश होते तो मैं औरत होती। तुम्हारी नाखुशी से अब मुझे डर लगता है, तुम्हारी नाखुशी से अब मुझे डर लगता है। बड़ा मुश्किल होता है एक सुहागिन से यौन दासी बन जाना। बड़ा मुश्किल होता है एक सुहागिन से यौन दासी बन जाना। मांग में होता अजी इश्क का लाल सिंदूर, मांग में होता अजी इश्क का लाल सिंदूर, तो बेशक पोंछ देती, शायद तलाक का खुला भी मांग लेती। पर रूह ने जो तुम्हारे नाम की सूफियाना चूड़ियां पहनी थी, पर रूह ने जो तुम्हारे नाम की सूफियाना चूड़ी पहनी थी, वो जिस्म की कलाई में कस गई थी, और उस कसी कसी चूड़ियों में मैं सुहागिन से फंस गई थी। तुम कुछ भी कहो पर मैं औरत ही थी। अर्ध को समेटकर आंसुओं में मैं पूर्ण हो गई थी। रोती आंखों से मैंने फिर से चूल्हा जलाया, अरे तुम काम से आए हो, भूखे होगे, मुझे याद आया। टूटा था दिल पर मेरा घर ना टूटे, टूटा था दिल पर मेरे घर ना टूटे। मैंने दिल की फटी दरी पर मखमल का दस्तरखान बिछाया। मन ही मन रोती मैंने नकली हंसी के साथ तुम्हें खाना परोसा। तुम तो नाखुश ही थे कल रात से, तुम्हें खाने में नमक ज्यादा लगा। नमक तो वैसे मैंने ठीक ही डाला था, शायद तुम्हारे कौर में मेरे नमकीन आंसू मिल गए थे। पर तुम्हें परवाह नहीं थी इन आंसुओं की, तुम्हें तो बिस्तर पर जाने की जल्दी थी। तुम सो गए करवट करके दूसरी तरफ, पर मैं तुम्हें देखती रही सवालिया नजर से। तुम मर्द भी बहुत किस्मत वाले हो, दिल हो तो दिवाली, ना हो तो श्राद्ध कर लेते हो। किसी का जीते जी पिंडदान कर देते हो और मरने के बाद किसी की याद में ताजमहल बनवा देते हो। अजी तुम मर्द भी बड़े किस्मत वाले हो। आधी रात को तुम्हारा हाथ, आधी रात को तुम्हारा हाथ मेरी छाती पर था। तुम्हारे उत्तेजित पुरुष को मैं अब नाजुक सी महिला लग रही थी। तुम्हारे उत्तेजित पुरुष को मैं नाजुक सी महिला लग रही थी। तुम खुद को मुझ में समाते मर्द बन रहे थे। तुम खुद को मुझ में समाते मर्द बन रहे थे। मैं शक्ति स्वरूप तुम्हें शरण दे रही थी। मैं शक्ति स्वरूप तुम्हें स्वयं में शरण दे रही थी। तुमने हमेशा की तरह अपनी सारी वासना पूरी कर ली। तुमने हमेशा की तरह अपनी सारी वासना पूरी कर ली। मैं तुम्हें खुद में उतार कर भी पा ना सकी। मैं पूर्ण थी स्वयं के अस्तित्व में, पर तुमसे मिली तो मैं अर्ध बन गई। शरीर मिले पर मन नहीं तो कैसा मिलन, और यदि यही मिलन है तो बाजार की औरतें ज्यादा सुहागिन हैं। शरीर मिले पर मन नहीं तो कैसा मिलन, और यदि यही मिलन है तो बाजार की औरतें ज्यादा सुहागिन हैं। मैं तो घर लाई गई थी, बिस्तर पर सुहागिन सी सजाई गई थी, पर मर्द के लालच से बाजार की बनाई जा रही थी। पत्नी बनकर आई थी, यौन दासी बनती जा रही थी। रात गुजार ली, रात किसी तरह गुजार ली। सुबह भी बेशर्म बिन बुलाए मेहमान से फिर आ गई। सुबह भी बेशर्म बिन बुलाए मेहमान से फिर आ गई। सुबह उठकर फिर तुम्हें एक औरत मुझ में दिखी। नाश्ता क्या बनाया है तुमने, चिल्लाकर तुम पूछते। मैं फिर औरत बन जाती, खाना पकाती, तुम्हारी सेवा करती। रात की अधूरी बात फिर पूछी। सुनो, तुम कह रहे थे कि माँ बाप शादी करवा रहे हैं तुम्हारी। हाँ, लड़की देख रहे हैं। सुनो, जब तुम मेरे पास आए थे तो मुझ में क्या देखा था। निवाला नीचे रखते वो आंख चुराता बोला, तुम भी लड़की ही हो, पर ये कहकर उसने आंखें झुका ली। मैं उसे देखती सोचती, मर्द कितना खुश्क है, मर्द कितना खुश्क है। बिस्तर पर औरत बना दे, अधिकार की बात करूं तो किन्नर बना दे, जन्म दे सकूं तो देवी बना दे, और यदि बांझ बन जाऊं तो दोष लगा दे। अरे मर्द तू कितना खुश्क है। निवाला थाली में ही रखा रहा, पर तुम उठ गए, बिना नजरें मिलाए चौखट से बाहर हो गए। और इन सबके बीच मैं खुद को आईने में देखती, रात के उलझे बालों को सुलझाती और सोचती, ये जिंदगी बालों जैसी ही है, रोज हौसले की कंघी से। ध्यान चाहूंगी आपका, ये जिंदगी बालों जैसी ही है, रोज हौसले की कंघी से मैं इन्हें सुलझाती, पर हर रात को प्यार की झूठी गुठलियों में ये जुल्फे उलझ जाती। फिर मन से एक आवाज आती, तुम मर्द होकर भी छोड़ जाते हो, तुम मर्द होकर भी छोड़ जाते हो, मैं अधूरी होकर भी पूरा साथ निभाती हूं। वैसे भी जिसमें एक मर्द का पूरा पौरुष समा जाए, ये एकदम पंच लाइन है इस कविता की, आपकी दाद चाहूंगी। तुम मर्द होकर, एक मर्द का पूरा पौरुष समा जाए जिसमें वो किन्नर नहीं हो सकती। एक मर्द का पूरा पौरुष समा जाए जिसमें वो किन्नर नहीं हो सकती। जो प्यार में जिंदगी हार जाए, कस्मों को अपना खून सींच के निभाए, वो सच में कभी किन्नर नहीं हो सकती। अच्छा, अपनी मोहब्बत की मर्दों की बड़ी बुराई कर ले, लेकिन मर्दों के बिना तो हमारी खूबसूरती भी अधूरी है, तो मर्दों के बिना अस्तित्व भी नहीं है। तो उस मर्द की शान में, आप मर्दों की शान में एक मोहब्बत से लबरेज कविता पेश कर रही हूं। हाँ, बस 2 मिनट है। काश ये जिंदगी इतनी लंबी ना होती, काश ये जिंदगी इतनी लंबी ना होती, तुम बिन जीने की मजबूरी ना होती। हंस के काट लेते छोटी सी जिंदगी का सफर, यूं तुम्हें खोने की तकलीफ तो ना होती। तुम्हें ना पाने के गम में किस्मत से नाराजगी ना होती। तुम्हें फिर से पाने की आस में मेरी जिंदगी बर्बाद तो ना होती। तेरे दीदार को खुली आज भी मेरी आंखें ना होती, और तेरे इशारे की मोहताज यूं मेरी सांसें ना होती। मेरी सिरहन तुझे छूने को बेताब ना होती, यूं तुझसे मिलने को मुझे आस ना होती। तू किसी और का है ये सोचकर तकलीफ ना होती, और तेरी बेवफाई की शिकार मेरी रूह तो ना होती। तेरी बातों की दीवानी मेरी यादें ना होती, तेरे नाम की मेरी पहचान को जरूरत तो ना होती। तू अब तो आजा मेरे हमनशी, आजा हम सफर कर दे अब तो मेरी दुनिया हंसी। कि पलके बिछाए तेरी राहों में है हम, कि पलके बिछाए तेरी राहों में है हम। दे दे दस्तक कि ये जिंदगी मेरी किसी जन्नत से कम तो ना होती, किसी जन्नत से कम तो ना होती। धन्यवाद।
हेलो। मैं इलाहाबाद से हूँ और इलाहाबाद जो है वो साहित्य का शहर माना जाता है। और मेरे ही शहर में फिराक गोरखपुरी जो हैं उन्होंने बहुत लंबे समय तक अंग्रेज़ी साहित्य पढ़ाया है। और फिराक अपने स्वभाव से बहुत ही एरोगेंट थे। वो ये कहते थे कि मतलब जो बुरे शायर होते हैं वो 4 शेर कहते हैं और जो अच्छे शायर होते हैं वो 2 शेर कहते हैं। तो उसी तर्ज पे मैं 2 ही कविताएं पढ़ूंगी, छोटी छोटी, ताकि दूसरों को भी समय मिल जाए। तो शुरू करते हैं। इस कविता का शीर्षक है ताखा। तो जो बहुत पुराने घर होते हैं या जो बहुत पुरानी बिल्डिंग्स होती हैं, उनमें से छोटे छोटे कॉर्नर्स बने होते हैं जिन पे लोग पहले दिया रखते थे ताकि घरों में उजाला हो। तो उस पे मैंने लिखा है, टूट फूट हो रहे पुराने घरों में बचे रह जाते हैं ताखे। ताखे जो बनते हैं ताक झांक का कारण। ताखों के इस पार है मेरी घर मेरा आत्मा। ताखों के उस पार है युद्ध और युद्ध में रोते हुए बच्चों की चीखें। मेरे घर में हो रहा है युद्ध और बाहर रो रहे बच्चों की चीखें बढ़ा देती हैं मेरे अंतर्द्वंद को। मेरे ताखे के इस पार और उस पार बस बसा हुआ है द्वंद्व। मैंने हार कर ताखों पे रख दिया है एक दिया। मैंने हार कर ताखों पे रख दिया है एक दिया। उस दिए की रोशनी में इस पार और उस पार दिख रहा है सिर्फ धुआं। पर मेरे घर के भीतर के बच्चे को मिल गई है एक उम्मीद। पर मेरे घर के बच्चे को, मेरे अंदर के बच्चे को मिल गई है एक उम्मीद। वो ताखों के पार के बच्चों से ज़रूर मिलेगा, मांगेगा माफ़ी अपने बड़ों के किए हुए कर्मों की। और एक दिन ये धुआं भी छटेगा और आज़ाद होगा हर बच्चा और महसूस करेगा आज़ादी। और मेरी दूसरी कविता है, मेरे एक टीचर थे, उन्होंने कहा था कि तुम्हारी कविता में बिंब नहीं है, तो उस पे है। मेरे शिक्षक ने कहा तुम्हारी कविताओं में नहीं है बिंब, तुम्हारी कविताओं में नहीं है गांव, लोग और प्रकृति। मैंने बोला मान्यवर, मेरी कविताओं में है ड्रैगन फ्रूट, एवोकाडो और कीवी। मेरी कविताओं में है विकसित शहर और उनके पीछे छुपे झुग्गी और झोपड़ी। मेरी कविताओं में है शहर में फैला कूड़ा और 200 इंटरव्यू के लिए भाग रहा लड़का। मेरी कविताओं में किसी को घर से दूर भाग जाने का प्रयास करना है। मेरी कविता में है सिचुएशनशिप। मेरी कविता में अभी भी जवाहर की कोट पर लगा हुआ है लाल गुलाब। मेरी कविता में बापू आज भी कहते हैं हे राम। मेरी कविता में है ब्रेक, वो कहते हैं विध्वंस में भी होगा बसंत का आगमन। मेरी कविता में है मेरा बिंब मेरा मन और उसमें नहीं आ सकते कोई भी गांव, लोग और अन्य किसी की बात। थैंक यू।
A very good morning to one and all. Myself, I am Vijay Rajamalika from Kerala. Currently the General Council member of Kerala Sahitya Academy and also steering committee member of the SCRT of Kerala. I've published around 8 books. Most of my poetries are part of different universities in India. So I'll start with a poetry in Hindi. This is my recent book, Maine Tumhara Kya Bigada Hai, which is published by Vani on last February. कविता का नाम अनुरागी। जब लड़का था तब भी और जब लड़की थी तब भी मुझे आदमी से प्यार हो गया। तब मैं तुम्हारे लिए रोगी था, आज मैं रागी हूँ, लेकिन हरदम मैं अनुरागी हूँ। हाँ, मैं अनुरागी हूँ। This was translated by Dr. Suma S. She is currently the principal of Government College, Malayankad in Kerala. Another poem. जब जोरों में भूख लगे तो होटल में दवा की लंबी कतार में खड़े होते वक्त में अस्पताल पे गाड़ी के लिए हाथ हिलाते वक्त बस स्टॉप पर काम पर जाते समय दफ्तर में उत्सव के दौरान भीड़ में तुम हमें ऐसे क्यों घूर रहे हो? कहते हो इंसान समझते हो हमें, पर पूजा की इजाजत नहीं, साथ खाने की अनुमति नहीं, कोई रोजगार नहीं और नहीं घर में कोई जगह। क्या तुमसे एक बात पूछूं, मैंने तुम्हारा क्या बिगाड़ा है? Now we'll just go for a Malayalam poetry. രവിയുടെ മാറിൽ മയങ്ങുവാനല്ല, ചേറിൽ കുരുത്തതി ചെന്താമര, ചിലതുണ്ട് ചിലരോട് ഊന്നിപ്പറയുവാൻ, നടുവിരൽ പൊക്കുവാനല്ല ജന്മം. കണ്ണുകൾ കെട്ടിയ പെണ്ണറിയുന്നോ നീതി ഈ നാട്ടിൽ മരിച്ചുവെന്ന്, വസ്തുക്കളാക്കി അലങ്കരിക്കുമ്പോൾ വിഷയങ്ങളാക്കാൻ മറന്നുപോയോ? കശ്മല സർപ്പങ്ങൾ ഇനിയുമുണ്ടല്ലോ വെട്ടിത്തെളിക്കാത്ത കാടുകളിൽ, ചങ്കുറപ്പോടെന്നും പൂത്തുനിന്നിടും ചെറുത്തുനിൽപ്പിൻ്റെ ഈ ചെന്താമര. This is a poem called Sneha Palam, which talks about a man who has fallen in love with a trans woman and also a biological cisgender woman. അവൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി അയാൾ മരിക്കാനൊരുങ്ങി, എനിക്കായി ജീവിക്കാനും. അവൾ ഭാര്യ, ഞാൻ പ്രണയിനി. ഭാര്യ പെണ്ണും ഇവൾ പെണ്ണായവളും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കിടയിൽ ഒരു സ്നേഹപാലം പോലെ അയാൾ പരസ്പര പൂരകമാകുന്നു. പ്രളയങ്ങളെ അതിജീവിക്കുന്നു, പ്രഭാവലയമായി നിറയുന്നു. Another poem is മറന്നുവെച്ച മൂലകൾ. This is about, as transgender persons, we always speak about toxic masculinity and also about toxic femininity. But after a long time, we have seen that both trans men and trans women, they get adjusted with this so-called toxicity and they become more toxic than the so-called toxic femininity or toxic masculinity. So this poem is like the poet, like I'm asking whether we are we supposed to carry all the signs which have been thrown away by the women to become a woman. So this is പെണ്ണത്തെ പഴിച്ചു കയറിയ നമ്മൾ നെറുകയിൽ, നെറ്റിയിൽ, കഴുത്തിൽ, പിന്നെ ഉടൽപ്പരപ്പിലാകെയും അടയാളങ്ങൾ പേറുന്നത് എന്തിനാകാം? ബോധിനികൾ മറന്നുവെച്ച മൂലകളിൽ അഭിരമിച്ച് കുലവിളക്കേന്തി സ്വയം വിലക്കുകൾ ഏർപ്പെടുത്തുന്നതും ആകുലതകളെ കൂട്ടിലിട്ട് പോറ്റി വളർത്തുന്നതും എന്തിനാകാം? നമുക്ക് തെറ്റിയത് എവിടെയാണോ? നെക്സ്റ്റ് ജാതിത്തോട്ടങ്ങൾ. സ്വത്വം മുറുക്കെ പിടിച്ചതിന് പെറ്റമ്മ പോലും തള്ളിപ്പറഞ്ഞ നമ്മൾ ജാതിത്തോട്ടങ്ങളിൽ വഴി പിരിയുന്നത് എങ്ങനെ? And this poetry is about a child who was born as intersex, brought up as a boy, but later exploring that the boy is having, menstruation. This is Chenkara. നിനക്കറിയാമായിരുന്നു, അമ്മ എല്ലാം പറഞ്ഞു തന്നിരുന്നു. എന്നിട്ടും ആ ഓർമ്മകളെ കോരിയെടുക്കുമ്പോൾ എപ്പോഴൊക്കെയോ കൈവെള്ളയിൽ മറഞ്ഞുപോയ ചെങ്കറ ഈറനണിഞ്ഞിരുന്നില്ലേ? പിന്നെ പൂവായി പൂമരമായി നീ സൗരഭ്യമായില്ലേ? ഒന്നും അറിയാതെ നെഞ്ചു വിരിച്ച് നടന്ന പാവമൊരാൺമയിൽ ചുട്ടുപുള്ളിയ മീനമാസ പകലിൽ ചുവന്നൊലിച്ചതും പിന്നെ നിക്കറിൽ മുള്ളി എന്ന ഇരട്ടപ്പേര് വീണതും പള്ളിക്കൂടാരവങ്ങൾക്ക് പൂർണ്ണ വിരാമമിട്ടതും ചുവന്ന തെരുവിൻ്റെ തുടയോരങ്ങളിൽ പീലി വിടർത്തിയതും നീ അറിഞ്ഞിരുന്നില്ലല്ലോ. I will go for a small English poem. It is a word to mother. The same poem has published in my poetry book, A Word to Mother, which is now currently part of one of the universities in Kerala. Son may turn out to be a daughter and vice versa. A mother, a word to mother, accept your children as they are. None other can play your role as perfectly as you. Next is newborn, which I've been reciting in the same floor for many time. I just want to repeat it. Newborn. Newborn is neither boy or girl. It is only a baby where gendering is a hobby. I repeat, newborn is neither boy or girl. It is only a baby where gendering is a hobby. Next is living world. A single look is enough to know if the baby is male or female, said the doctor. Stop this rubbish and use your senses. Is a living world confined only to male and female? I believe there is time. I will just go for one more poetry in Malayalam. That is Thi. നിശബ്ദ പ്രണയങ്ങൾ പലപ്പോഴും നെഞ്ചിനകത്തെ തീ പോലെയല്ലേ? അത് കത്തുന്നതും പടർന്നു പിടിക്കുന്നതും പുകഞ്ഞു നീർന്നതും മറ്റാരും അറിയാറില്ലല്ലോ. Is it time? Okay. I think I am the one who recited more poems, right? 3 minutes more. മലയാള ഭാഷയെ പ്രണയിച്ച നിങ്ങൾ ഞങ്ങളെ എന്തേ മറന്നുപോയി? 3 ആക്കി 6 ആക്കി 9 ആക്കി അക്കങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടു അളന്നുവല്ലോ. കുറ്റിയടിച്ചു കൊളുത്തി വലിച്ചു ആണിലും പെണ്ണിലും തള്ളിയല്ലോ. മോഹങ്ങളും മോഹഭംഗങ്ങളും ചുവരിൻ്റെ മാറിൽ തുക്കിയല്ലോ. പൊയ്മുഖപ്പടമുള്ള പുഞ്ചിരി കൊണ്ട് ഹൃദയങ്ങൾ പന്തു കളിച്ചുവല്ലോ. ഭിന്നമായി ഞങ്ങളിൽ എന്തുണ്ട് പ്രിയരെ ഭഗ്നകാമാങ്കിത സ്വപ്നങ്ങളോ? മുരുകാ എനിക്ക് കണ്ണട വേണ്ട മുന്തിയ കാഴ്ചകൾ കണ്ടുമടുത്തു. This is regarding Malayalam is told to be the one of the best languages in India, but we don't have a proper word to accommodate the transgender community, or even the transgender doesn't have a proper word in Malayalam. So this is regarding regarding this which the poetry have come up. There is no proper word for transgender in Malayalam. Transgender. We use the word transgender. ശരശയ്യ. ശരശയ്യയിലെ ഭീഷ്മരെ വായിക്കുമ്പോൾ അധ്യാപകൻ എന്നെ എഴുന്നേൽപ്പിച്ച് നിർത്തി ചോദിച്ചു, നിനക്ക് ക്ഷമിക്കാമായിരുന്നില്ലേ? പെൺമ വിട്ടുമാറാത്ത ഒരു കവിളിൽ പൊടിഞ്ഞ കണ്ണുനീരിൽ മഴവിൽ കണ്ട കൂട്ടുകാർ പൊട്ടിച്ചിരിച്ചു. ഞാൻ ക്ഷമിച്ചു. ഗുരു കഴിഞ്ഞല്ലേ ദൈവമുള്ളൂ. താങ്ക് യു സാഹിത്യ അക്കാദമി ഫോർ വണ്ടർഫുൾ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ഫോർ ദിസ് ഗ്രേറ്റ് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം. താങ്ക് യു.
First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt
Mr.
gratitude.
Gay India है, Mr. Gay India.
Thank you so much.
Gay world भी हो गए?
No, I was in top 5 for Mr. Gay World. Yeah, so thank you so much for that introduction. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Sahitya Academy for bringing up all of us here together. And you're not just giving a platform to the sexual and gender minorities to represent themselves and share their stories, because barely anybody is listening to us if not from these platforms. A lot of people don't know what LGBTIQA stands for. If I just quickly would like all of you all to show with your hands if you understand what does intersex mean. How many of you all know what does intersex mean? Ma'am knows. One person in the audience. They just spoke right now. They are intersex person. So intersex people are, when a child is born, usually depending upon their sexual and reproductive organs, you classify them into male or female. But there will be children who are born with sexual and reproductive organs and chromosome, which you cannot classify into male or female. And there are more than 52 reported variations of intersex people in this world. And people think that biological sex are only of two types, male and female. And because of this ignorance regarding the sexual and gender minorities, the LGBTIQA, the community has to face a lot of discrimination. We have to face a lot of violence. LGBTIQA people are killed for the honor of their families. Sometimes lesbian women's assisted rape has been performed on lesbian women. Family assisted rape. Like कभी ऐसा होता है कि एक औरत जब आके अपने घर वालों को बोलती है कि मैं लेस्बियन हूँ, तो उनको क्या लगता है कि इसने कभी किसी पुरुष के साथ सेक्स किया नहीं है, इसलिए इसको लगता है कि ये लेस्बियन है, और फिर वो किसी को बुला के उसके ऊपर बलात्कार करवाते हैं, घर के ही मेंबर्स. तो ये हालात है आज. और मेरा जो काम है, मैं बहुत ही कम उम्र में मुझे ये रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि अगर समाज को बदलना है, अगर समाज में जो ये हिंसा है, ये प्रेजुडाइस है, ये हेट है, ये हटाना है, तो मुझ जैसे और मेरे कम्युनिटी के और लोगों को बाहर आना पड़ेगा, अपनी कहानी बतानी पड़ेगी और लोगों को दिखाना पड़ेगा कि हम भी आप जैसे नॉर्मल लोग ही हैं. विजिबिलिटी इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. तो जो भी मैं करता हूँ, जो भी मैं लिखता हूँ, वो इसी प्रयास के साथ करता हूँ कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जागरूकता हो समाज में, ताकि स्वीकारता बढ़े और हिंसा कम हो और हमें समान हक मिले. इस प्लेटफॉर्म के बारे में और एक कहना चाहूँगा कि ये बस एक LGBTI के पोएट्स मीट नहीं है. तो साहित्य अकेडमी और एक चीज़ करती है कि हमारे कम्युनिटी के लिए एक फैमिली गेट टुगेदर अरेंज करती है. मैं यहाँ पे आता हूँ तो मुझे यहाँ पे लगता है कि मैं अपने फैमिली के साथ हूँ. मुझे इतना अपने फैमिली में जितना फैमिली के साथ नहीं लगता है. तो वी रियली लुक फॉरवर्ड टू दीज मीट्स, एंड ट्रस्ट मी, दीज मीट्स मीन अ लॉट टू अस एंड आवर मेंटल हेल्थ. क्योंकि लगता है कि हमारे जैसे भी कोई और हम सब लोग को I have no words to express what we feel. I'm pretty sure the panel understands what I mean when I say that this is a family get together. Points तो बहुत लिख के आया हूँ, but I think I'll go with the time. गुरु अजान सिंह ने भी यही कहा था कि we are just like a family. तो इसलिए ये point मुझे याद है और मैंने अलग से लिख के लिया था. मैं विशाल पिंजानी हूँ, कोल्हापुर से हूँ, महाराष्ट्र से हूँ. मराठी बात करता हूँ, हिंदी बात करता हूँ, सिंधी बात करता हूँ. सिंधी मेरी मदर टंग है. और जैसे कि आप जानते हो कि पोस्ट पार्टीशन जो हिंदूज थे वो सिंध से इंडिया आ गए, और फिर सारे सिंधीज बिखर गए ऑल ओवर इंडिया. अभी महाराष्ट्रन्स के लिए महाराष्ट्र है, पंजाबीज के लिए पंजाब है, लेकिन सिंधीज का कोई स्टेट नहीं है. और थोड़ा चैलेंजिंग हो जाता है सिंधी लैंग्वेज को सर्वाइव करने के लिए, क्योंकि हम जहाँ पे भी है वहाँ की लोकल लैंग्वेज अडॉप्ट कर लेते हैं. घर में हम लोग इंग्लिश, हिंदी, मराठी बात करते हैं, बट सिंधी बहुत कम हो गई है बात करना. और ये मैं रिलेट करना चाहता हूँ कि ये LGBTIQ और मदर टंग का क्या रिलेशन है यहाँ पे. आप सब लोग जानते होंगे कि कमिंग आउट जो प्रोसेस होता है कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है. और every time every one of us comes out, every time a transgender person comes out, or every time a gay person comes out, we are bringing up thousands of others LGBTIQ like us. And every time we are not coming out, we are suppressing thousands of LGBTIQ like us. So coming out is very important, and in the process of coming out, to communicate our feelings to our parents and our family, language becomes very important. जब हम कोई बात हमारी मातृभाषा में हमारे पेरेंट्स को समझाने की कोशिश करते हैं तो वो अच्छे से समझते हैं. बट जो सिंधी बच्चे हैं मेरे जैसे, जिनको अभी अब जैसे मल्लिका जी ने कहा कि मलयालम में ट्रांसजेंडर के लिए वर्ड नहीं है, सिंधी में सेक्स, जेंडर, सेक्सुअलिटी, होमोसेक्सुअल, बायसेक्सुअल, ये वर्ड्स तो हमको पता ही नहीं थे कभी. इनफैक्ट मैं पहली बार जब LGBT साहित्य सम्मेलन पे आया तो मोहन ज्ञानी साहब थे, उनसे मेरे को सीखने को मिले ये सारे शब्द और मैंने उनको कविता में यूज़ किया है। तो मेरी कविता यही है, जो भी मिसकंसेप्शन है LGBTIQ कम्युनिटी के बारे में उनको बस्ट करने वाली मेरी कविताएं हैं। बहुत सारे मिसकंसेप्शंस होते हैं, लोग सोचते हैं कि ये अनैसर्गिक है, बट आप देखोगे कि तो एनिमल्स में भी होमोसेक्सुअलिटी है। काफ़ी लोगों को लगता है कि हमारे कल्चर के खिलाफ है, बट आप देखोगे तो महाभारत में शिखंडी है जो कि एक ट्रांस मैन है और एक किंग है। आप कामा सूत्रा पढ़ोगे तो दैट टॉक्स अबाउट सेम सेक्स लव मेकिंग। खजुराहो पे जाओगे तो टेम्पल पे स्टैच्यूज है। कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि ये बीमारी है। अब वो मिसकंसेप्शंस मैं आपको पोएट्री के थ्रू ही करता हूँ। सो ये पोएट्री है, सिंधी में रिसाइट करूँगा हर ये पैरा और आपको फिर इंग्लिश में उसका मीनिंग बताऊँगा। तू चई तो मां अलग आया, तू चई तो मां बीमार आया, तू चई तो मां अलग आया, तू चई तो मां बीमार आया, तू चई तो मां गलत आया। पर वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चैती हम जनसियत कुदरतिया पर घणन माण्हुन में कोने। वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चैती हम जनसियत कुदरतिया घणन माण्हुन में कोने। अलग हूं गलत नहीं, अलग हूं गलत नहीं। You say I am different, you say I am diseased. You say I am different, you say I am diseased. But WHO ने कहा है homosexuality is normal, just not very common. Another misconception people have that homosexuality is a choice, कि हम ये choose करते हैं कि हम किससे प्यार करें। तो उसके बारे में ये लाइंस है, तू चई तो ये एक चुंड आहे मुखे छोकरा वणंता, तू चई तो ये एक चुंड आहे मुखे छोकरा वणंता, पर जे कॾहिं जनसियत चुंड हुजे आ त तूं कॾहिं इहो फ़ैसिलो वरितो कि तूं कंहिंखे प्यार कंदे, छोकिरे खे या छोकिरी खे। तूं कोन खयो न प्यारा, मूं बि कोन खयो। जीअं तूं फ़ैसिलो न खयो, तोखे केरु थो वणे। मुंहिंजे लाइ बि कोई चुंड जो रास्तो न हुयो, मूंखे छोकिरा वणंदा आहिनि। You say it's a choice, me liking the boys. You say it's a choice, me liking the boys. But if sexuality was a choice, when did you decide? If sexuality was a choice, when did you decide? You didn't, right? Neither did I. Just like you didn't decide whom you like, I like boys, I like boys. कई बार ऐसा भी होता है ना कि जब घर वाले को बताते हैं कि हम लोग गे है, लेस्बियन है, वो तो एक्सेप्ट कर लेते हैं, बट वो क्या कहते हैं, हम एक्सेप्ट करें लेकिन दुनिया को बताओ मत तुम क्या हो, छुपा के रहो करके। और कई बार ऐसे भी एनकरेज करते हैं कि मैरिज ऑफ कन्वीनियंस कर लो, लड़की को नहीं बताएंगे, लेकिन उससे उस लड़की का भी घर बर्बाद होता है, बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स आते हैं और मेंटल हेल्थ पे बहुत फ़र्क पड़ता है। आप अगर 24 घंटा एक मुखौटा पहन के घूमोगे तो आपके जो मेंटल हेल्थ पे असर होगा वो बहुत खतरनाक होता है। कई बार सुसाइड कर लेते हैं ऐसे लोग। तो तू चई तो मां कूड़ ॻाल्हायां, तू चाही तो मूंखे लिकाइणु घुरिजे, ॿियनि सां इहा ॻाल्हि न करणु घुरिजे त मुंहिंजी चाहन छा आहे। पर इहो तूं ई त हुए न जंहिं पंहिंजे शादीअ में 1760 महिमान घुराया, त मूंखे इहा सलाह छो। मां कूड़ न ॻाल्हाईंदुसि, मां लिकाईंदुसि न, मां वॾे वाक़े चवंदुसि ऐं फ़ख्र सां पाण ज़ाहिर कंदुसि, मां फ़ख्र सां मथे ईंदुसि। You asked me to hide, you asked me to lie, you asked me not to share about my desire. But wasn't it you who posted with your sweetheart on Instagram yesterday? Then why shouldn't I? I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to hide, I'm going to go out and cry out loud. I'm going to rise with pride. I will skip a few paragraphs. I think timing पे कैसे चल रहे हम लोग? I don't want to take up. All right, great. So we have time. A lot of time people try to threaten you of the consequences. पहले तो जेल के बारे में भी डराते थे। 377 कानून था जिसमें any sexual act which does not lead to procreation was considered as a crime. But अभी 377 चला गया है। Honorable Supreme Court of India ने 377 read down करके consensual sex between two individuals in the privacy of bedroom is no more a crime. Any two individuals of any sexuality. तू चई तो मां कामयाब न वेंदुसि, तू चई तो मां जेल वेंदुसि, तू चई तो मां कामयाब न वेंदुसि, तू चई तो मां जेल वेंदुसि, पर काइज़ो मुंहिंजे तरफ़ा सेक्शन 377 हाणे लागू न आहे। पर काइज़ो मुंहिंजे तरफ़ा सेक्शन 377 लागू न आहे। Ai ma nalika indus. Ma fakra sa mathe indus. Ma fakra sa mathe indus. You say I'll go to jail. You say I'll fail. You say I'll fail. You say I'll go to jail. But law is on my side. I'm not going to hide. I'm going to rise with pride. I'm going to rise with pride. रिसेंटली सुप्रीम कोर्ट में मैरिज इक्वालिटी का केस चला था जो कि अनफॉर्चुनेटली हम लोग हार गए। हम कहते हैं कि हमारे देश में इक्वालिटी है बट सब लोगों के लिए नहीं है। अगर कोई सिस जेंडर मेल फीमेल है उन दोनों के बीच में प्यार होता है तो उन्हें राइट टू मैरिज है, राइट टू एडॉप्शन है, राइट टू एलिमनी है, लेकिन हम लोग को अब तक वो राइट नहीं है। उसी के बारे में ये है। बट मैरिज इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट राइट। आज मैं ओल्ड हो रहा हूँ, मेरे माँ बाप ओल्ड हो रहे हैं, कल वो नहीं रहेंगे तो मुझे भी तो अपनी फैमिली बनानी है और फैमिली का स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट होता है मैरिज। सो वी नीड दैट राइट राइट। तू चाही तो मां शादी न कयां, तू नथो चाही कि मुंहिंजो परिवार हुजे। तू चाही तो कि मां सिर्फ खाई सुमा कम करा ऐं मरी वञा, खाई सुमा कम करा ऐं मरी वञा, पर छो तुंहिंजे ख़्याल मुझ शादी त सिर्फ़ अलॻि जंस सां थींदी आहे। पर उहो तूं ई त हुए न जंहिं चयो त शादी आत्मा जो मेल आहे ऐं आत्मा जो कोई जंस न हूंदो आहे। पर उहो तूं ई त हुए न जंहिं चयो भई शादी आत्मा जो मेल आहे, आत्मा जो कोई जंस न हूंदो आहे। पोइ तूं छो थो चाहीं कि मां सिर्फ़ खाई पियां सुम्हां कमु करां ऐं मरी वञा, खा सुम्हां कमु करां ऐं मरी वञा। मां जीअंदुसि, मां प्यारु कंदुसि, शादी कंदुसि ऐं सफल थींदुसि। मां जीअंदुसि, मां प्यारु कंदुसि, मां शादी कंदुसि ऐं सफल थींदुसि। मां फ़ख्र सां मथे ईंदुसि, मां फ़ख्र सां मथे ईंदुसि। मां काफ़ी अॻिते वेंदुसि, मां चांद खे बि वधीक परे वेंदुसि। मां सितारनि खे छुहंदुसि ऐं उन्हनि खे बि पोयां छॾे वेंदुसि। मां फ़ख्र सां मथे ईंदुसि, मां फ़ख्र सां मथे ईंदुसि। You don't want me to marry. You don't want me to marry. You don't want me to have a family. You want me to just eat, sleep, work, and die. Eat, sleep, work, and die. But why? Because according to you, marriage is between opposite genders only. But wasn't it you who said that marriage is a union of soul and souls have no gender? Then why are you asking me to just eat, sleep, work, and die? Eat, sleep, work, and die. I will not just eat, sleep, work, and die. I'm going to live, love, marry, and thrive. I'm going to live, love, marry, and thrive. I'm going to rise with pride. I'm going to rise with pride. I'm going to go far, farther than the moon. I'm going to touch the stars. Stars I leave behind soon. I'm going to rise with pride. I'm going to rise with pride. Okay.
And thus the Apocrypha, that is, books people don't read, like Pound's Cantos, nor believe, like this one, my dear reader. That is DR, I kid you not. One day very white, Alba, A-L-B-A, he'd say. Old Ez rose to see at Pomona, Persephone flee right before his eyes. Some hotly flushed, ardent lover of theirs, the air lay heavily scented, and through the haze he could distinctly see pale carnage in white fields. Do you want more of this drivel, or should I stop? Okay. Okay, जो भी बात करते हैं, बात करना बंद करिए. This is Mr. Gandhi. The Gandhi canto continued. Pound called Gandhi Mr. Gandhi. The 1930s, this was the big moment. For Mr. Gandhi, life's comfort is a clean, well-lighted latrine. The Ottoman thundering at Europe's gate, the Moor by Charlemagne shown the door, the Moor by Charlemagne shown the door, the croissant eaten every breakfast now as never before, the cross's shadow crossing magnificent mosque floors, arabesques of faces, races crisscrossed, three magi search a babe, and no star and no manger. The Visconti Boas follows a Turkoman on his way to a New Jerusalem. The Crusaders, they had their own emblems, and the Visconti emblem was a Boas swallowing a Turk. The Visconti Boas swallows a Turkoman on his way to a New Jerusalem. Rapallo faces west. This is where Pound was exiled. Rapallo faces west. It was always for crusading Venice to face east. Rapallo faces west. It was always for crusading Venice to face east. Gandhi's prescription for Jews under Hitler: shame him by simply going to the gallows. Gandhi's prescription for Jews under Hitler: shame him by simply going to the gallows. Mr. Slaughter, no soldier, merely a butcher. L'amour est dur et inflexible comme enfer. Love is hard and inflexible like hell. Love is hard and inflexible like hell. My hand has shaken the Jerusalem Mufti's hand. My hand has shaken the Jerusalem Mufti's hand, the same hand that shook Hitler's hand. My hand has shaken the Jerusalem Mufti's hand, the same hand that shook Hitler's hand. Dear Ezra, please come and see now how the land of Palestine would be. Please, Ezra, come and see now how the land of Palestine would be. There are no moral wars. If you have any questions, please ask. All these people, not me, what can I say?
So in the typical academic fashion, I'll say this is more of a comment and not a question. And since I have no humility, but I have honesty, so I'll begin with that. I was thinking that some of the poems read were terrible. And then I started thinking, what does then that mean of what poetry means, and what does poetic aesthetics and what does queer aesthetic then means? And in this idea of poetry not being good, are we then defining a certain idea of good, which of course comes from this traditional idea of how poetry should be defined and what it means to write a poetry, and how a queer narrative of poetry then is different from that idea. So I'll still maintain that some of the poetries read were terrible, but the idea of having to share the experience, having that space where the personal becomes political in the ways that your experience becomes a narrative of the communities. I think that beginning in itself is very crucial. And of course, we can have a larger conversation on what does good poetry mean. But the space from where the poetries can begin itself, I think that space is beautiful. And thank you to everyone who participated in creating and maintaining that space. Thank you.
Any other question? Yeah, the lady at the back.
एक्चुअली मेरा प्रश्न नहीं है, एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सत्र था ये, और इस सत्र में जो 2-3 बातें मुझे परेशान करने वाली थी वो ये थी कि ट्रांसजेंडर या जितने भी LGBTQ++ इन सब के लिए हमारे पास कोई शब्द नहीं है, और किसी शब्द का नहीं होना इसका मतलब उसकी अस्मिता के लिए, उसकी पहचान के लिए कितना बड़ा संकट है। कोई भी भाषा अपने लोक से बनती है, इसका मतलब लोक ने डिनाय कर रखा है, और जो कुछ भी स्वीकृति मिल रही है वो एकेडमिया के थ्रू मिल रही है। पर इस एकेडमिया की भी हमको चालाकी समझने की ज़रूरत है। मैं आप लोगों से यहाँ कहना चाहूँगी कि एक शब्द अब बहुत चल रहा है, इस पर आप लोगों को ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है। एज अम्बेडकराइट मैं जो समझती हूँ कि इस ग्रुप के लिए थर्ड जेंडर शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। एकेडमिया की चालाकी समझिए कि फर्स्ट और सेकंड उसने किसको कर दिया और थर्ड किसके पास है। इसका यहाँ से विरोध होना चाहिए। हम मनुष्य हैं, मनुष्य के तौर पर ही हमारी पहचान हो, ये बात मैं यहाँ रखना चाहती हूँ। यदि आप लोग इससे सहमत हो तो
जी, हम सब सहमत है मैम, और धन्यवाद आपका। ये बात हम साहित्य अकादमी में एक हम लोग की बैठक हुई थी, सिर्फ हमारे समुदाय के लोग गए थे, और हमने माधव कौशिक जी के सामने इस बात को रखा था कि हिंदी हमारी विकलांग है। ये मैंने शब्द बोले थे कि हिंदी भाषा विकलांग है बिल्कुल, क्योंकि वो हमें वो शब्द ही नहीं दे पा रही है जो हम हैं। मैं कभी एक किन्नर थी ही नहीं, मैं गलत शरीर पैदा हुई थी जरूर, लेकिन आज मैं महिला हूं और मैं शुरू से महिला थी। मेरा भाई बैठा हुआ ये पुरुष था, पुरुष ही है, पुरुष ही रहेगा। लेकिन अगर बेवजह ये बोल दिया जाए कि आप किन्नर है तो हम नहीं हैं, वो एक अलग चीज है। थर्ड जेंडर एक अलग चीज है। मैं थर्ड जेंडर हुई नहीं, मैं तो महिला हूं। अगर कोई मुझसे पूछे तुम्हारा अचीवमेंट क्या है, तो मेरा अचीवमेंट वुमनहुड है। मैं महिला हूं, यही मेरे लिए सबसे गर्व की बात है। मैं 100 जन्म लूंगी तो भी महिला बन के ही लूंगी, ये मेरी इच्छा है। तो आपने जो कहा है ये वेदना हम ऑलरेडी साहित्य अकादमी तक पहुंचा चुके हैं। जो भी हिंदी भाषा और अन्य भाषाओं के लोग हैं, हम उनको उत्साहित करना चाहते हैं, कृपया नए शब्दों का नजात कीजिए। हमारी समुदाय आपको नए व्याकरण दे रहे हैं, नए अलंकार दे रहे हैं, नए शब्दावली के लिए प्रोत्साहित कर रहे हैं। आप लोग चेंजेस लाइए, आप साहित्यकार हैं। ये बात हम बोल चुके हैं मैडम, धन्यवाद आपका।
और कुछ शब्द है ना जो अंग्रेजी शब्द थे उससे हमने इंस्पायर होकर बनाए हैं, मतलब हमने नहीं, जिन्होंने बनाए हैं, और वो शब्द अभी तक पॉपुलराइज नहीं हुए हैं, और इस मंच से मैं पॉपुलराइज करना चाहूँगा। जैसे ट्रांसजेंडर है, उसके लिए जो शब्द होना चाहिए करेक्ट, अभी हिंदी मराठी में आप लोग बैठे तो पारलिंगी, ये शब्द हम लोग महाराष्ट्र में यूज करें, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने भी तृतीय पंथी जो शब्द था थर्ड जेंडर वो हम लोग यूज नहीं करते हैं ट्रांसजेंडर के लिए, और वो बहुत बड़ा ब्रॉड स्पेक्ट्रम हो जाता है। एंड जैसे कि आपने कहा कि पहला कौन और दूसरा कौन, वी लिव इन अ मेल डोमिनेटेड सोसाइटी, तो पहले तो फर्स्ट हम लोग बोलते हैं मेन है वुमेन, और वी डोंट बिलीव इन दैट। तो ट्रांसजेंडर के लिए सिमोन जी पारलिंगी शब्द यूज करते हैं। इंटरसेक्स लोगों के लिए द्विलिंगी, उभयलिंगी इज फॉर बायसेक्सुअल, द्विलिंगी या मध्यलिंगी बोल सकते हो आप, पर उसके लिए भी बेटर वर्ड होना चाहिए। बट ट्रांसजेंडर के लिए हम लोग जितना हो सके हम लोग यहाँ से अब रिजॉल्व करते हैं कि ट्रांसजेंडर के लिए पारलिंगी या ये शब्द यूज कर सकते हैं, पारलिंगी।
थैंक यू। एनी अदर कमेंट?
यस, बहुत अच्छा चेंज आया है एक्चुअली इस हाल पे। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी एक ताली मैडम जी के लिए। हमको कभी हमारी इस देश की जो महाकाव्य वो हमको कभी नहीं छोड़ा था। महाभारत, रामायण, भागवत, कोई भी जगह पे श्रीखंडी बृहन्नला से लेके हर कोई जगह पे हमको कुछ रिस्पेक्ट मिला था। मैं एक ही बात आप लोग के सामने रखना चाहती हूँ। बहुत सारे लोग जो आके बाद में ज्वाइन किए हैं, मैं उनको सिर्फ ये बताना चाहती हूँ। मेरी छोटा सा इंट्रोडक्शन है। मैं मीरा परिडा, मैं उड़ीसा से आई हूँ। आई एम ऑल्सो एसोसिएटेड विथ स्टेट रूलिंग पार्टी एज ए स्टेट सेक्रेटरी एंड ऑल्सो आई एम ए स्टेट एडवाइजर ऑफ मुक्ता योजना एंड मैं नेशनल काउंसिल मेंबर भी रह चुकी हूँ मिनिस्टर ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस एम्पावरमेंट में। 2016 पे भी मैं IBLP प्रोग्राम पे व्हाइट हाउस से लेके 200 से ज़्यादा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन घूम के आई हूँ USA। हम सभी को पता है कि हमारी इंडिया दुनिया की सबसे बड़ा 8 नंबर डेमोक्रेसी कंट्री पे आता है। ये बात नॉट ओनली ट्रांस कम्युनिटी के ऊपर आया है कि जो जिनको और रिकॉग्नाइज कराया गया आज ए थर्ड जेंडर। एक क्वेश्चन मैंने 2014 के बाद जो नालसा वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया की जजमेंट आया था तब से बात उठाई हूँ, बार बार मीडिया के सामने भी बोली हूँ। ये हमको कुछ नहीं मिला था, हमको दिया गया आज ए थर्ड जेंडर। भाई हमको ये बता दो, इक्वलिटी या समानता के बारे में जो बाजा बजा के बोलते हो कि ये समानता की इक्वलिटी की देश है हमारा, हम SDG से लेके फंडामेंटल राइट तक हम लोग बात करते हैं। हु इज द फर्स्ट जेंडर एंड हु इज द सेकंड जेंडर इन आवर कंट्री।
Thank
अब
you.
मुझे ये लग रहा है अगर इस हाल पे जितने सारे व्यक्तित्व हैं, शायद आज से साहित्य के अंदर और कल्चर इंडिया की लॉ के ऊपर अगर बात उठाएंगे, सिर्फ एक ही क्वेश्चन गवर्नमेंट को पूछिए, हु इज द फर्स्ट एंड हु इज द सेकंड, ऑटोमेटिकली ये जो वर्षों से 250 साल से नेग्लेक्ट होके खुद अपनी आइडेंटिटी के लिए लड़ रहे हैं, वो ऑटोमेटिकली मिल जाएगा हमको। थैंक्स अ लॉट।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। और कोई प्रश्न होगा तो आप लोग इस कमरे से बाहर इस ब्रेक के दौरान बात कर सकते हैं। साहित्य अकादमी की ओर से हम माननीय सभी पैनलिस्ट को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं और आप सबको धन्यवाद देते हैं। धन्यवाद। the places on the dais.
How's everybody come?
I'd like to introduce the chair and the speakers to you. Kaveri Nambisan is a noted English writer. She has written children's literature. She was a fellow at the International Writers' Workshop in the University of Iowa in 2007 and was also one of the 13 writers from various countries invited to Greece for a Fulbright sponsored symposium on homelands in 2008. आपकी हाल ही की रचना एक चिकित्सा संस्मरण है जिसका शीर्षक है लग्जरी कॉल्ड हेल्थ। आप कर्नाटक के कोडागु यानी कुर्ग में रहती हैं और वहाँ काम करती हैं। आप पेशे से मेडिकल सर्जन हैं। आपने रॉयल कॉलेज ऑफ सर्जन्स लंदन से फेलोशिप प्राप्त की है। आप बिहार, यूपी, तमिलनाडु और कर्नाटक के विभिन्न ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में कार्य कर चुके हैं। अमृत सेन। अमृत सेन टैगोर अध्ययन के विशेषज्ञ हैं। आप विश्व भारती में अंग्रेजी के प्रोफेसर हैं। आपकी प्रकाशित रचनाओं में है द नार्सिसिस्टिक मूड, मेटाफिकेशन एज अ स्ट्रैटेजी इन मॉल फ्लैंडर्स, टॉम जोन्स एंड ट्रिस्टम शैंडे। आपने रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर के कार्यों पर 5 महत्वपूर्ण पुस्तकों और पत्रिकाओं का सह संपादन भी किया है, जिनमें म्यूज़ इंडिया, टैगोर टुडे का एक विशेष अंक भी शामिल है। He has received Outstanding Thesis Award by the Government of India and UGC Postdoctoral Research Award. He has also been co-editing the Vishwa Bharati Quarterly, the Journal of Vishwa Bharati. अरुंधति सुब्रमण्यम। अरुंधति सुब्रमण्यम प्रख्यात भारतीय अंग्रेजी कवयित्री हैं। आपकी 12 पुस्तकें प्रकाशित हैं, जिनमें से 5 कविताओं की पुस्तकें हैं। Some of the important works including Eating God, edited, The Book of Buddha, Sadguru, More Than a Life, which is all authored, Adi Yogi, The Source of Yoga, co-authored with Sadguru. She is the recipient of several awards, including Khushwant Singh Prize, the Raza Award, the International Piero Bigongiari Prize in Italy, the Mystic Kalinga Award, the Charles Wallace Fellowship, among others. Her book, When God is a Traveler, was shortlisted for the prestigious T.S. Eliot Prize. धनंजय सिंह। धनंजय सिंह प्रख्यात लेखक, कवि और आलोचक हैं। आपका निबंध Fables in the Indian Narrative Tradition and Analytical Study or the Poetics of Theatre in Early India तथा Forthcoming Philosophy of Performance in India, आप इनके लेखक हैं। He has worked as assistant editor in the prestigious project titled The Encyclopedia of Indian Poetics with Professor Kapil Kapoor as the chief editor, a project of Sahitya Akademi. रंजीत होसकोटे। रंजीत होसकोटे प्रख्यात अंग्रेजी कवि, सांस्कृतिक सिद्धांतकार और क्यूरेटर हैं। आपके 7 कविता संग्रह और 14वीं शताब्दी की प्रसिद्ध कश्मीरी महिला संत कवि का एक अंग्रेजी अनुवाद प्रकाशित है। आपने हाल ही में संस्कृति मंत्रालय भारत सरकार के लिए एक G20 काव्य संकलन का संपादन किया है, जिसका शीर्षक है अंडर द सेम स्काई, जो साहित्य अकादमी द्वारा प्रकाशित किया गया है। He has also been researcher in residence at BAK Basis voor Actual Kunst, Utrecht. He has received the Sahitya Academy Translation Prize, Sahitya Academy Golden Jubilee Award, the S.H. Raza Literature Award and the Sanskriti Award for Literature. रश्मि नाजारी। आप अंग्रेजी में लेखन करती हैं तथा आप अपनी बाल पुस्तक हिज शेयर ऑफ स्काई के लिए साहित्य अकादमी बाल साहित्य पुरस्कार से आपको सम्मानित किया गया है। आपका प्रथम उपन्यास ब्लडस्टोन लेजेंड ऑफ द लास्ट एनग्रेविंग, जो एक बहु प्रशंसित कृति है, इसने लैंगिक अध्ययन पर आधारित शोध पत्रों को प्रेरित किया है। Her latest novel, An Unfinished Search, has been widely featured in all national dailies as well as at international platforms. Some of her works are being taught in the universities and have been translated into other Indian and foreign languages. Sanjukta Dasgupta, Professor and former Head Department of English and former Dean Faculty of Arts, Calcutta University, and a Fulbright Fellow, she is a poet, short story writer, critic, and translator. She has 27 published books to her credit, including Snapshots, Dilemma, First Language, More Light, Lakshmi Unbound, etc. आप साहित्य अकादमी की सामान्य परिषद की सदस्य और अंग्रेजी परामर्श मंडल की संयोजक रह चुकी हैं। इंटरकल्चरल पोइट्री एंड परफॉर्मेंस लाइब्रेरी कोलकाता की अध्यक्षा हैं। आपको WEI कमला दास कविता पुरस्कार और ईथोस साहित्य पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जा चुका है। I now request the chair, Kaveri Nambi Sanji, to kindly take over the proceedings of this session.
Thank you. Greetings to all of you. As you can see from the title of our discussion, it is going to be about 21st century writing, Indian writing in English. And having already completed nearly 24 years of the century, I think there is plenty to say. And perhaps most of us, or many of us, have been writing for a few decades in the previous century as well. And so we bring the experience of the past and experience of the present of this particular century, and we try to see where we are going. My own experience with literature and writing, with writing was when I wrote my first book in the early 1990s, my first adult book, novel, and it was Sahitya Academy conference where I first came and met literary people. Since I'm a doctor, I'm not from a literary background. So it was, I must say, Sahitya Academy, which sort of educated me, called me a few more times. And so here we are in the 21st century, still attending Sahitya Academy seminars. And thanks to it, thanks to the Academy, we have been able to forge new ties. There has always been a mix of English literature and the regional languages in Sahitya Academy. It encourages prizes in various languages. It recognizes more and more every year, and which is very significant. And long before the festivals began to become, literary festivals became fashionable, it was Sahitya Academy that brought writers together and also gave a chance for book lovers to listen to writers. Now, my own feeling about writing, naturally, starting the Indian writing in English, perhaps first made its appearance significantly from the 18th century, quite a lot in the 19th century, and 20th particularly, when we had a lot of non-fiction, brilliant non-fiction writers and fiction writers, not to mention the poets, who are significant people in themselves. Many of them were freedom fighters, they were eminent lawyers, they were intellectuals of very high repute who took part in the freedom struggle and who produced very good literature, whether fiction, it was mainly non-fiction, writing for the media, and so on. So we have inherited a lot of, I would say, we have inherited that fertile imagination of the past, from the past, which has helped us to sustain. And with the encouragement of the publishers, the English publishers who came here from the 1980s, I think we became, it became more prominent. So the questions I have in my mind particularly are about how are we negotiating this new era of writing when there is a lot of technology introduced into literature as well. I've just been to a session where they were talking about e-books and technology and about artificial intelligence in literature. And the other important fact is this, how much of creative freedom is left for writers in this century, the world over, and particularly in India. Are we thinking about it, and how are we going to negotiate it? And lastly, also the matter of gender. How do writers tackle the issue of gender? Is it something oppressive? Is it something that stimulates a writer? Is it both? How do writers tackle these things? And I want very much to hear what our 6 eminent writers have to say about various issues that concern 21st century writing in English. So I will be asking each of them to speak for 5 minutes. Please stick to 5 minutes and just open up and speak about whatever about this particular subject that you want to. And after the 5 minutes, each of you, will be prodded a little more, and we'll take it from there and go on to the others. And at the end of this, I hope we will be able to have some time for questions from the audience. So Samyukta, I would like to ask you first yes, please. Please give us your thoughts about this particular, certainly. And please stick to 5 minutes. I don't have the, someone has a watch? Yeah, so she'll.
Should I? So, the questions you have embedded in what you told, what you indicated we have to do in 5 minutes. I don't think it can be done in 5 hours also, but I will try my best. And thank you, Chairperson Kaveri Nambisan. It's just such a joy to be here every time at Sahitya Academy. Please don't count that within that 1 minute. Yeah. So this is how I really. Now, for me, 21st century Indian writing in English is pan-Indian, often urban-centric, cosmopolitan, secular, spanning wide trajectories. In the 21st century, it is not about just looking before and after. The historically relevant evolutionary complexities defined by increasingly problematized signifiers have a dizzying effect. From pre-colonial, colonial, anti-colonial, post-colonial, post-imperial, neo-imperialism, neo-colonialism, tricontinentalism, neoliberal policies, open market economy, globalization, transnationalism, intersectionality, environmental hazards, fourth industrial revolution, the era of augmented reality, post-humanism, migration, wars, massacre. We know also that culture follows the trade winds. And there I just want to add to this within that 5 minutes allotted to me, that as in previous centuries, literary writing in the 21st century is about sameness and difference. Indian writing in English is a new entrant in the literary arena, less than 200 years, and that is its advantage. It is not threatened by the baggage of tradition. Indian writing in English, as I mentioned, has a pan-Indian reach. It can encompass the local and the global, the micro-local and the macro geopolitics. It is a literature that is created by both resident and non-resident creative writers such as Salman Rushdie, Rohinton Mistry, Amitav Ghosh, Arundhati Roy, Geeta Hariharan, Nayantara Sehgal, and Chetan Bhagat. The subgenres of Indian writing in English, which includes, say, climate fiction, myth retellings, which is revisionist mythologies, partition literature, graphic literature, digital literature, Dalit literature, diasporic literature, tribal literature, science fiction, speculative or futuristic fiction, and cyberpunk literature as well. So it's quite a dynamic presence of Indian writing in English because it addresses the entire world as it addresses the nation and also the local cultures from which each author hails from. And there I want to just once again add that Indian writing in English is progressive, diverse, dynamic, inclusive, secular, and also demonstrates that creative writers can anticipate the gyrations of artificial intelligence and perhaps prove that human intelligence and its programming can be in defiance of algorithms. And also, it can be eccentric by choice, it can be bizarre, it can be phenomenal, humorous, and also be a caveat in the increasingly violent world of power, profit, and politics. For after all, writers are the unacknowledged legislators of the world, and all writing is activism. And all writing with a purpose is definitely activism, and the 21st century is no different. Thank you.
Can I ask Amrit to do it next? Yeah.
Kaveri, my fellow panelists, distinguished audience. Now, the questions that Kaveri has raised, I'd like to approach this through how Indian travel writers who've written in English look at the new phenomenon of India post-globalization and what have been the directions that these kinds of writings have taken. Now, I find this very interesting because Kaveri mentioned the 18th century and Deen Muhammad being one of the first writers of Indian writing in English, wrote an account of travel. So travel writing, as it were, has never really been acknowledged as part of the canonical process of Indian writing in English. But I think the point of departure starts from Pankaj Mishra's Butter Chicken in Ludhiana, where he talks about small town India and its aspirations. And part of the writings on travel in Indian writing in English has been about the small towns in India, its aspirations. I could refer to Vishwanath Ghosh's Chai Chai, who talks about the materialities of small town cities in India, about railway stations where you stop, but you never get off, and those cities. Also, I am looking at Ubhayarkar's text, Truck De India, which talks about the ways in which roads become the arteries. You remember the Golden Quadrilateral Project and how greater linking of the Indian nation was achieved. And therefore, Venkat talks about trucks as Matryoshka dolls, which talks about the communities within communities, the ways in which newer relationships between truckers and khalasis are created, and smaller spaces like, say, towns like Namakkal, for example, emerge as destinations to which Indian travelers travel. Now, other travelogues have moved away from the terra firma and the anthropocentric to explore food cultures and the coastal areas of India. In Following Fish travels across the Indian coast, for example, Samant Subramaniam has talked about the cultures of fish which link different parts of India. and how intimately the lives of fish, men, vessels, and water are interlinked. So we are looking at very interesting formations in which newer directions in which Indian literature in English is moving. Kaveri also mentioned the question of gender. And we see how several Indian travel writers, women travel writers, for example, Madhu Veena, Woman's Journey Through India, published 2019, talks about the difficulties and the problematics of women traveling across India and how, a different set of questions emerge. For example, the safety, how to look for toilets, degrees of familiarity and safety with strangers become part and parcel of the travel narrative. We have Nandita Haskar, for example, who writes Across the Chicken's Neck, travels in Northeast India, and the Northeast has emerged as a destination theme, and she looks at how the local myths have been subsumed within the broader, myth of the nation. We have Shivya Nath, for example, who talks about a girl, her backpack, and her world, which again links with what Professor Shangjukta Dasgupta talked, the very local. She travels from Gujarat to Africa, for example, and how transnationalities have also been part and parcel of Indian travelogues in English. At the same time, you see the themes that have already been talked about, for example, partition, becomes part of these travelogues. Vishwanath Ghosh's Gazing at Neighbors along travels across the line that partitioned India, for example, is a travelogue which travels across the Radcliffe line from Atari in Punjab to West Bengal. And you also have other texts, like, for example, Borderlands travels across India's boundaries, which treat this trauma of the partition and the creation of boundaries as themes. Finally, also, again, this question of myth has come through in, say, a text like In the Footsteps of Rama, travels with the Ramayana by Vikram Pandey and Nilesh Kulkarni, which looks at the smaller towns that have been part and parcel of the Ramayana myth, for example, and how travels across these spaces alert us to the ways in which religion and literature and the popular imagination blend with each other. Now, some of the things which I would like to conclude with is that these travelogues have initiated what I'd call a movement away from the metropolitan bias of Indian writing in English. It has talked about the problems of gender and travel. It has looked at the ways in which the modern and the spiritual have met in 21st century India. And finally, it has talked about the rise and the emergence of small towns in India, which have become more and more prominent in the travelogues about India being written in English. Right. It is with those points that I'd like to conclude my deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amrit. Arundhati, will you please go next?
Thank you. I'm going to choose to sit and talk today because I'd like my input to be a little more informal. I had planned to talk about some of the terrain that's already been covered so wonderfully already by my fellow panelists. And I'm going to try not to traverse that terrain because I think that has been articulated and articulated very well. A possible entry point into this, I think, for me today is to think back on the time when I was a young poet in the late 80s and early 90s in Bombay, the city of many names. And I was very aware then that writing in English, writing poetry in English, made me a bit of an oddity. On the one hand, there was this living tradition of Indian poets who wrote in English in my very city, from Arun Kolatkar to Adil Jasawala to Giv Patel, Imtiaz Dharkar, many more. And yet, a question that I was frequently asked at the time is, you write poetry, how nice. Now, when are you going to publish your novel? And the implicit assumption, of course, was that poetry was the adolescent form from which you graduated to the novel, which is the form that at that time counted, because the Indian novel in English had found its place in the sun. Indian novelists in English seemed to be receiving hefty advances. They were being wooed by international publishers, or so it seemed. And poetry was the decidedly non-glamorous, dowdy option. So it was that context that I remember vividly, a time when publishers were few and far between, a time when readers and buyers were few and far between, a time when royalty checks were scarce for poets. And I do remember an article in the Times of India that quoted a US survey that claimed that poets died sooner than other species of writers. So it felt like that clinched it. There was no hope. It was gloomy indeed. It was the context I remember. Much has changed. Personally, a writers' group in my 20s played a very important role in the city of Bombay, the Poetry Circle, which I cannot help but mention because Ranjit is also here with me today. But I think growing up for me and finding my own voice as a poet had a great deal to do with, for one, keeping the faith in this form that otherwise seemed to have no tangible rewards. But it also meant, of course, being aware of, perhaps I should just talk about the more pragmatic aspects of it first, and we can talk about some of the others later in this session when Kaveri returns with more questions. At this point, I just want to say the obvious things, the internet and what it meant for so many young poets writing poetry. I was the editor of what was called the India domain of the Poetry International Web. And I found the web to be a tremendous resource to share poetry in this very country in over 19 languages. We talked of 114 poets. For me, it became not just an important archival act, it became a way of discovering what existed in this very country that I'd grown up in, utterly unaware. So that was important for me, and even today when I gnash my teeth about the net and its excesses, I remind myself of the great possibility that it opened up. The fact that from Delhi we could speak to Dubrovnik and have a conversation about poetry in real time. This made a huge difference. So yes, it is true that the net democratized things greatly, and that it was possible to have the kinds of conversations that we didn't have earlier, to some degree, on the net. It's also true that there have been questions about rigor and craft or the absence of it. That has become an important question for many of us who are aware of this entire phenomenon of Instagram poetry. So what does it really mean to be a craftsperson anymore? How do we understand issues of rigor and technique and form in poetry today? These are some of the questions that are coming up. The other question that I would like to briefly talk about is the fact that, well, literary festivals were on the upswing from the early 2000s onwards, and poets suddenly found themselves much in demand. Poetry being a portable form, poets were suddenly everywhere, as they are now today. They carry their art with them, and it suddenly felt that poets could be heard in a different way altogether. They seemed to start emerging from that state of invisibility and inaudibility. Creative writing programs have been on the upswing. Yet another wonderful phenomenon, and at the same time one that raises questions about, possible questions, quite diverse in a way, because on the one hand, when we speak of the net, we are talking about the perils of being inclusive, but also at times indiscriminate. But when we come to the creative writing program, there is the other question of, are we fostering a certain kind of sameness? Are we standardizing voices in a particular way? Are we encouraging people to sound the same? These are another set of questions that, to my mind, arise with the upswing of the creative writing program. And Yes,
Your 5
publishers are everywhere. Small independent publishers seem to
Arundhati,
be.
your time
I
is going to
know,
be
but
up.
I think I need to
30
finish a couple of sentences.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Thank you. I think publishers are everywhere, and mainstream publishers finally have a poetry agenda, which is something to be grateful for, as I believe independent publishers are also something to be grateful for. These were the more pragmatic areas. I hope we will talk a little more about gender in less than 5 minutes in my next segment, if Kaveri will allow it.
Thank you. Rashmi, will you go next?
Very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you, Sahitya Academy. Thank you, Kaveri, for giving me the opportunity. I am very forgetful. I keep saying that to myself, and which is why I put my stuff in an acronym. Today, I put it in DDT, MMS, and RISE. So let me just tell you what DDT is about. It's not dichloro. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, I think I sound like a nursery school teacher. DDT is not dichloro, diphenyl, and trichloroethane. It is diaspora literature, Dalit literature, and translation. And when I talk of diaspora, it is diaspora not in the normal, usual sense of diaspora. I'm talking of diaspora within the local narrative. Within India, we have a very micro form of diaspora. I'm talking about my land from the Northeast, children. And because, Kaveri, we're talking of negotiating through generations, a generation is traveling out from the Northeast elsewhere to mainland India, either for studies, either for career, or a number of purposes. So from outside, they look into their land. There are two ways of looking into our land. When we are in the land, we are there, or when we look outside of our land, and when we look into our land from the outside. So this is a diaspora of a different sort, diaspora within the local narrative. So now when these children come out, and how they perceive and how they think of the Northeast from outside, what people perceive of the Northeast from outside. So these are the things that influence their writings, and this is how a new trend of diaspora writing is coming out. As for Dalit, I think there is a lot of memoir, there is a lot of dissent which was burdening their chests for centuries and decades. So these are coming out in a new voice. And T is for translation. Translation, of course, we all know it is, always the same. And in just recently, a beautiful book by Dr. Dhruva Jyoti Bora, originally written in Ohomia, Kahini, has been translated into English by Mitra Fukan. And this is just one example of the kind of translation. Now, why I'm telling about this particular book is that both the author and the translators of this book are my generation people. But what is inside the book is the story spans through generations. It is about a grandfather, it is about the grandkids, the friends. So this is how generation need not just be outside the book. The negotiation that we make through generations could be inside the book. It could be in the content. And then when we're also talking about literature, the Northeast is so amazingly and beautifully full of folklore and folk literature. But so far, we have been reimagining and retelling stories and lores from our land, about legends from our land. Now, the new generation is adding the third R to this. After reimagination and retelling, it is research-based magic realism. I'll give you a very small example. I think Streamlit will be able to understand it better. There is this particular thing in Meghalaya, Sankini. They call it Sankini.
And youngsters are more into research-based telling of folklore nowadays. Now, Sankanis are like we have werewolves, like we have so many other things that have the ability to transform into other beings. Sankanis see themselves transforming into serpents in their dreams. And it seems they make prophecies in their dreams. And Margaret Lindaw, who is based in Meghalaya and Estonia, so she has gone into a research-based look into this particular aspect. And she says that Sankanis especially feel that they turn into snakes. They see in their dreams with the face of a cat. And the body is somehow silvery and slithery and all. And a lot of people are now moving out of this and like sadly or circumstantially, like so many other folk traditions of our land, this is also becoming rarer and rarer by the day, which is why I think a kind of documentation is required and which brings with it a new form of literature. So this is what I was telling about Sankini. And also, when I'm talking about non-fiction, non-fiction is on the rise. RISE, again, here is an acronym. And when non-fiction is on the rise, your R is for religious non-fiction. I is for institutional non-fiction. And S is for scientific non-fiction. Earlier, scientific writings were mostly kept into journals, but nowadays wonderful literature is coming out in the form of books, something which attracts the new generation as well as people of our age. And there is a beautiful blend of the fiction and the non-fiction, and it is this scientific non-fiction literature which inspires adaptation into movies. So once they become movies, there is a very smooth and fluid flow from the non-fiction into the fiction. This is a wonderful negotiation of literature. And then the last E, of course, is for educational non-fiction, which has been there for generations. But now I think it is made more interesting. We have literature blend with heritage talks all around the cities. We have small groups of very passionate people. They take literature outdoors of the classroom, and when they're talking of history, they call it the heritage tours. So this is also a kind of literature, and this somehow comes into travel literature. And then, of course, when it comes to e-literature, what maybe does not have the patience to wait for publishers, they come out as blogs. And sometimes these beautiful blogs have editors who put the things in form with punctuation, with grammar, with the small nitty-gritties of fine flow of language. And these are wonderful pieces of literature. So I think I am well within the 5 minutes, and maybe we can talk later more. Thank you so much for giving me this.
Thank you. Ranjit, can we have you tell us? Yeah.
Well, thank you all for being here this afternoon. And Kaveri, thank you for putting these themes and questions in play. I thought what I would do is to really speak from my own practice as a poet, as an essayist, as someone involved with theory, and really talk about certain urgencies that I think we all face as Anglophone writers. Incidentally, I detest that term, Indian writing in English. It has this peculiar sense of division, dichotomy, as though your citizenship pulls you in one direction and your language in another. I want to contest that as I go along. I far prefer the term Anglophone writing in India, because that actually gives you the agency of choosing to express yourself in one language, no matter what other languages you have at your command or disposal. So I want to share with you a few thoughts about what nourishes me as a writer, as an Anglophone writer and what troubles me at this particular historical moment. And I want to start by saying that for the longest time, I was not able to resolve a strange contradiction within myself, that I was a multilingual reader, but a monolingual writer. And it's only over the last decade or so that I've felt this wall, this unnecessary wall within myself come down. And I want to use that as a springboard to see what shape our language might take as we go along through this, through what's left of the 21st century. So I want us to be able to think about English under a new sign of crisis, of urgency. Our current discourse about the place of English is still dominated by colonial notions of this somehow being an alien language, a master language, an instrumentalized language of privilege, and so on. I wonder what it might be like to think about English as a language among other languages. What are the forms of osmosis between English and all the other Deshabhashas? And as a footnote, I'd like to say that the term regional language is also not only troubling but misleading, because most of our so-called regional languages are actually global languages through the various South Asian diasporas. So if we recalibrate our way of thinking about the languages that surround us and that we live among, what might it be for English itself as we move forward to embrace other tonalities? I'm not just thinking of loan words here. What might it do to the music of the language? What might it do to the syntax? And over the last 10 years that I've been working fairly intensively in translation, translating particularly from Urdu, I've been astonished at how the syntactical diaphanity of Urdu has begun to leak in some way into the poetry I write. And it's been a moment of surprise and pleasure, because sometimes we tend to think of the relationships between languages as being essentially about loan words and borrowings and local color. I would be very, very interested from the point of view of linguistics to see how the actual deep structure of the language might change, might shift, well beyond what I regard as fairly lightweight things like English. That's not what I'm talking about. What might happen at the deeper levels of the language that we speak and write. I also want to dwell briefly here on the fact that as Anglophone writers, we are at some distance from regional affiliations. We, of course, in our lives as citizens, as residents of particular places, we have a certain affiliation to place. But because of the language in which we express ourselves, we are somehow able to have a default cosmopolitanism, which I think too often becomes the source of a kind of displaced arrogance. So I want us to be able to maybe take that thought forward and see how, if we replace that arrogance with a more insurgent cosmopolitanism, which involves embracing other literatures, looking at what has been done, for instance, in the Deshabhashas, as I'm going to call them for this moment. Again, to share with you an experience that I'm coming from, which is of having immersed myself in recent years in Hindi literature, in the writings particularly of Kumar Narayan. It's an extraordinary awakening and an awareness to see that Hindi writers in the 50s and 60s and 70s had a cosmopolitanism that didn't go through English. They made connections with Eastern European writers, with Latin American writers, completely independently or largely independently of the medium of English. What might it be for us to embrace these exemplars or ancestors writing in other languages in South Asia? That's the second of these thoughts. The third thought would be, what is our larger role, our participation in the public crises, the urgencies that face us as a collective? Again, there I have to say that we need to really seek out tonalities and genres and forums where we can establish these solidarities of dissent. In one sense, because we are at a distance from these local or regional affiliations, we might be better able to do that. But the question is, do we extend ourselves in that direction often? What is it that we need to do? And particularly three things that I would flag. One is, of course, the the extraordinary manner in which the collective nature of this country is being transformed today. In the face of such bigotry and intolerance and divisiveness and polarization, what are the kinds of solidarities of dissent that we as Anglophone writers need to create, rather than dwelling in what has for too long been our own bubble? Questions here also that assail all of us, no matter what language we write in, have to do with the ecological crisis, the catastrophe that is already upon us. Have we looked deeply enough into the resources that are available to us in other Indian languages? Should we go out and seek them in Kannada, for instance, or in Kashmiri, or in Bangla? That's another set of questions that I would ask. And eventually I'll end by simply making a plea to get beyond the politics of antagonism that has for far too long separated Anglophone writers from writers in other languages here. I think we really need to overcome that barrier and to seek this common space where we might all contribute usefully to some of these questions. And I think we need to seek out other genres than we typically tend, which is why what you said, Amrit, resonated strongly for me. And it's strange because just yesterday I had a conversation with Apurva Narayan, Kumar Narayanji's son, about the travelogues his father wrote in Hindi. And I just said to him, it's very strange, but Don Moraes, who's a writer important to a number of us in this room, the travelogue in one form or another was one of his key vehicles as a way of not only responding to place and people, but also to continue with an inquiry into the self. So I think as practitioners, as writers, we need to embrace more uncomfortable genres, things that exceed the disciplines we've created for ourselves, and to see where this might go in terms of more experimental forms of expression. So this is what I would essentially summarize. I think that as Anglophone writers, we need to, for one, focus also on expanding our own possibilities in linguistic terms, largely through translation, and also to really seek out these forms of solidarity. So that I would just flag these two themes. Thank you.
Dhananjay?
Thank you so much, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. Well, by no stretch of imagination, I'm an expert in the area, but I'm here nevertheless because this is huge. So rather than a critical reflection on 21st century writings in English, I'll rather share some of my intuitive awareness of it. And again, by no stretch of imagination, I'm a poet, so I've published some 10, 11 poems. I don't know if that gives me a sort of credibility to talk about poetry in the 21st century. Nevertheless, I'll do that a bit. So I feel, so I'll touch for 1 minute, I'll talk about my experiences of writing these poems. I feel that one of the aims and creative endeavors of poet writing in English in the 21st century, as it was in the 20th century, of course, if we go back to Raja Rao and the problem of English and finding a language, obviously, which is appropriate to one's social experience, individual experience, emotional experience. I believe that the struggle is to actually have an experience of English as a social language, that experience which Indian writers in Indian languages have. There's always a struggle. And then the second, of course, is to actually think that, well, poetry aims to be a language of effect, that all great literature, of course, has a language of effect. Silence has a great, in fact, is a great communicator in literature, in poetry, in acts of reading poetry. And therefore, is it possible for a poet to reduce the gap between silence and language? Can poetry become actually a language of effect? Even as silence is very, very important in a certain kind of poetry. And that effect, why I remember Raja Rao, of course, is it possible to capture the movement of thought in English? That's something that actually one seeks to aspire for. And and coming to me, actually being aware of writings, of course, because of the positive time, I'll choose two texts. And before I do that, I'd like to, of course, reflect, as I say, that one of the quintessential experience of having observed writings in the 21st century is a writing coming from diverse spaces. Not that they were not coming, obviously. Take Northeast, you have Mamang Thai, the Legion of Pentham. The ability for writers coming to write in English from spaces, obviously, with an interiority of cultural experiences, ethnic experiences, of having to write in English with an experience that is available in Adi. That's something that we are aware of in general about a writer. But when actually, let's say, a folk element, or let's say the space itself, when the stone, river, mountains, trees, they find their own language. In effect, that is made possible for writings that come from these diverse spaces, whether you talk of Mamangdai or talk of Temsula Ao, or you talk of writers, of course, they're coming from. Even writers who are so-called mainstream writers, they are actually seeking their voices located in specific places and giving voices to specific places. In fact, places determining not only the politics of writing, but also places determining the way these politics get communicated. Coming to the large picture, of course, I'll choose a novel by Shashi Through 2001, another by Megha Mazumdar 2020. These are two novels that I choose because of the lack of time. And these novels, if you read what Anita Desai actually wrote in a review of Mohsin Hamid's novel Maud Smoke, where she says that the difference about the writing in the 21st century, which of course takes him back to Kaveri, about technology, of course, and the experience of technology and how it's impacting literature in terms of providing a diffused pace to writing. This is an idea, this is a technique that both Tharoor and Mazumdar, of course, exploits in these two writings. How is it possible to give some of the newer kind of contestation and formations which are larger, which are universal, which are national, and giving them a voice in terms of what narrativity can do? Do I have time? No. So, all right, so I can take it forward from there. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's actually not that I'm cutting short anybody, I just want them to carry on now, answering specific questions and elaborating on them, and so that you can also interact after this part is over. Samyukta, you were telling us about your teaching experience and your academic experience with literature from the past and literature of this time. And so have you got any particular anxieties about what is happening now, or do you find it as something that is moving forward very well? Do you think there is enough integration in our literature that is being written in English? Are there any drawbacks? What is your sort of, I want it in a reflective sense, because you've got a long period of experience. So could you please tell me?
When I was making those preliminary remarks, and I had started off, I'm glad I wrote it all out, because it would have been very difficult for me to get everything together. But in terms of what is happening now, in terms of what has happened before, I think we have to think in terms of a creative evolution, and you cannot really qualify what is good or what is bad. So we have to accept the fact that changes are happening. And in terms of changes, also in the list I called out, I probably did not mention LGBTQAI plus literature, which is also a new contribution. And when it comes in English, of course, I will debate Anglophone really, because in Bengal, they already call us Ingo Bongos. Yes? So I do not want to extend that any further. So Indian writing in Ingo Bongo. Yeah? So we have a reputation, those of us who write in English, as if, we are, and we are also described as country hens who cackle in English. Okay? So there are many ways of looking at it. So I will not go into that. But what I have personally, as a poet, with 9 books where I have prioritized gender, your question, and having noticed that there is a tendency of revisionist mythologies, 3 of my books, Lakshmi Unbound, Sita's Sisters, and Indomitable Draupadi, have not been about appeasement. They have tried to deconstruct. In fact, I don't know whether I'm trying to say that, well, I'm doing something very spectacular, but I somehow feel, in terms of reading other Indian English poets, that I have been able to radicalize certain strongly held notions, especially in English. I will not say that it is done in Bengali. Can I just read 2 lines from a poem of mine? And it's called, from Indomitable Draupadi, I wrote a poem called Millennial Sita. I mean, in the Indomitable Draupadi volume. And I will just read a few lines from that, because we just don't have that sort of time to start reading our own poems. So I will read the first stanza and the last one. So Millennial Sita. Sita wanted to fly to Dubai. Sita wanted to gamble in Las Vegas. Sita wanted to spend nights in Paris. Sita wanted a bungalow in Luton's Delhi. Sita was an engaged, desiring subject. And due to paucity of time, this is how I end it. Millennial Sita did not dive into the arms of the ravaged planet Earth. Millennial Sita zipped up the spacesuit and left for the planet Mars. So that was one. And the other one, which, since this is the last time, this is my last book, and this is Ekalavya Speaks. I have given a voice, the voice to the subaltern characters who have been looked down upon in terms of casteist discrimination, and I have given them a voice in English. So what more can I do? Yes? So there, in this voice in English, in Ekalavya Speaks, I will just read again. I will, self-editing is very easy, because then you do not have to be taken to the court. And this is Ekalavya Speaks. Yeah, I'm fine. So I'll just again read just to Paris. And so when Dronacharya asks for the thumb, he says, your steady voice did not tremble at all as you, my remote guru, my inspiration, my icon, my God, simply said, give me your thumb, Ekalavya. No one protested. Everyone watched as with one unerring stroke, I severed my thumb. It quivered in protest, red with fresh flowing subaltern blood. And I end the poem this way. Sir, why did you take my thumb away? Sir, why did you dwarf yourself? Sir, you are no longer my godly guru. Sir, you are now my target. Sorry, sir, I cannot forgive nor forget anymore. The sun also rises for us.
I may claim your thumb someday. So,
That was really wonderful. Arundhati, can we have, as a poet, you have written a lot of poetry that really stays with the person. You know, you write what I call personal poetry, and you do it very well. And you've got collections of life of a woman, life at home, life of your mother, your own. And what I want to know is, how do you manage to continue to keep that power sustained through several anthologies? And do you find, is that something natural, instinct that comes to you? Or do you plan to foray into something else?
I'm actually not sure that that is entirely true. In fact, I would say it isn't. But in fact, it takes me to some of the anxieties that you were talking about, Kaveri, which I thought you really laid your finger on so astutely. I think the fact that in the 90s, some of the cultural anxieties of our time, as I recall, as a practicing poet, were that if you spoke of your love of Keats and if you spoke of your love of juicy polysyllabic English words, you were considered an anchorless, culturally alienated, rootless intellectual. On the other hand, if you spoke of the poetry of Tirujnana Sambandar and you spoke of the jackfruit tree in your backyard, you were considered to be a vendor of cultural exotica to a Western readership. I was very aware that it was a double bind. And this bind is something I was acutely aware of as a woman poet. And I think I would encourage many women poets to actually sensitize themselves to it. That if you happen to speak of big dams, if you happen to speak of cultural politics, communal politics, overtly, you run the risk of being called transgressive, akhbari, inauthentic. On the other hand, if you choose to talk about menstruation and you choose to talk about a mother or a grandmother, you are called so personal, as in you are being authentic, but you are being navel-gazing. So to me, this was a double bind on both counts in terms of the cultural anxieties of my time, and of course the language part of it, which has also been touched on, which is there were endless arguments of whether English was an Indian language, invariably conducted in English. And we could go blue in the face saying that English was an Indian language, as Indian as democracy, as Indian as cricket, but that had to be proved and flags had to be waved. We believed that argument was dead and buried in our time, but it is quite amazing how the purveyors of language politics can bring it up again and again. So I'm very aware today as a 21st century writer that the only way, Kaveri, I think, to be oneself is to, yes, be aware of the arguments of your time, but at some point, dig deep within yourself. It's not about, do I choose to use an image that draws from my personal life, or do I choose to say Draupadi? Either way, it doesn't make me a bigger or a lesser poet, or it doesn't make it a larger or a smaller theme. I could choose to talk about a woman in a Bombay local, as I have, and I could choose to talk about Shakuntala, a classical heroine, as I have, and I could choose to talk about Avvaiyar, an ancient crone poet from Tamil Nadu, as I have, and I could choose to talk about Persephone. I haven't, but I might. And I would still be who I am. And I think this need to dig deep has meant a great deal to me, and for me, another ancestry that came to my rescue at a point in my life. I grew up, I must say, very grateful that I could read Elizabeth Bishop and Basho and be perfectly at ease with those voices as much as I was with Arun Kolatkar and A.K. Ramanujan. But the poets who truly came to my rescue at a time in my life when I needed them were the Bhakti poets of this subcontinent. And I mentioned them here not because I'm attempting here to prove that they are a truer ancestry because of this particular land and the fact that I happen to be from this land. But I believe they became for me a very deep genealogy. They became my anchorage because they reminded me that it is possible to have a relationship with a seeming other that does not entail that can allow you to be critical without being contemptuous, that can allow you to love and critique from a place of love, critique from a place of inclusion, critique from a place of deep compassion. To me, that's what the Bhakti poets reminded me of. That you could be erotic, passionate, argumentative with your gods and never stop loving them. You could do the same with any kind of projected other, and the world comes at us time and again with so many ideas of the other, but you can do that with every notion of the other, knowing, as the Bhakti poets did, and as they remind us, that there is no other. And I think that, to me, has been a deeply nourishing part of my creative journey.
Thank you.
So listening to them, I hope it is sort of reasserted why we should read poetry and why, since we don't have any other fiction writers here, we have 3 poets. What I want to say is that for fiction writers, it has always been a sort of table where you take nourishment from, has been from poetry. And I would really implore all fiction writers or aspiring fiction writers to read more poetry, because you will find that it is one of the most stimulating and most inspiring things to do for any form of fiction that you might write. This is just a separate aside from me. I'd like to now ask Rashmi about your work as an editor in your area and how you have been doing. You have talked to us a lot about it and about the modern, writers. Do you feel that the rest of India, from your position, do you feel that we are engaging with it enough? Do you find that there is enough attention being given to writing from the Northeast? Or would you like it to improve? Because what I have seen in fiction in the last few years, we've had several really good novels come out. Not just years, I would say for at least a decade. And so how is it from the other side, from the publishing side? Yeah.
Thank you so much for the question. I think the engagement is now no more between mainland India and Northeast India. It is between one manuscript and the other manuscript. We have from that side, that part of the country, such beautiful fiction that they are looked at par. I don't say that we were poor earlier. We have had brilliant fiction. The only thing was our language, perhaps. I put a perhaps here, because the English, which is generally understood everywhere, was perhaps not widely used in literature from our parts of the country. But now that barrier has been long shoved aside, and I have myself had fiction novels which have come up, accepted very warmly all over. And another trend between poetry and fiction is that we have this new trend of literature coming up, which is a blend of fiction and poetry. In between stories, in between narratives and novels, we have small poems. Maybe they are in the form of a little song sung by a friend to another, or maybe in the form of a lullaby sung by a mother to her child to put it to sleep. So there are small phrases of poems in between, which just adds that a chutzpah to the whole narrative. And as an editor, I am just into freelancing. I'm not a full-fledged, hard-on and ambitious editor, where we get the opportunity of just doing away with certain things. My kind of editing is a very compassionate kind of editing. I just point out the things and I tell them this perhaps would look nicer this way from my perception. You might have your perception. And that whole thing is about literature. If I need to impose my perception onto someone else, then I think it is all the same as other voices being dominated by other languages. Even if it is within the same language, and if one editor dominates too much upon the creativity of a writer, I think that also culminates into domination, which perhaps we can just suggest and maybe do some little guidance and suggestions for the writer. And so this is how I look into it. And yes, there has been a massive acceptance and awareness and readership of literature from our place. We have amazing people sitting here, in fact, writers who know better. Mamang Baido is here, Anjali Basmatari is here, and we have Streamlet at the back, and we have a whole lot of them, and their books are going places. We're not talking of India, we're talking of the globe. We're talking of the world. So I think that answers your question. Thank you.
Ranjit, could I put, I mean, you brought very interesting points to the fore, and I'd like to ask you some difficult questions. I mean, you did talk about the difficult times that we live in, and how can creative writers, how can creativity flourish in this period, as it has done in the past in moments of crisis, but this is I mean, we consider it a very special one, and something not seen before. And how do creative writers or people who are in creative fields manage this? How do they circumvent it? And what is our role? Are we important? Or are we going to just be sidestepped? You know, there are a lot of these tensions have come up to the fore when I speak to writers and people in writing. This is the constant dialogue that goes on. So since you brought up that subject, and it is certainly foremost in the minds of most writers, would you be able to elaborate a bit on it, please?
I know it's not in that sense a new situation, but what makes this somewhat unprecedented is the magnitude at which there's an attempt to completely remap our public sense, our public sphere, our collective. And you know, you talked about artificial intelligence, but there are other forms of technology that contribute to this magnitude. The manner in which a dominant worldview can just be enforced within months, not even years now. So when the public sphere is changing like that, when the possibilities of dissent or even reasonable discourse are being crushed, then honestly, writers just have two options. Either you go underground and write in private, which sort of defeats the purpose of writing altogether, or you embrace your also your fate, if you will, as a citizen, which might involve, much abused term, articulating yourself as a public intellectual, which sets up another set of issues. What does that do to the nature of your writing? What does that do to, you know, you talk about creativity, which of course requires a certain retreat and solitude and repose to work with. But I'm beginning to think now of not just the forms of urgency itself, but the kinds of forms of creativity with which we embrace that urgency. What is it that we need to do? What kinds of writing, what kinds of audiences do we engage with? I think increasingly for me, this has become a very important question of reaching out to, frankly, the future. I mean, what is the archive of this present moment that we would like to pass on 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now? So this is, yeah, it's not that I have immediate responses to what those forms will be, but I think we need to take account of this. Yeah. And this point about solidarity that I made a little earlier is, increasingly I'm vexed by the structure that seems to be imposed on us, which is of working within our own languages. And I've found it much more liberating to work across languages, to work with colleagues in other languages. So,
Do you think, sorry, just to interrupt you, but do you think that we are getting also in the creative field, are we getting, and in every other field, are we getting too serious? Is there a sort of a situation in our condition today where we don't have a sense of humor anymore? I'm talking not only of our space, I'm not talking only of creativity, I'm talking of the world beyond this. Are we becoming totally devoid of any sense of humor about the human being and what we are? Why are we so caught up with all these mad wars and, fighting each other for the most ridiculous things, when we could laugh it off if you just come down to the brass tacks of what we talk about, what someone eats, or where he goes, or what he wears, or, and various other things like that, what he speaks. So is it because we have lost that sense of playfulness about life itself? Have we become too serious-minded? In which case, I'm worried for the younger generation, you see, because...
Kaveri, as you know from my emails, I'm a great fan of rather whimsical humor. But why are we so serious? It's very simple. We're faced with political, cultural, and environmental extinction. So those are fairly good reasons to be rather anxious. So humor, of course, humor and allegory and a whole range of other devices are available to us. But as to the seriousness of the moment, I don't think it could be any more serious for the species and the planet.
Thank you. Amrit, can we have your thoughts on very much everything that we've been talking about, but since you were telling us about the diversity of travel writing and what it brings, to the act of writing, so please tell us your thoughts on the 21st century.
I'd just like to respond to two things that Ranjit pointed out. One is this sort of breadth that the crossover genre of travel writing actually offers. The way in which you could actually, for example, go across to what a truck driver is feeling, or for that matter, for example, in the Northeast, trace how Guru Tegh Bahadur at one point of time did go to the Northeast and what it meant for him, or for example, Atadi, the border town, what it was then, what it is now. So in this way, you see, it's very interesting in the way the past and the present, the small town and the metropolis have interacted in these spaces. But another point that he raised is this question of being patronizing, whether you are looking at it with the kind of an intimacy, and most of these travel writers use a journalistic perspective, which I think helps them in a large way. And in my experience, when I taught this course at my university, many of my students came up and told me that this is the India that, we think about. And it's very interesting in the way in which, say, a person like Amitabh Ghosh, for example, Amitabh Ghosh takes up the issue of the Sundarbans, the climate crisis, the legends of Ban Bibi, for example, which again find resonances in the travel narrative. So I think it's interesting in the ways in which fiction and travel writings are interacting with each other. And very interestingly, the other question that Ranjit sort of was talking about is, what can you do as a creative artist? And the question of humor that you raised. Many of these travelogues, incidentally, have a lot of humor within them. So it's a way in which, rather serious issues, which maybe in poetry or maybe in the novel, are not discussed. They are, through voices, they are sort of dissolved in humor to a certain extent. But yes, one of the points which I would raise is that so far, these travelogues have largely been experimental. I'm very keen to see, for example, climate, or for example, what it has meant for specific technologies. Materialities have come in, but what technology has done to travel, is something which has not come in such a big way. I'm very keen to see what kind of travelogues are being written later on.
Yes. And perhaps we could teach some sense of humor to our politicians as well while we do it. Dhananjay, could we have your thoughts?
Okay, I mean, yeah.
In whatever way you like, because you're teaching and you're, in a very important position. So
Yeah.
let us hear what you have to.
All right. So, I mean, some of the perspectives which I've got, of course, is kind of as a writer, using experiences which kind of cut across times, and traditions, and kind of I think all of my panelists, have been talking about, or the case of humor, for instance, especially writing in the time where climate crisis is serious, as giving one example. Of course, Amitabh Ghosh, since the mention was made of Amitabh Ghosh, created a derangement, of course, identifies this crisis to the Enlightenment, the fact that non-humans have not been were removed from being voices in literature and in fact social science writings as well. So for writers in India, and he especially of course mentions the Indian tradition, and quite many writers in the 21st century have been using metaphors and figures and narratives from that tradition, from the let's say pre-colonial traditions, and that have become voices in the 21st century. One of the reasons why writers in contemporary times keep going to these figures, whether it is Sita or Draupadi, is because what has been described in the critical scholarship as the ati prashnas in these texts. Ati prashnas are those prashnas which lead on to more questions but no answers. And therefore, generations after generations, writers have sought to find answers to those questions. Therefore, you keep going to the same situation, same narrative, same figure, same metaphor, and try to resolve this in the problems that you face in your own times in 21st century. And that's what these writers have been doing. The other side of it, which of course, since I've mentioned Tharoor and since I've mentioned Majumdar, we are living in different times, of course. We're living in different times where there are aspirations and there are assertions, obviously. There are assertions that lead to problems, there are assertions that lead to conflict. And when, as a reader, I always would like a writer who is raising questions rather than actually issuing a propaganda, rather than being a propagandist. This is my view and this is what it is. If this is one view was prevalent, then we will not be having whatever it is. I mean, and therefore people like Tharoor, and he raises the question of truth. What is truth after all? And then that he links to this one chapter in the Riot, where he says that I need to reinvent the way fiction would be written, and then he uses the word encyclopedia there. Then the writings need to be encyclopedic, means that it's the readers that with the knowledge of any point in the narrative you pick up and you go and read. Now it sounds like postmodernism. You can read Rushdie also like that. But difference is the technology has made a difference basically, because each part of the narrative is diffuse and therefore you keep on recreating. So I think, yes, there are lots of issues and humor obviously, and then there are categories of humor. I mean, humor is not, if we identify that, would necessarily make you laugh. It would make you twitch the point, in fact. And if you look at Natya Shastra, there are 5 forms of humor, obviously, and not all humors would actually make you laugh. But humor would make you have a wry kind of smile, or even not. It may not manifest in physical form, and yet it would be humor. So I think a lot of writers are doing that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We've got, I think, 5 minutes, about 7 minutes left. If there are any questions from the audience, which the speakers can take. Yes?
Yeah, thank you for a very, very interesting session and chairing the session, Kaveri. Arundhati, I think, raised the point. I kind of got lost a bit about technology. I'm just interested in finding out, you have this return of genres now. to suddenly see the coming back of science fiction and the coming back of a certain kind of genres that engage with technology, have been engaging with technology, and in writing especially, for example, science fiction coming back in a big way. So with the coming back of technology, as writers, practicing writers yourself, what do you see in terms of form and how that form engages with the social, with the technology as the pivot that works within it? So if someone could respond to that.
Any of you will answer this, please? Would one of you answer? Arundhati?
It's a good point, though, and I think I'm curious to know what the others say. I know that, there were so many shifts that I've personally been aware of, the way in which my line length shifted when I moved from a manual, when I moved from handwriting to a computer, to a typewriter, then from a typewriter to a computer. It's happening so rapidly that I sometimes don't even know if one can keep pace. What I see happening is very intensely today in my own work, greater distillation, not just because poetry demands it, but I actually believe that the maelstrom of stimuli around us demands that. Much greater distillation, a much deeper embrace of the pause, which is also always vital to poetry, but I feel becomes even more imperative today, simply because I feel that in an information-saturated world, one of the vital functions of poetry is to offer us a reprieve from too much meaning, by which I mean that poetry becomes an invitation as much to silence as to sound. And I'm personally more and more interested in that. A short answer.
Lovely. Yeah, there was a question. Yeah, please, right at the back.
Thank you. Thanks very much to this really interesting panel with fresh perspectives, several viewpoints on 21st century writing. I'm just going to problematize one aspect that was brought about on language. One has also witnessed that there is a great deal of focus, or quite a bit of focus on writings from Northeast India, and that's where I come from. And I'd just like to kind of add, this is really not a question. So we are talking about language kind of, being leveraged in Northeast literature, especially because there is a great deal of Anglophone writing, apart from the Bhasha languages of the older times. But what I wanted to also point out, I heard Rashmi talking about English also aiding the writer, lots of publishing houses bringing out new work, Anglophone work. The point that I want to make is there is now, and I speak as a reader and a critic and someone who teaches literature, there is a very easy and seamless blending of languages. And when I say languages, I'm also, of course, talking about cultures and ethnicities, which is what makes writing from Northeast India a whole different ballgame. So you have a kind of writing which, intersects and even collapses these divides that we've traditionally talked about. Refer, for example, to Janice Pariat's latest work, which has been reviewed and acclaimed widely, Everything the Light Touches. There is Kim Pham Nongkin Reeve from Meghalaya, for example, Funeral Nights. There is dear old Mamang herself sitting here, who's written much before about the river gods and, the river women. So I was wanting to tie in 2 points. One is language, the other is what are we writing about? Why are we writing differently? Also perhaps answering the question about anxiety. What is this anxiety we have about writing in the 21st century? When do we have enough to sit back and write lazily about? No, clearly we don't. And so Northeast India seems to give us a paradigm of what could be an eco-cosmopolitanism. So you have a cosmopolitan culture, you bring in several things together, but you are writing increasingly about land, about water, about plants. And I think this is a very definitive shift that you notice in writings from Northeast India.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any more questions? So can we...
Let it be a question only, not observation.
Indian citizen writing in English, and are translations from regional literature into English. Does it pose a threat to Indian writing in English?
And no, Indian writing would English would be a person writing in English, not a translation. That becomes a translation.
Well, I know it. I'm just
and-
asking
yeah.
about
So
the
these are just-
popularity,
No, it
about
is
the
just
reception, about
yeah,
the
and
response.
I think the response is very good, and translated writing that's translated to English continues to win awards, major awards, once it's been translated to English too. So I don't think it suffers it rather.
No. I raised the question because in terms of the content of the writing, if it's Indian culture and Indian ethos and the problems relating to what we are facing now, in the 21st century, is in any way the regional writer, the writers who write in their own language about the realities, do they in any way pose a threat to how the Indian English writers present the Indian reality? And also from the distance, when these diasporic writers write about what they have left behind or what they have never really experienced, and then they write pages, very long books, very heavy books about Indian reality, and the way it's being received by the people, by the media. I just wondered,
Yeah, I just want to conclude by saying I don't think it's a threat at all. I think it is English, when we say Indian writers, writing Indian writers in English, that is because English becomes an Indian language, when we write it. So I don't think it is a threat. All of it is part of our creative world in India, and those who write in English are very much a part of it. And thanks to all the panelists for your wonderful discussions, your thoughts, and your insights. I do hope the audience enjoyed it. Thank you.
On behalf of Sahitya Academy, we'd like to thank the Honorable Chair and all the speakers. Thank you all also for being with us. We'd now take a lunch break and be back again for our next session at 2:30. Thank you.
Also thrilled seeing you here, by the way.
लेकिन कविता हिंदी में पढ़ूंगी। पहली कविता का शीर्षक है सोना चोरी के तट से। सोना चोरी का ऊपर खाबर पंचीला तट, वर्षों पहले पुरखों ने एक किया जिस पर खून पसीना खोद कर निकाले पत्थर, चलाया हल बख्तर, बनाया कृषि योग्य उर्वर। सोना चोरी की अनगर्भा जिसके आंचल में लहलहाया करती थी कल तक सड़िया गोड्डा गोंदली जंगली ईसी अरहर उड़द कुल्फी और चने की फसलें। मनाता था गांव खुशबू और सोहराई का उत्सव। सोना चोरी के केशों में अब खिलते नहीं जटंगी के फूल, उसकी छाती पर पाले गए हैं सागौन के आरक्षित वन। सोना चोरी के केशों में अब खिलते नहीं जटंगी के फूल, उसकी छाती पर पाले गए हैं सागौन के आरक्षित वन। छिना नहीं केवल सोना चोरी का तट, छिना नहीं केवल सोना चोरी का तट, वंचित कर दिया गया स्वावलंबन से। बेदखल आदिवासी कृषक चल पड़े हाटों की ओर, ऊंचे दामों पर वही अन्न मगर मिलावटी खरीदने जिसे बटोरते थे सोना चोरी के तट से, जिसे बटोरते थे सोना चोरी के तट से। दूसरी कविता का शीर्षक सोचता हूँ। पतझड़ के मौसम में अर्धनग्न पेड़ों की छोटी छोटी शाखों पर जूड़े की भांति निकल आए कुंज में मुस्कुराता महुआ, सोचता अपने रथ के बारे में। मधुमक्खियां आकर ले जाएंगी उसे अपने छत्तों में या बिखेर देंगी यूं ही पत्तों में। सोचता महुआ अपने स्वाद के बारे में। मैना आकर चखेगी उसे या केवल मार कर सोच उड़ जाएगी आसमान में। धरती पर टप टप टपकता महुआ, सोचता अपनी गंध के बारे में। धरती पर टप टप टपकता महुआ, सोचता अपनी गंध के बारे में। भोर होने से पहले आएगा भालू सूखता हुआ, भरेगा पेट अपना क्या कुचल कर चल देगा कोहू की ओर। आंगन की धूप में चूमता महुआ, सोचता अपनी पौष्टिकता के बारे में। आंगन की धूप में चूमता महुआ, सोचता अपनी पौष्टिकता के बारे में। घर के बच्चे बूढ़े खाएंगे उसके पकवान या बेच देंगे दारू की भट्टी में। सोचता वह अपने गुड़ के बारे में। सोचता वह अपने गुड़ के बारे में कि गुड़ बनकर घोलेगा लोगों के जीवन में मिठास, या बनकर शराब करेगा घर का नाश, या बनकर शराब करेगा घर का नाश।
नमस्कार. I am Arun Mhatre from Maharashtra, reciting my poem in Marathi, and simultaneously I will translate it so that it will be very convenient for you to understand what I am saying. बहुत बरस पहले चुपके चुपके रात में ये गाना हम सुनते थे, तो गाना सुनते सुनते ये लगता था कि हमारा भी एक गाना या एक कविता ऐसी लिखी कि उसमें सब पुरानी मेरी यादें हैं, कि चुपके चुपके रात दिन के सुर में मैं गाता हूँ। तो वो गीत ये ऐसा है। हे दिवस आता कुठे जेव्हा फुले फुलायची, हे दिवस आता कुठे जेव्हा फुले फुलायची, दूर ती गेली तरीही सावली भेटायची, हे दिवस आता कुठे. यानी कि वो दिन अब कहाँ रहे जब गुल ही हमसे बातें करते थे, वो दिन अब कहाँ रहे जब गुल ही हमसे बातें करते थे. दूर हो जाते जाने के
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly take your seats. We will now begin with the third session. आज हमारा जो तीसरा सत्र है उसमें हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं. इसका विषय है भविष्य के उपन्यास. The topic of the third session is novels of future. इस सत्र की अध्यक्षता कर रही हैं प्रतिभा रे जी और हमारे वक्ता हैं अनुराधा शर्मा पुजारी, भगवान दास मोरवाल, केपी रामानुन्नी, महुआ माझी, प्रीति शनोय, राजन गाविस और रामदेव शुक्ला जी. आप सबसे निवेदन है, काइंडली टेक योर प्लेसेस ऑन द डेज. A few words by way of introduction. Pratibha Ray is an eminent Odia fiction writer. She was professor and former member of the Public Service Commission, Odisha. She has one poetry collection, 5 essay collections, 23 novels, 26 story collections, 12 travelogues, an autobiography, and a book on 5 primitive tribes of Odisha. आपको पद्मश्री, पद्म भूषण, साहित्य अकादमी पुरस्कार, मूर्ति देवी पुरस्कार, भारतीय ज्ञानपीठ पुरस्कार और आकाशदीप पुरस्कार सहित अनेक पुरस्कारों से सम्मानित किया जा चुका है। आपको ओडिया में उत्कल रत्न, कलिंग रत्न, रेविशा रत्न और साहित्य रत्न से सम्मानित किया जा चुका है। आपकी रचनाओं का कई भारतीय और विदेशी भाषाओं में अनुवाद हुआ है। अनुराधा शर्मा पुजारी एक प्रतिष्ठित असमिया लेखिका हैं। आपकी 26 पुस्तकें प्रकाशित हो चुकी हैं। आप प्रख्यात मीडिया व्यक्तित्व हैं और वर्तमान में असमिया साप्ताहिक सादिन और साहित्यिक पत्रिका सत्सोरी की संपादक एवं के रूप में कार्यरत हैं। शी इज रेसिपिएंट ऑफ द साहित्य अकादमी अवार्ड फॉर हर नॉवल इयात आखौन आरण्या आसिल, besides many prestigious awards for her contribution to Assamese literature and print media. भगवान दास मोरवाल ने लगभग 2 दर्जन पुस्तकें लिखी हैं और 2 पुस्तकों का संपादन किया है। आपके लेखन का अंग्रेजी और क्षेत्रीय भाषाओं में भी अनुवाद हो चुका है। आप हिंदी अकादमी, दिल्ली सरकार और हरियाणा साहित्य अकादमी के सदस्य रह चुके हैं। He is a recipient of many awards and honors, including बनमाली कथा सम्मान, जन कवि मेहर सिंह सम्मान, हरियाणा साहित्य अकादमी अवार्ड, डॉक्टर अंबेडकर सम्मान, शोभना अवार्ड एंड मेनी अदर्स। के.पी. रामनुन्नी प्रख्यात मलयालम कथाकार हैं। आप मलयालम विश्वविद्यालय थिरूर में एडजंक्ट प्रोफेसर भी हैं। आपकी प्रकाशित रचनाओं में 4 उपन्यास, 15 कहानी संग्रह और 5 निबंध संग्रह शामिल हैं। Sufi Paranja Katha, his first novel, was adapted into a Malayalam language film. He has been honored with Sahitya Akademi Award, Kerala Sahitya Akademi Award, Vayalar Award, Bharatiya Bhasha Parishad National Award, Bashir Puraskaram, Katha Award, Keli Award, Padmarajam Puraskar, and many more. Currently, he is convener of the Malayalam Advisory Board of the Sahitya Akademi. महुआ माझी। महुआ माझी राज्यसभा की सदस्य और उपन्यासकार, कथाकार, समाजशास्त्री तथा सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता हैं। आप झारखंड राज्य महिला आयोग की पूर्व अध्यक्ष और झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा पार्टी की महिला मोर्चा की पूर्व केंद्रीय अध्यक्ष भी हैं। आपके उपन्यास मो बोरी शाइला और मरंग घोड़ा नीलकंठ हुआ व्यापक रूप से प्रशंसित है। आपको ब्रिटेन के होम लॉर्ड सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्टर द्वारा हाउस ऑफ लॉर्ड्स लंदन में इंटरनेशनल स्टोरी यूके अवार्ड प्रदान किया गया। आप मध्य प्रदेश साहित्य अकादमी पुरस्कार, अखिल भारतीय वीर सिंह देव पुरस्कार, विश्व हिंदी सेवा सम्मान आदि अनेक सम्मानों से भी सम्मानित हैं। प्रीति शनॉय is a noted poet, writer, motivational speaker and a fitness enthusiast. She has authored 16 bestsellers, which include short stories and poetry collections. She also wrote a weekly column in the Financial Chronicle for many years. She is recipient of Popular Choice Fiction Award, Indian of the Year Award, Business Excellence Award, among others. She has been featured on the Forbes long list and the most influential celebrities in India. राजन गावस प्रख्यात मराठी लेखक और कवि हैं। आप शिवाजी विश्वविद्यालय कोल्हापुर में मराठी विभागाध्यक्ष तथा प्राध्यापक हैं। आपका प्रथम प्रकाशन हुंदका नाम की कविता संग्रह था। तत्पश्चात आपने भंडारबोध, गिंगना जैसे कई उपन्यास लिखे हैं। He has more than 30 publications to his credit. He is a member of the Sahitya Ani Sanskriti Mandal Mumbai and Vishwakosh Nirmiti Mandal Mumbai. Professor Gavis has won many prestigious awards such as the Sanskriti Award, Sahitya Akademi Award, Bhairu Ratan Damini Award, to name a few. रामदेव शुक्ला। रामदेव शुक्ला प्रख्यात हिंदी लेखक हैं। आप गोरखपुर विश्वविद्यालय के आधुनिक भारतीय भाषा और हिंदी विभाग के प्रोफेसर और विभागाध्यक्ष के पद पे सेवानिवृत्त हुए। आपके उपन्यास ग्राम देवता का बांग्ला में अनुवाद किया गया है, माफ़ कीजिए, बंगला में अनुवाद किया गया है और दूरदर्शन द्वारा टेलीफिल्म के रूप में प्रदर्शित किया जा चुका है। He has written more than 100 short stories which have been published in many prestigious Hindi journals. He is a recipient of Bhartendu Harishchandra Award, Shruti Kriti Shikhar Samman, Takshashila Samman, Vidya Bhushan Samman and Sudha Bindu Samman. मैं अपनी अध्यक्षा प्रतिभा रे जी से निवेदन करती हूँ कि आप कृपया इस सत्र का कार्यभार संभालें।
Teaching for more than 35 years, I am habituated to stand for 1 hour and speak. Therefore, it is more comfortable for me. My learned panelists and very efficient and eminent anchor and off the dais, distinguished personalities. मेरे सामने जो बैठे हैं, पीछे भी जो बैठे हैं, वो आए हैं मुझे नर्वस करने के लिए. But there is no scope to speak because we will have hardly 10 minutes or less than that. So I am just putting to some points so that I don't know my panelists may speak on that or different to it. The topic is novels of future. There is difference future of novel and novel of future. So this is novel of future. Definitely novels will follow time because novels write time, novels transcend time, novels can go back, go forward. Novels are free to write anything. That is the freedom of novelists. If we think that novels are now declining and readership also declining and they are thinking that the cult of no time to read for the readers. They are passing through a cult, no time to read. But writers never think that no time to write. It is a passion, not a profession. Many novelists of the past and contemporary times do not believe that literary fiction is in crisis. If so, this crisis is good for writers because it works like catalyst. One of the possible questions is to dig up the roots of technological changes in changing time. How the novels will change. Science and technology may make life easier for a writer, but they are only tools to record their thinking. Artificial intelligence may not take the role of a novelist. Translation by computer, in example, you know how it is being translated. The impact of new technology may help in noting down the thought process, but computer cannot provide you experience. Computer may provide information but not experience. So writers ought to have experience on the time, on the place, on the culture, and they should live with the character. So we are talking about what will be the shape, size or kind of novels in future. Adaptation to new technology, definitely there will be there. Novel will be not very big because novelists has no time. Most of the novelists are in corporate job now. Also the readers. So novels will be very adapt new form like flash fiction, artificial intelligence, and Margaret Atwood speaks about integration of multimedia elements. Integration of multimedia elements in novels like augmented reality. Novel will continue endless exploration of human nature, definitely. And globalization of narratives, authors like Haruki Murakami, Japan, he says that as the world becomes more interconnected, novels will transcend cultural boundary, offering diverse perspectives and reflecting broader experiences. There will be characters like I want to give you some example. Writers think faster than scientists because before scientists think about a trip to moon, poets and writers they have already reached there, writing in their novels or poetry. One of my dream drama, Srishti, the creation, in 1917, had its theme as the test tube baby. The novel Aranya was published in 1977. The theme was test tube baby. But world's first test tube baby was born in 1978 in England, after my novels are published. Of course, the research were going on. I was following the research. My novel Samudrara Swara, Voice of Ocean, was published in 1977. The characters were robots assisting a scientist who invented a machine, brain vision, to study the thought process of human beings. The brain graph brings out the clear picture of man's mind. The scientists, after inventing the machine, experimented with self and became mad. The unconscious brought up terrible things which he could never thought of consciously. Ultimately, there was a legal case against the scientist's invention. In the courtroom, everybody avoided to be tested by the machine, brain vision. Ultimately, the wife of the scientist is throwing the machine, brain vision, in the ocean. The question is, should there be a machine like that who will minutely read your mind? Of course, lie detector is there, but it is not final. Brain vision is more clear than that. But thank God, up to this time, this type of machine has not been invented. The future of novel writing may involve a greater blending of genres, breaking away from traditional to classification. You must be thinking that in future the Ramayana, Mahabharata will not be there, people will not follow, but it will be there. I tell you, after even 100 years, the traditional, not traditional, even the modern people, they will follow the Mahabharata. And that is the कालजयी साहित्य जिसको बोलते हैं कालजयी साहित्य. Another problem is publishing. Publishing is a very difficult task nowadays for the publishers, for the writers. They are self-publishing. In future, self-publishing will be definitely easier. And readers will read in social media. Now in social media, writers writing, and readers are counting how many likes, how many thousand likes are there. That is inspiring to them. That is a new thing. I don't know what is the future of this social media writing. My panelists will tell. Uh, I think I should not speak more. I pointed out some points. Whether you will elaborate it or you give a new point, it is up to you. And I think that all my experienced and very learned panelists, all are good novelists and having many more books in publishing. They will definitely highlight what will be the shape and the future of novel. Novel of futures and future of novel, two different things. Future of novel is not bleak, I say, not in crisis. Novel will be written. But what will be the shape and size and type of novel, that depends upon the time, upon the characters, upon the novelists, younger generation, those who are coming ahead. Thank you very much.
Uh, 10 minutes. Okay. Namaskar, everybody. Actually, it's a privilege and I'm very, very happy and special to me for the chairperson, the eminent writer like Pratibha Rai. And namaskar to you and my co-panelists and you, everybody sitting here. So it's a very broad subject, actually, novels of future. Already now in 21st century, we have seen that most of the topics have been covered from technology, science, and that's gender, yes, and gender equalities. Everything has been covered already. So that time is very late, only 10 minutes I'll have, so that I will, I'm just writing some points on it. The future is always based on past and present. To discuss about novel of future, I will try to give some glimpse. In general, post-colonial novels moved away from traditional discourse of Indian literature. The newer generation of 21st century authors has represented the entirety of life in modern India. The most dynamic and influential Indian writing uses new novelistic forms, literary styles, tied and changing landscape of Indian contemporary social political scenario. So that's why I have I will give you some points on the present topic, present novels. The present novels generally based on 4 categories, that is new urban realism, gender and secular religion, globalizing India, reconceptualizing of history of past, drastic changes of village because the improving of communication and technology, we have seen that our village life has been changed drastically. So these four categories covering entire geopolitical, environmental and human issues of the society. India has more than 20 literary language, but English remains the dominant language for Indian literature. Complaint arises frequently from regional language writer that literature from region remain unknown, unreviewed, and largely unread by country's most educated readers, so that we cannot properly predict the future of novels, because most of the regional literature still in dark. They are not being translated properly. Colonialism widely taught Indians to speak English in schools and had imposed the idea of supremacy of English language. The renowned book publishers rating Indian writers who writes in English or few regional fiction has been translated to English. In this perspective, the future novel cannot be judged properly in India. The large number of educated readers of India, most familiar with Aravind Adiga, Arundhati Rai, Vikram Seth, Kiran Desai, Gita Hariharan, Abhitav Ghosh, and so on. On the other hand, most of the fiction from remote area, writer is own language still lying dark. So what would be the future of novel? It is indeed complex, but gradually the Indian English authors began employing the techniques of hybrid global language, magic realism, with narrative themes and ballad, folklores, myth, legends, and so on of the soil. It is naturally arrests attention of the world readers. Here I am going to place some books. It has been anticipated in 2023 and focus that these books will hit in 2024. These books are Knife by Salman Rushdie. When the attack recently on 2022, this author was stabbed for 10 times, and he was about to give, when he was about to give in public literature in Newark, and he lost the sight in one eye. So how he recovered the positive thinkings, it will attract the people. The translated work, the Malayalam Sandamari, the story of a woman trying to find her place in the world. The Unshamed, the book name. It is about sex therapist by Neha Bhatt. Author hopes break the pattern of India's sexual health, different perspective and relationship in modern India. An Uncommon Love. It is biography of Sudha and Narayan Murthy, founder of Infosys. The Hill Enchantment, the story of my life. It is also a memoir from Ruskin Bond. The authorized biography Shabana Azmi. So we have seen that most of the books has been focused, and it is anticipated that the books on true stories, rather is not a novel. It is categorized on non-fiction. But what happened, the elements of fictions we have seen in all biographical novels. The characters, setting, plot, art of bringing the past, present, conflict, and complex situation. The trend makes us believe that future readers of the world shall go for incredible true stories of life, which will be written following the style of the novel. So everybody now started reading, and they wherever we see that this novel is based on true stories, that reader it attracts readers more. So it will definitely, we can anticipate it. That future novel will be like biographical novel, like that. We have some points there. The probability of advanced stages of cultural renaissance, future fiction will reveal new cultural, historical possibilities, new understanding of the relationship between human and non-human creature. Impact of migration, changing the value system of belief, family bond, human behavior will domain the stories. Number two, strong growth of regional literature will mass issues will get prominency in future. Indian village life, socio-political, cultural philosophy scenario is reflection of our country, and the diversity of occupations like potters, carpenters, weavers, ironsmiths' life has been changing through industrialization, improvement of communication, impact of modern technology, bound to scramble rural anatomy and tradition. Regional literature will more stronger with village-based works because it is changing. And in future also, we can guess that tremendously it will change. Number three, technical innovation. Just our chairperson has already she has told us about the technology. Nowadays, what happened in Assamese novel, I have seen one or two Assamese novel, they are using QR code. If you are reading the novel, and if you touch somewhere, that you can listen the song also. You can visualize one village also. Technically, these novels are changing. The book format is changing. So I think that technical innovation, artificial intelligence will make some confusion also. It is true. I agree with the chairperson also. The artificial intelligence cannot be replaced by original thoughts. Community conflicts, migration problems may find place. Land scarcity, environmental hazard, pollution issues may get prominency in future novel. Explore recent and hidden.
Please, your time is over.
Okay, one line only. Unexplored, recent and hidden historical episode may be thematic concern in future. There will be no separate LGBTQ literature, and rather it will merge with all. There will be no any gender difference and LGBT and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I request Bhagwan Das Moral, 10 minutes only.
मित्रों, मैं पहली बात तो हिंदी में बोलूँगा, और दूसरी बात कि अगर 10 से 11 मिनट हो जाए तो कोई मित्र हाथ उठा दे तो मैं समझ जाऊँगा, तो यहाँ से चला जाऊँ। देखिए, ये जो आज का विषय है, नॉवेल्स ऑफ फ्यूचर, या हिंदी में हम कहें भविष्य के उपन्यास, दरअसल इससे दो तरह की ध्वनियाँ निकलती हैं कि क्या इस विषय का आशय टेक्नोलॉजिकल एस्पेक्ट से है या विषयगत विषय से है। अगर मैं पहले टेक्नोलॉजिकल थोड़ा सा एस्पेक्ट्स पर बात करूं, तो मुझे लगता है कि इन दिनों इस चीज़ को लेकर बहुत बहस हो रही है कि भाई जो छपे हुए उपन्यास है या कृतियां, रचनाएं हैं, उनको कोई पढ़ने वाला नहीं है, और ये कहा जाता है कि नहीं, आप इसको किसी दूसरे फॉर्मेट में लाइए। देखिए, जहाँ तक फॉर्मेट का प्रश्न है, हमें याद है उसका बहुत ज़्यादा समय नहीं हुआ, ई बुक्स का चलन शुरू हुआ था, और जब हम लेखकों के पास रॉयल्टी आती है तो उसमें ई बुक्स का भी होता है। और मज़ेदार उसमें यह है कि मेरे पास जितनी भी रॉयल्टी स्टेटमेंट्स आई हैं, ई बुक्स का मुश्किल से 1 या 2 का इस तरह से था। और धीरे धीरे मुझे लगता है कि अब ई बुक्स का चलन बिल्कुल बाहर हो चुका है। उसके बाद फिर ऑडियो बुक्स आया, और जिसको कि लेकर ये कहा जाता है कि जो हमारा युवा वर्ग है वह उसको बहुत पसंद करता है, वह उसको सुनता है। लेकिन दिक्कत इसमें सबसे बड़ी यह है कि आप छोटी कहानी, लघु कथा, कविता को तो ऑडियो बुक्स में ला सकते हैं उस तरह से, लेकिन एक बड़ा उपन्यास, जिस तरह की खास तौर से हिंदी उपन्यासों की परंपरा रही है, मोटे मोटे उपन्यास, अगर मैं अपने ही उपन्यासों की बात करूं तो मेरे 2 उपन्यास तो 500 के लगभग हैं शुरू के, काला पहाड़ और बाबल तेरा देश में, एक लगभग 400 पेज का है। तो सवाल इसका है कि इसका पाठ ऑडियो बुक्स में इसका करेगा कौन? ये इतना आसान नहीं है। दूसरी बात, इसकी कुछ फायदे भी हैं और नुकसान भी है, लेकिन मेरा अपना ये मानना है कि जैसे टेक्नोलॉजी में मैं अगर आज अपनी बात करूं, लेखक को अपडेट होना चाहिए। मैं पिछले 6 वर्षों से अब कागज से नहीं लिखता हूं। मैं अपना लेखन जितना भी है सब लैपटॉप पर करता हूं, यूनिकोड में इस्तेमाल करता हूं, और जितनी भी टेक्नोलॉजी उसकी होती है, कंप्यूटर की, लैपटॉप की, मैं उससे वाबस्तु अभ्यस्त हूं और मुझे कोई ऐसी दिक्कत नहीं आती है। मेरे पास इस वक्त मेरे 5 उपन्यासों की वर्ड फाइल मेरे पास सुरक्षित है, जो मेरी अपनी एसेट है। यानी जब कोई रिसर्चर, कभी कोई कहता है कि साहब दक्षिण भारत का या दूर किसी उसका कि हमारे पास किताब नहीं आ सकती है तो हम क्या करें, मैंने कहा मैं इसमें आपकी एक मदद कर सकता हूं कि जो मेरे पास उसकी वर्ड फाइल है मैं उसको मेल कर सकता हूं, पीडीएफ में और वर्ड फाइल में, दोनों में। तो उसका तुरंत फायदा ये होता है कि वो कुछ ही मिनटों में उसके पास पहुंच जाती है और वो उस छपी हुई पुस्तक का काम करती है। लेकिन जो छपी हुई पुस्तक है, जो उसके शब्दों की खुशबू है, जो ताज़ा ताज़ा जब बाइंड होकर आती है और जब पाठकों और लेखकों के पास आती है, उसका जो एहसास होता है, मैं समझता हूं उसकी जगह हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं ले सकती। मेरा अपना ये मानना है कि हो सकता है कि आने वाले समय में कुछ तब्दीलियां हो। जैसे अभी मैं आपको बताऊं, मेरा एक इसी साल ये उपन्यास आया कांस। इसमें एक छोटा सा प्रयोग तो नहीं है, ये पहले भी होता रहा है कि हर चैप्टर से पहले इसमें एक स्केच दिया गया है, जो उसका चैप्टर का जो जिस चैप्टर पर आगे लेकर कहानी बढ़ती है उससे रिलेटेड इसमें एक स्केच दिया गया है। तो इसका कोई कथानक पर, थीम पर कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। सिर्फ यह है कि जब पाठक पढ़ता है तो उसको थोड़ा अच्छा लगता है, उसको एक रिलीफ मिलता है। तो एक ये तो किया जा सकता है कि भविष्य के उपन्यासों में कुछ इस तरह के प्रयोगों को बढ़ाया जाए, लेकिन दिक्कत इसमें लेखक की तरफ से नहीं, दिक्कत इसमें पब्लिशर्स की तरफ से आती है, प्रकाशक की तरफ से आती है, क्योंकि ये खर्चे का काम है। ये बगैर पैसे का नहीं होगा, बल्कि अब तो ये और होने लगा है कि जो किताबों के कवर बनते हैं वो उनके वेब डिजाइनर बनाते हैं, किसी आर्टिस्ट से नहीं बनवाए जाते। ये कुछ उस तरह की दुश्वारियां हैं। अब दूसरी बात मैं करता हूं, जो दूसरी ध्वनि निकलती है कि भविष्य के उपन्यास किस तरह के होने चाहिए, यानी विषय के अनुसार। देखिए मित्रों, हम सब जानते हैं कि ये जो मौजूदा दौर है ये अस्मिता का दौर है, आइडेंटिटी का दौर है। हमारे मित्र प्रोफेसर बद्री नारायण जी इस बात को अच्छी तरह जानते हैं और इनके प्रयास इस तरह से बार बार होते रहे। गिरीश्वर मिश्र जी बैठे हुए हैं, ये वर्धा में रहे, इन चीज़ों को ये भी अच्छी तरह से जानते हैं, और भी हमारे सब लिखने पढ़ने वाले जानते हैं कि जिस तरह से आज के अस्मितावादी दौर में जिस तरह के डिस्कोर्स, जिसको कई विमर्श कहिए, 90 के दशक में, उसके बाद जैसे पहले दलित विमर्श, स्त्री विमर्श, फिर धीरे धीरे बहुत सारे विमर्शों की एक तरह से कतार बन गई, किसान विमर्श, किन्नर विमर्श, अब तो यहाँ तक होने लगा है कि बाल विमर्श, वृद्ध विमर्श तक आ गया है। और इस विमर्श का जितना नाश हमारे हिंदी विश्वविद्यालय के हिंदी विभागों ने किया है, उसमें बेचारे लेखकों को कई बार सोचना पड़ता है कि उसे करना क्या है, क्योंकि लेखक कभी कोई डिस्कोर्स या विमर्श के दायरे में नहीं लिखता है। हाँ, आने वाले समय में मेरा इतना विश्वास है कि जिस तरह की स्थितियां भौगोलिक स्तर पर, स्थानीय स्तर पर तेजी से बदल रही हैं, तो अभी और बहुत सारे मुद्दों पर, बहुत सारे विषयों पर उपन्यास लिखे जाने हैं। मुझे लगता है कि भविष्य के उपन्यास जब और आगे आएंगे तो अभी कहना बहुत मुश्किल है। दरअसल इस वक्त कहना बहुत मुश्किल है। कई बार हमसे ये कहा जाता है, मुझसे ये कहा जाता है कि भाई जो परिवर्तन आ रहे हैं राजनीतिक स्तर पर, दूसरे स्तर पर, उस पर लिखना चाहिए। जैसे कई लोगों ने कहा कि किसानों पर लिखना चाहिए, आपने इन दिनों देखा होगा कि किसानों पर लिखने की एक तरह से होड़ सी लगी हुई है। मैंने कहा कि नहीं, मैं किसान पर कभी नहीं लिखूंगा, और अभी तो कम से कम 10-15 साल तो अभी भी नहीं सोच सकता, क्योंकि कोई भी चीज घटना होती है, तत्कालिक उस घटना पर आप कहानी तो लिख सकते हैं, लेकिन उपन्यास लिखने के लिए एक समय का इंतजार करना पड़ता है, बहुत सारी चीजें उसमें किस तरह से और बदलाव आती है, उस पर ध्यान नजर रखनी पड़ती है, तब कहीं जाके उपन्यास पकता है। जाहिर सी बात है कि आज जो हमारा वंचित, उपेक्षित और हाशिए का समाज था, कम से कम आज ये काम जिसको कहना चाहिए कि जो बड़ा काम किया है वो उपन्यास ने किया है, और मैं इस को लेकर पूरी तरह से आशावादी हूं कि भविष्य में आप लोगों को एक से एक बेहतर उपन्यास अलग अलग विषयों पर पढ़ने को मिलेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much. You are in time. I invite K.P. Ramanuni, a very experienced novelist from Kerala.
Respected and dear Didi Pratibha Rai and other eminent novelists on the dais, friends, I am very happy to participate in this session of Novels of Future, which is chaired by our great novelist Pratibha Rai. In Kerala, we consider Pratibha Rai as a Malayalam writer. She is so familiar to our land. And in addition to that, in audience, it is very happy to note that Damodar Mauso is here, Vishwas Patil is there, great novelists are there. So all of us are very much inspired to see you and talk in this session. The subject of our seminar session is Novels of Future. Actually, this subject is so exotic, having a multi-dimensional importance. First of all, it deals with the most popular genre of literature, that is novels. Novel is considered as the Mahakavya of modern times. It is also a valuable commodity of modern times. Global sales of novels exceed the total sale proceedings of all other literary genres. Whenever I participate in a discussion, seminar, or symposium on novel, I can't resist the temptation of quoting a comment made by the master novelist Milan Kundera. Because Kundera's statement brings out the uniqueness and importance of novel on one side. On the other side, it upholds a major ideology of 21st century, that is anti-colonial politics. Kundera had told, Westerners will never get entry to heaven. God will surely block them due to the historical atrocities they have done towards the third world countries. Then Kundera adds that if there is a chance of God feeling pity at the end and admits the Westerners to the heaven, it would be only because of their merit of inventing the literary genre of novel. At this point, we may remember that Kundera himself was a Westerner. He was a Czechoslovakian. By this statement, Kundera is establishing two things. One is the greatness of novels. Oh, it is something which can issue entry pass to the heaven even for sinners. On the other hand, Kundera reminds the enormity of sin that was done towards the third world countries by Western colonialism. He actually blames Westerners and also asks them to be self-critical. He might have supported our Shashi Tharoor's argument for repatriations from Britain to India. So we are examining the future form of such a great literary genre, that is novels. The interesting thing is that all good novels, let it be 19th century novels, 20th century novels, or 21st century novels, they are all novels of future. Why? Because they were not portraying the past or the present. They were really imagining the future or creating the future by imagination. The first two novels of Malayalam can be taken as the best examples for that. O. Chandumanon's novel Indulega, which was published in 1889, tells us the story of a bold and progressive woman called Indulega. She belongs to a matrilineal family system. Indulega, who is well educated in English, quarrels with the traditional customs and values of her family. She is not submissive or meek before her powerful uncle. She is not hesitant to sit before him and straight and make arguments on social issues. When Suri Nambudiri, a wicked Brahmin, tries to make advancement towards her using his superiority of caste, Indulega becomes violent and drives him out of her house. During the time of the publication of the novel Indulega, a woman like Indulega did not exist in Kerala. O. Chandumenon was not portraying the existing state of affairs. Instead, the novelist was bringing out the liberative dreams of womanfolk through the creation of a character like Indulega. After the release of the novel, so many junior Indulegas ready to revolt against the customs and traditions came into being and called Sindabad to Chandumenon's Indulega. I wanted to tell the second novel also, but because of the limitation of time, I am not going to C.V. Ram Billa's Marthandavarma. Friends, you know, I am also a novelist. When I give examples of novels, I should not shy away from mentioning my novels because it is not a personal matter. My novels are not my personal property. They are properties of the public domain on which discussion and deliberations could be made. My Sahitya Academy award-winning novel, Devathinte Pustham, Book of God, imagines the influence of a black hole on Earth. You know, black hole is a phenomenon where all laws of physics are upturned and past, present, and future gets mixed up. By the influence of black hole, Dwapara Yuga comes back to 21st century and Krishna repeats his life. Likewise, the 6th century and Prophet Muhammad also repeats. The souls of Krishna and Prophet Muhammad, which meets at 21st century, discovers that they are the birds of the same feather. Actually, Devathinte Pustham is a futuristic dream of purifying earth by the correction of all historical mistakes done in the past. It also depicts the core values of all religions that are the same. They are not destined, the religions are not destined to fight each other as Samuel Huntington dictates to do. In the unconditional unity and cooperation of all religions is only a future dream. That is the concept mooted out in my novels Sufi Paranja Katha and Devathinte Pusthakam. I have been listing previous century novels and comparatively old novels which were imagining or predicting the future. Now we can examine the new and latest novels which clearly indicate the nature of future novels. I will take only one example. You can see the novel The Ultimate Cyborg by Martin Caidin, written by Martin Caidin. It imagines a story of 2070. In 2070, only two mega nations, namely technoria and peasants exist in the world. You can see a tall red-haired lady dressed in spotless white shirt and smooth black denim taking class on bionic implants for students. She tells like this: modern medicine can cure every disease known to mankind, though through advanced surgery, we cannot only replace internal organs, but entire limbs also we can displace. Unlike an ordinary arm, which can only help with basic functions such as grabbing bottles and opening doors, this bionic arm can easily lift weight 10 times as heavy as the user. With a grip strength of 300 pounds, it can easily crush cans, bend iron bars, and turn bricks to dust. This arm is corrosion resistant, battery powered, and can be controlled with user's mind. You know, this is the direction which the new novels are coming. They are talking about our robots and other new forms of the interference of artificial intelligence. This is the type of narration of the novel, the ultimate cyborg. You know, cyborg is not a robot. It's a combination of human and machine. The ultimate cyborg clearly indicates the nature of future novels. Future novels will surely inspire the technological advancements, and in turn, the technological advancements will surely inspire the imagination of the writers. When novels sprung up to narrate the fast-changing technocratic society, some novelists concentrated on leftover subjects like the life of marginalized sections. So many Malayalam novels now throw light on the unwritten experiences of high-range and coastal communities. Novels of P.F. Matthews and Binoy Thomas are best examples. Arshad Bateri, who is sitting here, his works like Nammuda Kedakya Age Pacha portrays the uniqueness of Wayanad with an ethnological insight. My General Council member Mahadevan Thambi is also a novelist and very good short story writer who tries to write about unfamiliar areas of experiences.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I am just winding up. Actually, the Mahakavya of modern time, that is novel, are capable of doing, showing a correct direction for the modern advancement of technology. Only thing is that novels should not be hijacked by the profit-making interest of the market. Beware, even though novel has become common means, a popular form of literature, its paternal gene is from capitalism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. I invite the brilliant speaker and brilliant novelist, Madam Mohua Majhi, to present her points.
साहित्य अकादमी के इस सारस्वत आयोजन में मंच पर उपस्थित वरिष्ठ लेखिका परम आदरणीय प्रतिभा राय जी, मंच और इस सभागार में उपस्थित देश के सम्मानित लेखकगण, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य अतिथिगण, साहित्य प्रेमियों, कुशल मंच संचालिका, आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार, जोहार। साहित्य अकादमी को आभार, मुझे आमंत्रित करने के लिए धन्यवाद। भविष्य के उपन्यास आज का विषय है। भविष्य का उपन्यास जैसा भी हो, लेकिन निश्चित रूप से उसे मौलिक होना चाहिए, और मौलिक इस रूप में कि साहित्य का जो पहला शर्त है कि वह किसी की कॉपी ना हो, अपनी भी कॉपी ना हो, भाषा, कथ्य, शिल्प में कुछ अलग हो, ताकि लोग उसे पढ़ना चाहें, क्योंकि रिपीटेशन बार बार लोग पसंद नहीं करते। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि उसमें नयापन तो निश्चित रूप से होना चाहिए, और समय जो है वो परिवर्तनशील है, बहुत सारी चीज़ें बदलती हैं। हम अभी से प्रेडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते कि आने वाला समय कैसा होगा, उसे साहित्य में आना ही चाहिए। भौतिक संस्कृति जितनी तेजी से बदलती है, अभौतिक संस्कृति उतनी तेजी से नहीं बदलती है, इसलिए तुरंत हम चाहें तो ऐसा हो ये कोई ज़रूरी भी नहीं। जैसा हमारे पूर्व वक्ता ने भी कहा कि तुरंत जो घटना घटती है उसे उपन्यास में नहीं आना चाहिए। मुझे याद है किसी समय दुधनाथ सिंह जी का एक उपन्यास आया था बाबरी मस्जिद ध्वंस पर, आखिरी कलाम शायद नाम है। मैं मंच पर बहुत सारे विद्वान क्रिटिक्स को बोलते हुए सुनी हूँ कि इतनी जल्दबाजी क्यों, थोड़ा इसे पकने देना चाहिए था। तो मैं इस बात से इत्तेफाक रखती हूँ, ऐसा ही होना चाहिए। उपन्यास कुछ लोग नए विषय पे लिखते हैं, कुछ पुराने विषयों को ही लिखते हैं। जैसे कि वाल्मीकि रामायण के बाद कितने सारे रामायण आए, तुलसीदास का रामचरितमानस आज भी लोग उसे चाव से पढ़ते हैं, और राम पर पता नहीं कितने उपन्यास लिखे जा रहे हैं, गांधी पर लिखे जा रहे हैं। लेकिन उसमें कुछ अपना नज़रिया भी होना चाहिए। जैसे सतीनाथ भादुड़ी ने ढोराई चरितमानस लिखा, पहले ऐसा माना जाता था कि इस तरह के महाकाव्य या उपन्यास वगैरह में उदात्त चरित्र होना चाहिए, उसे राजकुमार होना चाहिए, लेकिन उन्होंने, बांग्ला के लेखक, उन्होंने इसको तोड़ा और एक आम एक लड़के को, ढोराई को उसने दिखाया कि ढोराई चरितमानस उसके जीवन पर भी लिखा जा सकता है या उसे पढ़ना चाहिए। इस तरह से उन्होंने ये दृष्टांत सामने रखा। चूँकि उपन्यास काफ़ी देर से हमारे देश में आया है, लेकिन जिस तरह से उपन्यास की धूम है और पाठक भी ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा उपन्यास की तरफ ही झुकते हुए दिखते हैं, इन दिनों समय के अभाव में उपन्यास में वो पतला उपन्यास ज़्यादा लोग पसंद कर रहे हैं। हमें भी पब्लिशर ने कहा कि 250 शब्द का उपन्यास जो है, 250 पेज का उपन्यास आइडियल है, लोग पढ़ लेते हैं। लेकिन जैसे मेरा पहला उपन्यास भी 400 पेज का, दूसरा भी उसी के आसपास। तो लेकिन कभी कभी आप देखेंगे कि अगर उपन्यास रोचक हो, उसमें पढ़ने लायक तथ्य हो, कुछ नयापन हो, तो लोग उसे पढ़ लेते हैं, पृष्ठ मायने नहीं रखता। जुपल आईडी का एक उपन्यास है लो लैंड्स, जो कि करीब 500-550 पेज का है। उसका एक हिस्सा नक्सलवाद पर है, जिसमें कानू सान्याल के उनकी आत्महत्या तक उन्होंने उसको लिखा है। चूँकि वो रोचक है तो खूब लोगों ने पढ़ा। अंग्रेज़ी में तो मोटे उपन्यास पढ़े ही जाते हैं, जबकि तकनीक में वो हमसे काफ़ी आगे हैं। हैरी पॉटर के लिए लोग लाइन लगाते हैं, बच्चे भी, तमाम लोग। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि समय अभाव या कुछ, अगर आप अच्छा लिखते हैं तो लोग लाइन लगाकर आपकी चीज़ों को ज़रूर खरीदेंगे। कल कोलकाता में बुक फेयर में देखकर मैंने पूछा था एक बार कि सुनील गंगोपाध्याय जी को, जो कि साहित्य अकादमी के अध्यक्ष भी थे, मैंने पूछा था कि आखिर क्या वजह है कि कोलकाता बुक फेयर में जितनी भीड़ होती है देश के दूसरे बुक फेयर्स में नहीं होता। तो उन्होंने कहा कि बांग्ला के बड़े लेखकों ने, प्रतिष्ठित लेखकों ने बच्चों के लिए बहुत अच्छी अच्छी रचनाएं लिखी, जिसकी वजह से बचपन से जो उन्हें उपन्यास वगैरह पढ़ने का जो एक उनमें एक शौक़ पैदा हुआ या एक ललक जगी, वो अंत तक वो रहती है। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि जो लोग चिंता करते हैं कि आखिर उपन्यास का क्या भविष्य होगा, उन्हें चाहिए कि वो प्रकाशक और लेखक सब लोग बच्चों के लिए भी अच्छा लिखें, ताकि उपन्यास का भविष्य सुरक्षित रहे। इतिहास का पुनर्लेखन जरूरी होता है। कई बार जो पुराने इतिहास हैं उसको पढ़ के अभी की पीढ़ी, जैसे आदिवासियों पर जो इतिहास लिखा गया, अब उसका ऑब्जेक्शन कर रहे हैं वो लोग कि नहीं, हमारे बारे में गलत लिखा गया, बहुत सारे तथ्य हैं जो मेन स्ट्रीम में नहीं हैं। और आप कहेंगे कि इतिहास और उपन्यास में क्या, लेकिन उपन्यास में जिस तरह से इतिहास आता है वो अत्यंत प्रामाणिक होता है। निर्मल वर्मा जी ने एक बार कहा था कि अगर रविंद्रनाथ का गोरा उपन्यास नहीं रहता तो ब्रह्म समाज के लोग कैसे रहते थे, उनकी क्या जीवन शैली थी, वो क्या करते थे, शायद हम नहीं जान पाते। तो उपन्यास के माध्यम से हम इतिहास को बहुत प्रामाणिक तरीके से जान सकते हैं। मैं अगर आदिवासियों की बात करूं, मैं झारखंड से आती हूं, तो आप लोग जानते हैं कि 1857 में पहली क्रांति हुई थी अंग्रेज़ों के खिलाफ, जो कि इतिहास में दर्ज है और सब लोग उसे पढ़ रहे हैं, एग्ज़ाम दे रहे हैं, सब कुछ। लेकिन आपको पता नहीं कि 1855 से 56 के बीच संथाल विद्रोह हुआ था झारखंड में, जो ब्रिटिश हुकूमत के खिलाफ था। सिद्धू कानू चांद भैरव ने वो लड़ाई लड़ी थी। तो इसे हम कैसे लाए? इतिहास तो लिखा जा चुका है, हम उपन्यास के माध्यम से इस तथ्य को लोगों के सामने ला सकते हैं। इसलिए उपन्यास एक बहुत ही पावरफुल मीडियम है। रोचक के साथ उसे लोग पढ़े, वो रोचक होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। और उपन्यास की भाषा क्या हो, ये एक समस्या अभी है कि आने वाली अभी जो हमारी पीढ़ी है वो अंग्रेजी या हिंदी भी समझ लेती है, लेकिन आंचलिक भाषाएं धीरे धीरे खत्म होती जा रही हैं क्योंकि अभिभावक खुद ही ये बाजार के दबाव में अपने बच्चों को अपनी मातृभाषा नहीं पढ़ा पाते हैं। जैसे अंग्रेजी ट्राइबल लैंग्वेजेस में मुंडारी, संथाली, हो, खड़िया, इस तरह की बहुत सारी लैंग्वेजेस हैं जिसकी अपनी लिपि भी है, ओल चिकी लिपि, वारंगचिती लिपि, लेकिन उन लिपि पर जो अगर छप भी जाती हैं चीज़ें तो लोग उसे पढ़ते नहीं हैं। इसलिए ये भी तय करना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि भाषा क्या हो। अच्छा, ठीक है, धन्यवाद।
I invite Preeti Sana.
Good afternoon, everybody. I feel like that little kid in school. Before exams, there'll be these studious people who are like going through their notes. And then there'll be that one child which is looking at all the notes prepared because that child doesn't want to go through the notes. And I'm that child because I have no notes. But I do have my phone and I have something to speak. The topic today is novels of future. And as Pratibha Ray correctly pointed out, it is different from future of novels and novels of future. They are two different things. Most of the panelists who've spoken before me, some quoted Milan Kundera, some quoted Harry Potter. We have to remember it's all past. It's gone, okay? So we are going to discuss what do the novels of future look like. So first of all, what we have to think about is, what is this future we are talking about? Is it 20 years from now? Is it 50 years from now? Is it 100 years from now? So that is a very important topic or a point to focus on when we are thinking about novels of future. My prediction is that 20 years from now, nothing is going to change. Novels are going to be pretty much what they are currently. We are going to have physical books, we are going to have e-books, we are going to have audio-visual books. Probably what will increase is graphic novels, because we have to remember that when we are talking novels of future, we are talking primarily about what the young generation is going to read. Somebody who is 5 years today is the future reader. 20 years from now, that person is 25. So essentially, we are talking about the readership of the youth. That is what we are talking about when we are talking about novels of future. So, and 50 years from now, who is going to be the reader? Most of us in this room, or at least on this dais, 50 years from now, we will not be around. You know, that is the sad truth. So who are the people who are going to be around? Who are going to be the writers of the future? Who are going to be the readers of the future? That is something we need to think about. When it comes to genre, so the genres are going to be the same. Pretty much what is current, that's going to be the same. But we have to remember that what is contemporary today is going to be history of tomorrow. So I write contemporary fiction. Many of my novels are set in the present times. One of my novels is set in the post-pandemic times. But if I say 20 years from now, they'll say, oh, Preeti Shenoy, she was a historical novelist. Whereas I don't write historical novel, I write contemporary fiction. So that is an important point to consider. And what will be the novels of future? So when we say novels of future, it will be what is contemporary at that time. For all you know, I come from Bangalore, where we have a looming water crisis, and somebody in my residential society is talking about waterless car wash. Okay, no water at all. They just bring a machine and your car is washed within 5 seconds. So for all you know, 20 years from now, there may not be water, because given our environmental crisis, the novelists may not even describe lakes and mountains like we do. They may not even know what it is, because it may not exist. So that's one thing to think about. And the other thing to consider, I would say, is attention span. Okay, attention span, several studies have shown that attention span is totally reducing. When Leo Tolstoy wrote his War and Peace, people had a lot of time. There were no other technological advances, so the books were this fat. But today, if you see this fat a book, first of all, you look at the price. Secondly, you will say, oh, how long is it going to take me to finish it? Even the most avid readers want want formats which is crisp. One of my novels is going to be adapted to a graphic novel, which I'm very happy because it means more young people are reading it. So for me, as long as people read, I am happy. You know, it doesn't matter to me what the format is. Is it ebook? Is it contemporary fiction? It doesn't matter. The last point I want to make is the role of AI, artificial intelligence. So Ri Kudan is a Japanese novelist. She won an award for the highest literature award in Japan. She won it this year. And she's a young novelist. And she admitted that 5% of her manuscript was written by AI, artificial intelligence. And I have used AI to generate ideas, but I must tell you, AI is not advanced enough. Most of what it generates today is absolute rubbish. Our imagination is far better than AI. But this will not be the case even 5 years from now. Because AI is not growing in a linear manner, it's growing in an exponential manner. So these are the things which I would like my panelists to think about, perhaps answer. And the last thing I want to say is, no matter how far into the future it is, one thing is never going to change, and that is the emotional connect which we humans crave. Okay, all of us, it's so different when we speak face to face. Digital technology, texts, all of it may replace, but nothing can replace the human connection. Love is an eternal topic. Thousands of centuries, poets have written about it. Today, poets write about it. Novelists write about it. And I imagine that one thing is not going to change. The human connection, the human need for recognition, because loneliness is going to increase. As we go, technology connects us, but makes us isolated and lonely. So that's something I would urge all of you to think about. And thank you all for listening to me. It's been a pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, very good. Please, Rajan Gawas.
नमस्कार। इस सेशन की अध्यक्षा प्रतिभा राय जी, हमारे मराठी के ख्यातनाम कादम्बरीकार विश्वास पाटिल जी और आप सब दोस्तों, किसी भी साहित्यिक विधा की कला की और प्रतिभा की कुंडली कोई नहीं प्रस्तुत कर सकता। कला ही कला के ढांचे को तोड़ देता है। आज तक बहुत से लोग ये कहते आए हैं कि कलाकार के हाथों कब कोई महान कलाकृति बन जाएगी, इसका अनुमान खुद कलाकार को भी नहीं लग सकता। इसी बीच आज हम भविष्य के उपन्यास पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं। भविष्य में उपन्यास का स्वरूप क्या होगा, वह क्या रूप लेगा, क्या मनुष्य ही उसका रचयिता होगा? आयोजकों को शायद इस पर चर्चा अपेक्षित है, लेकिन इस पर सोचते हुए मुझे सामने खतरे ही अधिक दिखाई दे रहे हैं। ऐसा माना जाता है कि उपन्यास विधा अंग्रेजी साहित्य के संपर्क के कारण हमारे पास आ गई, लेकिन वस्तुतः इस साहित्यिक विधा के कई बीच हमारे विभिन्न लोक परंपराओं में और लोककथा में देखे जा सकते हैं। उसके आधार पर हम कह सकते हैं उपन्यास आयाती विधा है। ये बात पूरी तरह से सत्य नहीं है, लेकिन हाँ, अंग्रेज से परिचित के बाद हमारे देश में उपन्यास साहित्य की सशक्त विशेषताओं को जुटाकर भारतीय भाषा में उपन्यास साहित्य यात्रा आगे बढ़ रही है। मराठी का आद्य ग्रंथ लीला चरित्र पर आप निश्चित रूप से एक औपन्यासिक रचना के तौर पर गौर कर सकते हैं। सामाजिक जीवन को दर्ज करने वाली साहित्यिक विधा के रूप में जन्मे उपन्यास में सामाजिक यथार्थ की ही उसकी सामग्री होती है। यथार्थ को सामाजिक यथार्थ और व्यक्तिगत यथार्थ के रूप में विभाजित नहीं किया जा सकता। समाज को प्रेरणा देने वाली ऐसी ही प्रेरणाओं पर आज सारा साहित्य निर्मित है। सौंदर्य के निकष सामूहिक होते हैं। संपूर्ण मानव व्यक्तित्व को प्रस्तुत करना अर्थात मनुष्य और समाज के बीच समरूप किस प्रकार संबंध बनाए होता है, उपन्यास सामाजिक स्थिति से बंधा होता है। उपन्यास ही उपन्यास की परिभाषा बदल देता है। एक ही समय उसमें उपन्यास की विभिन्न अवधारणाएं विद्यमान होती है। इस बात को दृढ़तापूर्वक मन में बैठा लेने के बाद ही हम भविष्य के उपन्यास के बारे में कुछ सोच सकते हैं। आज का ज्ञान विज्ञान और विशेषकर दोनों पर आधारित तकनीकी अत्यधिक विकसित है। उपयोजित को एक मानदंड मानते हुए विशाल उत्पादन, बड़े पैमाने पर विज्ञापन, बड़े पैमाने पर बर्बादी आज के प्रतिष्ठित मानव संस्कृति की पहचान है। प्रकृति से उपलब्ध प्रणालियों के आधार पर मानव उपभोग, प्रतिस्पर्धा, आतंक, धमकी और लालच की सारी सांसारिक प्रणालियां उभरी है। संस्कृति में सामूहिक विवेक कहने वाली चीज संकट में पड़ी हुई है। वस्तुतः मानव जाति के स्वार्थ के लिए इस मूल्य को केंद्र में लाने की नितांत आवश्यकता है। ऐसा नहीं है कि आज ऐसे लोग नहीं है, पूरी दुनिया में है, लेकिन हकीकत यह है कि उनकी आवाज क्षीण हो रही है। मनुष्य के सुख की भूख की इस प्रचंड गुब्बारे ने मानव सभ्यता को प्रकृति में हस्तक्षेप करते करते ऐसे खाई में पहुंच दिया है जहां से वापसी का रास्ता कठिन हो गया है। बुद्ध से लेकर गांधी तक हमारे देश में संस्कृति की नींव के रूप में सत्य, अहिंसा, ईमानदारी, सहिष्णुता, करुणा और ऐसे ही मूल्य रखे गए। पूरी दुनिया में सभी विचारशील व्यक्ति हर समय शायद थोड़े अलग शब्दों में इन शाश्वत मूल्यों की घोषणा करते रहे। इसे सामूहिक मानवीय विवेक कहा जा सकता है और यह सामूहिक मानवीय विवेक मायने रखता है। लेकिन आज का दिल दहलाने वाला सच यह है कि इस मानवीय विवेक के लिए यहाँ कोई जगह नहीं है। इससे संस्कृति और उसके क्षरण की गति का पता चलता है। संस्कृति और मानव विवेक का कोई भी विचारक कुछ नैतिक प्रश्न उठाता है तो ऐसे प्रश्नों की तह तक जाकर उनका उत्तर ढूंढना वह अपने जीवन का कर्तव्य भी समझता है। इन उत्तरों को प्राप्त करते समय उसे मूल्यों का कुछ ढांचा बनाना होता है। वह सभी उत्तरों को इसी रूप में और उसके मापदंड के आधार पर प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास करता है। आधुनिक समय भाषा और संस्कृति से जुड़े दार्शनिक आलोचक भी इसी तरह का काम कर रहे हैं। वे जीवन के प्रश्नों के साथ साथ कलाकृति और कलाकृति द्वारा उठाए गए प्रश्नों के हल करने के लिए एक संदर्भ ढांचा प्रदान करते हैं। एक लेखक जो उपन्यास जैसी कलाकृति।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। I invite Ramdev Shukla ji.
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, पैनल के लेखकगण और सम्मानीय श्रोतागण, मैं न तो ये बताने जा रहा हूँ कि उपन्यास क्या है और न यही कि उपन्यास का इतिहास क्या है और न यही कि मैंने कितने उपन्यास लिखे हैं। मैं 10 मिनट से भी कम समय में अपनी थोड़ी सी बात कहूँगा। जैसे ये पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि हमारे देश के 2 महाआख्यान रामायण और महाभारत अपने रचना समय से आज तक बहुत सारी कृतियों के आधार बनते रहे हैं और जब तक मानवीय संवेदना जीवित है वो बनते चले जाएंगे। हाँ, ये ज़रूर है कि यह समय महाआख्यानों के अस्वीकार का है। महाआख्यान से माननीय प्रतिभा जी ने पात्र लिए और जहाँ तक मुझे याद है 30-40 साल पहले याज्ञसेनी उपन्यास आया था आपका द्रौपदी पर, और प्रतिभा जी ने कभी ये दावा नहीं किया कि मैं स्त्री विमर्श कर रही हूँ, लेकिन द्रौपदी के माध्यम से आज की नारी को कैसे क्या करना है ये इसका इशारा किया और बहुत सारे पात्रों पर किया इन्होंने। इनके हिंदी अनुवादक जो महोदय थे वो परिचित थे, मैं न भी खरीद पाऊँ तो वो भेज दिया करते थे उपन्यास। और भी ऐसी गंभीर महिलाएं हमारे यहाँ हैं जिन्होंने स्त्री विमर्श का झंडा नहीं उठाया, लेकिन बहुत सूक्ष्म स्तर पर अपनी रचनाओं में उन्होंने वो किया। मैं जैसे ये विषय है और सभी आपने देखा ही कि सब भाषाओं के लोगों ने बताया कि उपन्यास क्या है या हमारे उपन्यास का इतिहास क्या है। मैं केवल पहली बात तो ये कि आज का समाज आने वाले समाज के बारे में निश्चित रूप से कोई दावा नहीं कर सकता। अगर करने की ऐसी कोशिश करे, मैं कहूँगा हिमाकत करे, तो वो गलत होगा। हर युग की प्रतिभा अपने युग के सत्य से साक्षात्कार करती है और उसके आलोक में रचना करती है। हम भविष्य में आज से 25 वर्ष पहले क्या होगा हम नहीं बता सकते। अभी एक माननीय लेखिका ने, शायद आपने कहा कि और ये पूरी दुनिया में कहा जा रहा है, पत्रकारिता तो आप जानते हैं 1000 स्पीकर लगा के बात करती है कि अगला युद्ध जो होगा वो पानी के लिए होगा। मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता। पानी के लिए युद्ध होने से पहले हम चंद्रमा पर और उस पर मंगल पर बस्तियां बसा चुके होंगे। युद्ध आप जानते हैं कि जो आज की हालत है ये जी मिलेगा ना, और नहीं मिलेगा तो ले जाएंगे पानी। टेक्नोलॉजी यहाँ तक बढ़ जाएगी। बहरहाल मैं भविष्य के कुछ संकेत देख रहा हूँ, उनकी बात करूँगा। जैसे मैं अपने उपन्यासों की चर्चा नहीं करना चाहता था, लेकिन मेरा 22वां उपन्यास जो है वो एक ऐसे विषय पर है जो इस वक्त सबसे एक तरह से ज्वलंत विषय बना हुआ है। एक तो जिस तेजी से जनसंख्या बढ़ रही है उसमें सबसे बड़ी समस्या भोजन की होगी। खेती वाली जमीन जिस तरह दूसरे कार्यों में लाई जा रही है, फर्टिलाइजर्स के भरोसे बहुत दिन तक उत्पादन को वो बनेगा नहीं मामला। दूसरी बड़ी समस्या बलात्कार की है। जिन देशों में नहीं था पहले उनमें भी अब शुरू हो गया है, और चाहे जितनी बड़ी सजा आप उसके लिए निश्चित कर दें, ये प्रवृत्ति बढ़ रही है, चाहे वो रिवेंज के रूप में, चाहे जिस रूप में आप सोचते हो। मेरा 22वां उपन्यास इस विषय पर है जिसमें जेनेटिक इंजीनियरिंग का आधार लिया है मैंने, कि ऐसे मनुष्य की रचना हो जिसकी प्रक्रिया शुरू हो गई है, जो अपना भोजन स्वयं बनावे। जैसे वृक्ष बनाता है, वृक्ष को आप अगर लगाया है आपने तो पानी देते हैं, नहीं लगाया है तो वो पानी जड़ से खींच लेता है धरती का, और अपना सारा भोजन अपने पत्तों से बनाता है। सूर्य की किरणों से वो ऐसी क्रिया करता है कि जिससे उसके पोषण की सामग्री तैयार हो जाती है। उसी तरह वो जो मनुष्य होगा वह अपने बालों से, अपने चर्म से, चमड़े से सूर्य की ऊर्जा लेकर अपना पोषण कर लेगा। उसके लिए किसी बाहरी चीज की जरूरत नहीं होगी। इसका एक हल्का सा सूत्र आप हमारे वैदिक साहित्य में या थोड़ा सा आगे भी ले सकते हैं कि ऐसे तपस्वी होते थे हिमालय में जो वर्षों भोजन ही नहीं करते थे, कैसे जीवित रहते थे वो। और ब्रेव न्यू वर्ड्स एल्ड्यूस हक्सले के उपन्यास के माध्यम से एक विचार आया था कि ऐसी टैबलेट्स बन जाएंगी कि एक टैबलेट आप खा लीजिए, हफ्ते भर खाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। तो ये सब जेनेटिक इंजीनियरिंग के माध्यम से संभव है। जो दूसरी बड़ी समस्या बलात्कार की है, मैंने उसमें इस रूप में रखा है कि एक ऐसी, जैसे पुरुष स्त्री को देखता है और पागल की तरह आक्रमण कर बैठता है, उसको वो कंट्रोल नहीं करता। मेरी उस धारणा में ये है कि ऐसा मानसिक ढांचा तैयार किया जाए कि ज्यों ही किसी पुरुष के मन में सामने वाली स्त्री के प्रति आक्रामकता का भाव आवे, वो तुरंत उल्टा हो जाए उसके, और वो उसकी सारी एक्टिविटी एक तरह से कुछ सेकंड्स के लिए फ्यूज हो जाए। ऐसा कर ही नहीं सके वो। ये पता नहीं आएगा कि नहीं आएगा, लेकिन ये है, मेरी ये धारणा है। दूसरी बात, जैसे मैंने इसलिए कहा कि वो लड़ाई उसके लिए नहीं होगी, प्रकृति के पास आप जानते हैं कि प्रकृति का हम विनाश कर रहे हैं, और इतना विनाश कर रहे हैं कि अब ये धरती रहने लायक होगी कि नहीं होगी भगवान जाने। लेकिन आप गौर से देखिए तो प्रकृति के पास अपने सर्वाइवल के लिए, अपने अस्तित्व की रक्षा के लिए भी कम अस्त्र नहीं है। जैसे एक उदाहरण सामने है कि आप जानते हैं, बहुत दिन से हम लोग सुनते आ रहे थे कि ये जो सूरज की पराबैंगनी किरणों से धरती की रक्षा करने के लिए जो ओजोन परत है उसमें छेद हो गया है और बड़ा बड़ा होता जा रहा है। आपने पढ़ा होगा पिछले 5-7 वर्षों में वो छेद सिकुड़ रहा है, छोटा हो रहा है, और समय में, थोड़े ही समय में वो इतना छोटा हो जाएगा कि वो उसकी रक्षा नहीं कर, अरे उसके लिए हमको चिंता नहीं करनी पड़ेगी। तो ऐसा बहुत कुछ हो रहा है, इसलिए हमको बहुत चिंतित नहीं होना चाहिए कि और कोई समाज ये डिक्टेट करे कि हमारा साहित्य कैसा होगा। ये पहले ही कह चुका हूँ कि वो नहीं होना चाहिए। और अंतिम बात वही मैंने जो पहले भी कही है कि आप भविष्य के उपन्यास के बारे में कोई भविष्यवाणी नहीं कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि आगे वाली पीढ़ी, आगे वाला लेखक जो होगा अपने समय के सत्य के अनुसार रचना करेगा, और वही रचना मनुष्यता को वो देगी जो साहित्य आज तक देता आ रहा है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think there is 10 minutes.
10 मिनट से कम ही हुआ।
नहीं, 10 minutes हो गया। खत्म हो गया। कम हुआ?
नहीं, खत्म नहीं बोलूँ।
हाँ।
हाँ, समिंग अप करिए ना, 5 साल।
Friends, I will just point out some points discussed by my panelist friends. Anuradha Pujari, Sarma Pujari, she told about the regional languages, about how our mother tongues are dying and it should be written like that. It is a very good thing. Perhaps our future novelists will think about that, or totally what is regional language? That is my question. There is nothing like regional language. What is Indian literature? All literature written in regional languages are Indian literature. Therefore, when a piece of writing becomes very dear and speaks the life's drama, it becomes the universal. Therefore, regional language will not die. I am very hopeful. We should be hopeful and optimistic. भगवान दास मोरवाल ई बुक के बारे में बोले, ऑडियो बुक के बारे में बोले, tradition of big novel will not be appreciated. Now, in future, tradition of big novel will not be appreciated. Writer has no time and reader has no time to read. एक बार वो बोले, अच्छा लगा, दलित विमर्श, नारी विमर्श, बाल विमर्श, वृद्ध विमर्श, ये सब नहीं रहना चाहिए, बिल्कुल नहीं रहना चाहिए। मुझे तो नारी विमर्श के बारे सुनने में मैं बोलती हूँ, मुझे ये टॉपिक में बोलना नहीं है, तो ये विमर्श कुछ नहीं रहेगा। बहुत अच्छी बात बोले हैं, फ्यूचर में ये नहीं रहेगा। के.आर. रामानु ने बोले, ऑल नॉवेल्स आर नॉवेल्स ऑफ फ्यूचर, past, present and future. Actually, time is not very pure. The present time has passed and also thinking about future. So time you cannot say that time is very pure. It is like your heart. Pure blood and impure blood goes to heart and becomes pure also and comes to the limbs. Like that, time will speak what the future novelist will write. Mohua Majim Madam Bole, it cannot be predicted. And for children, novels should be written. Because if we have to preserve literature or culture, we have to develop readership from the childhood and novel reading from the childhood. Actually, we don't have novels for children in our in India mostly. It's a very good point. Also, she told about history. History also speaks about future. It is not always past. Preeti Chanel, she said about graphic novels. She said about emotion, a very important point. Emotion will be same. Whatever the time is, human emotion will be same. And novels or stories or poems will be written based on human emotions. Also about environment, writers should be more careful and will write on environment. राजन गुप्ता बहुत सारे अच्छे पॉइंट्स बोले हैं एंड रामदेव शुक्ला जी प्रकृति के बारे में बोले, ब्लैक होल के बारे में बोले, perhaps he is a person from science background. Are you from science background? No. But you have told many things about science, and I told you the writers, they think faster than scientists. Their imagination has no limit. So therefore, we cannot predict what will be the shape, size, and format of future novel. But it will be according to time, and it will shape itself. Time will write novel, or novel will write itself in changing time. One thing I will add, interactive and immersive storytelling. With advancement in virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality, AR, novel writings may transcend traditional formats. Authors might experiment with creating immersive and interactive storytelling experiences, allowing readers to engage with the narrative in new and dynamic ways. This is very important. Augmented reality. Augmented reality is reality that experience will be, the reader will experience the reality. When you are bleeding, the reader will think that he or she is bleeding. Pain will be very severe, character is with pain, and the reader will be also with pain. Very good, like that it will be film, there will be film, storytelling, and novels will be filmed, short films on novels. That will be very interesting for now new children. And भविष्य में क्या होगा ये तो भविष्य बोलेगा. And I think that in future very good novels will emerge and good novels will be written. We are very hopeful, and literature will never die. Literature is eternal. As long as man is living, literature is living. Life is novel. When life is there, novel is there. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions? Well, in that case, on behalf of Sahitya Academy, आपको कुछ बोलना है?
I thank Sahitya Academy. Also, I thank you.
No, I'll be thanking you and the panel on behalf of Sahitya Academy.
And if there is no question, I don't think when, as a teacher, I think that if the class is responsive, then the teacher is good. If the class is not responsive, teacher has not impressed the students. Thank you very much.
On behalf of Sahitya Academy, I'd like to thank our esteemed chair and the panel for their presence. And we'd also like to thank you all for being with us this evening. Thank you very much. Our next session will begin at 4:30. Please go and have some tea. नमस्कार। साहित्य अकादमी की ओर से साहित्योत्सव 2024 के इस सत्र में हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं। आज के चौथे सत्र का विषय है 21वीं सदी में भारतीय उपन्यास। द टॉपिक ऑफ द फोर्थ सेशन इज 21st सेंचुरी इंडियन नॉवेल्स। इस सत्र की अध्यक्षता कर रहे हैं श्री दामोदर मुआज़ो, हमारे वक्ता हैं। मैं आपसे निवेदन करती हूँ, आप कृपया मंच पर पधारें। हमारे वक्ता हैं और उन्हें भी मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ। अमर मित्रा, मनमोहन, मुकुल कुमार, नासिरा शर्मा, प्रसन्न कुमार स्वाइन, R.N. जो डिक्रूज, रोहित मनचंदा और विश्वास पाटिल। A few words about the speakers by way of introduction. Damodar Muazuji is a distinguished Konkani fiction writer, critic, and scriptwriter in Konkani. He has authored 16 books, of which 3 are novels and 5 are short story collections. His book of stories, Teresa's Man, was nominated for the Frank O'Connor International Award in the year 2015. आपने कोंकणी फिल्मों के लिए पटकथा और संवाद लिखे हैं, जिन्होंने पुरस्कार जीते हैं, और आपकी कुछ कहानियों को राष्ट्रीय टेलीविज़न के लिए भी अनुकूलित किया गया है। आप गोवा कला और साहित्य महोत्सव के सह क्यूरेटर और पैन दक्षिण भारत के संस्थापक सदस्य हैं। He has been honored with many awards and honors, which includes the Sahitya Akademi Award and the Bharatiya Jnanpith Award. अमर मित्रा जी प्रख्यात बंगला लेखक हैं। आपके द्वारा रचित उपन्यास ध्रुवपुत्र के लिए आपको सन 2006 में साहित्य अकादमी पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया गया था। आपको 2001 में पश्चिम बंगाल सरकार द्वारा आपके उपन्यास अश्वचरित के लिए बंकिम पुरस्कार, 1998 में आपकी कहानी स्वदेश यात्रा के लिए कथा पुरस्कार और 2018 में शरद चंद्र पुरस्कार प्राप्त हुआ। He is the only Indian recipient of O. Henry Award from USA in 2022 for his short story Gyanopuro, or The Old Man of Kusumpur. He has presented research papers at several national and international seminars and conferences. मनमोहन जी पंजाबी के कवि, उपन्यासकार, आलोचक और भाषाविद हैं। आप भारतीय पुलिस सेवा में हैं और वर्तमान में भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्रालय में स्पेशल डायरेक्टर के पद पर कार्यरत हैं। He has so far 9 collections of poems in Punjabi and 2 in Hindi, besides 5 translated works from Punjabi into English and vice versa. He was also a member of the General Council and Punjab Advisory Board of Sahitya Academy. He is a recipient of Sahitya Academy Award, the Poetry Award by Punjabi Academy Delhi, Best Poet Award by Guru Nanak Dev University Amritsar, and Criticism Award by Punjabi Academy Delhi. Mukul Kumar ji is a bureaucrat, novelist, and a poet. He is a civil servant of Indian Railway Traffic Police and is presently working in the Ministry of Railways Railway Board. His published works include 3 novels and 3 poetry anthologies. He has been honored with the National Award for Outstanding Service to the Indian Railways, the Bharat Nirman Award for Literary Excellence, and Purvanchal Gaurav Samman. नासिरा शर्मा जी प्रख्यात हिंदी लेखिका, पत्रकार और ईरानी संस्कृति, राजनीति और इसकी कला और साहित्य की विशेषज्ञ हैं। प्रकाशित, अनुदित और संपादित लगभग 60 पुस्तकों के अलावा साहित्यिक पत्र पत्रिकाओं में आपकी कई रचनाएं प्रकाशित हैं। She has also written scripts, dialogues, and acted in various TV films, serials, etc. She is a recipient of many prestigious awards and honors, which include Sahitya Akademi Award, Mahadevi Varma Puraskar, Rahi Masoom Raza Samman, Gajanand Makti Bodh National Award, Arpan Samman Indo-Russian Award for Children Literature, Meera Samman, Kathakram Samman, and many more. प्रसन्न कुमार स्वाई, आप प्रख्यात उड़िया लेखक हैं। वर्तमान में आप उत्कल संस्कृति विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति हैं, जहां आपने 12 वर्षों तक प्राध्यापक के रूप में भी कार्य किया। आपकी 10 पुस्तकें और 30 संपादित पुस्तकें प्रकाशित हैं। आप 3 पत्रिकाओं का संपादन भी कर रहे हैं। He is holding administrative positions in various culture and education departments in Odisha. He is a recipient of Odisha Sahitya Academy Award for Alochana Prasang and many other awards. R. N. Joe de Cruz is a writer, columnist, documentary filmmaker, and an activist. He has to his credit 4 novels and a collection of essays concentrating on coastal lives, economy. 2 of his novels are already translated into English and Hindi, and a collection of essays is under translation. तटीय मुद्दों पर आपके लेख नियमित रूप से तमिल और अंग्रेजी दोनों भाषाओं के प्रमुख दैनिक समाचार पत्रों में प्रकाशित होते हैं। साहित्य अकादमी पुरस्कार के अलावा आपको 1 दर्जन पुरस्कार प्राप्त हैं और आपको क्रॉसवर्ड पुरस्कार के लिए भी चयन किया गया था। रोहित मनचंदा एक प्रसिद्ध अंग्रेजी लेखक हैं। आप IIT बॉम्बे में प्रोफेसर हैं, जहां आप कंप्यूटेशनल न्यूरोफिजियोलॉजी पर शोध करते हैं। His first novel, In the Light of the Black Sun, won him Betty Trask Award and is being republished, titled as A Speck of Coal Dust. His second novel, A Place in Mind, not yet published, won a Tiber Jones South Asia Prize. A third novel, The Enclave, is being published simultaneously with A Speck of Coal Dust. आपके शिक्षण में आपको आए इंसा शिक्षक पुरस्कार सहित कई पुरस्कार मिले हैं। आपने मॉनेस्ट्री, सैंक्चुरी, लेबोरेटरी, अ हिस्ट्री ऑफ IIT बॉम्बे पर भी लिखा है। विश्वास पाटिल जी मराठी के प्रख्यात लेखक हैं। आपका पहला उपन्यास तब प्रकाशित हुआ जब आप केवल 17 वर्ष के थे। आपके उपन्यास 14 उपन्यास, 1 जीवनी, 3 नाटक और कई अन्य साहित्यिक पुस्तकें प्रकाशित हैं। आपके 2 उपन्यासों पंगिरा और चंद्रमुखी पर फिल्में बन चुकी हैं। Currently, he is convener, Marathi Advisory Board, Sahitya Academy. He has been honored with Priyadarshini Naidu Award, Indira Goswami Award, and Sahitya Academy Award for his novel Jhada Jharti in 1992. I request the Honorable Chair to kindly take over the proceedings of this session. Remind everybody about the time you have to.
Yeah, that I'll do. When names of the panelists will be not come and check it out. No, we will not come. When
Otherwise, everybody
no. अच्छा इसलिए ठीक है। My colleagues on the dais and friends in the audience, I wish you a very good evening. This is the second session, second post-lunch session, and no wonder the audience is thinner, but then I hope they will pick up. So because we are running a bit late and the next session is as interesting, rather more interesting than any other, so I must finish in the given time. So at the outset, I would request all the panelists to please cooperate with us, because I know I've been chairing the sessions quite often, and the main thing that is expected from a chair is to wind up in time, because by 6 o'clock we have to bring this session to an end, and I request you to please cooperate with us. And I know coming all the way from your different places, giving only 10 minutes each is injustice meted out to you, but yet I request you all to please stick to 10 minutes to express yourself. See, the topic given is a vast one. We are going to discuss here 21st century Indian novels. Probably those who have gone through the program provided to you earlier, you will be surprised. In this situation, I'm in a peculiar situation. In this situation, मुझे याद आती है. I am reminded of some episodes, or rather some scenes in the movies that I had seen a long time back, or even the TV serials, wherein the parents of a bride organize a gala ceremony, wedding ceremony for the arranged marriage. And everything is ready, people are sitting in the audience, invitees have come, and Muhurat is approaching, but surprisingly the groom has not arrived. And without bridegroom, how the wedding to go ahead? So the parents are worried, and then as the time approaches, finally a time comes that they have to perform the wedding rituals, but without a groom, how to make it possible? So they decide to choose someone, a suitable boy from the invitees, from among the invitees. किसी को पकड़ के लाते हैं, बोले पर खड़े करते हैं, और then the wedding ceremony is performed. So wedding takes place to the satisfaction of the parents that the wedding is over, to the satisfaction of the audience, invitees, that the wedding is over. More importantly, now they can go for sumptuous meals that are waiting for them. And the bride was also happy because she was apprehensive of the earlier groom. So now she's more relaxed. So everything is good, everybody is happy. I am in a similar situation. I am the suitable boy who is got hold of by the organizers, the parents, and made me occupy this chair. And I'm sure the invitees will not, for them it doesn't matter as long as they get the tea and the lunch or sumptuous meal, whatever they get. But I'm not sure whether the bride is happy. Bride is the panelist here. The body of panelists, if they accept me as a groom, then I am happy. Friends, whether I am happy or not, I'm not sure, but let me tell you, I'm a short fiction writer, not a novelist. So I myself believe that I'm a short fiction writer. And I'm told that short fiction, the short story, is a love affair, whereas a novel is a married life. So I'm happy that I'm leading now a happy married life, but let me be very frank with you. I love love affairs. So in spite of that, my love for short fiction, I'm going to chair this session to discuss 21st century Indian novels. When we say 21st century, naturally it has to be something different from the novels written in the 20th century. But the transformation doesn't happen overnight. So we have to wait and to see what exactly we mean by the 21st, or what exactly we mean by the change that is happening on the 21st novel scenario. But I believe, and I'll go by that cliche quote, where they say change is the only constant. So if it is true, then yes, the novel is moving on and definitely getting changed. But nevertheless, over the years, in the 21st century that we have started, we already are all 23 years old now, in the 100 years march but then I think it's not yet ripe time to discuss or to assess the quality and the content of the 21st century, but we can still discuss whatever we have produced so far. Certain socio-political, economic changes have taken place, and above all, what is more important is the changes taking place in the technological field. The technological advancements, including the artificial intelligence, which is threatening us, we are not sure yet, but we have to accept them as a challenge. But my concern is not for the 21st century novel writing. My concern is about the present scenario, whether it is conducive to writing or not. It is the extraneous factors that worry me, that bother me. And I to give some examples, as we started this century, we have faced, many of our writers have faced many hurdles. And there are many which have gone public and viral. One is our Tamil author, novelist, Perumal Murugan. You must have heard of him. Some years back, when he wrote a novel, Madhuru Bhogan, in English it has been translated as One Part Woman. He was trolled after he wrote. Not only trolled, he was threatened and he was persecuted by the public. So, in the end, this Perumal Murugan had to declare publicly that the author Perumal Murugan is dead. So unfortunate. Of course, the legal course took place. People also rose in defense of the author. And finally, I'm happy that Perumal Murugan is alive, has come to life, and is thriving, has already written quite a few novels thereafter. But threat was not over. Probably you are aware of the Malayalam author S. Harish. Recently, when he finished his novel, it was published by Mathrubhumi Publishers, a renowned publication house in Kerala. And his novel was titled Misha. Misha is Mushtaqs. It is symbolic. It's a cultural, a cultural notion for the society. But people took it otherwise. He was trolled again. He faced a lot of threats. Not only that, even the publishers were threatened and some of their stalls were attacked and destroyed. This is the situation we have to worry about. And also recently, my friend, a Santali writer, Sovendra Shekhar, Hansada Sovendra Shekhar, whose book, Adivasi Will Not Dance. By the way, I had fortune, I had honor of launching that book for the first time, exclusive launch. And it's a wonderful book. But after writing the book, after publishing that book, the people got agitated and he was threatened to such an extent that he was working for the government hospital. He was a medical practitioner. He's a doctor. But he had to resign. He was sacked rather. But after some time, again, he had been reinstated, that apart. But the situation is not improving. Day by day, it is going from bad to worse. And this is what is worrying us, because I personally feel it is the freedom of expression that makes the writer bold enough to bring forth the issues, to bring forth the issues which are concerning the society at large. So if the creativity is, is clamped, if there is no freedom of expression, how do you expect writers to give way to their creativity? This is the problem we are facing. And I believe that in the coming years, but I'm happy that in spite of this, people are writing. The writing is thriving. The novels are coming up, and many more novels have come up during the last 20, 25 years. But we have a long way to go into the 21st century. But taking the clues from what I have said and also from what the panelists have to say, we have to now think seriously about the future of a novel. If we want novels of the future, then we have to worry about the future of the novels. So with these few words, I think I should pass on to my panelists. But if I get enough time at the end, then probably I'll speak about a few more issues which I would like to express myself. But meanwhile, I invite the writers to be brief as far as possible and speak for about 10 minutes and not more than 10 minutes. I don't like to, intervene and stop you. The best thing is express yourself within 10 minutes. So the first, anything else? First speaker I would like to invite to express these views is Amar Mitra. Congratulations for your achievements. I'm proud of you, of course, as an Indian novelist. Please express yourself. Thank you.
নমস্কার, সাহিত্য একাডেমিকে ধন্যবাদ এই ধরনের উচ্চারণের আয়োজন করার জন্য। I am now telling Indian novels in this century, 21st century. This 21st century is one such period that is starkly different from 20th predecessor. One can hardly comment on anything by ignoring the technological boom. Technology has changed the practice of people. It has changed the sense of values. The 21st century will make people ever more lonely. The causative again is technology. However, this does not mean I will be speaking against technology. One has to accept inevitable. One has to accept the inevitable. In the Indian context, there is a huge difference between the first and the second decade of this century too. And this difference will continue to gain the girth casting an ever-growing shadow on the literature, novels, and stories of 21st century. I shall try to expound how. However, our country is multilingual. Novels written in different vernaculars contribute to the treasury of Indian novels. I am a Bengali writer, hence I can express my opinion only concerning Bengali vernacular. I will be listening to the deliberations of the other languages and will try to imbibe the important excerpts from those. For those novelists who have touched 45 or 50 at the beginning of 21st century, many of their masterpieces have been penned during the initial period of this century. The subject matters of these novels include life of tribals, Shaburcharit Nolinibera, opposing voices against state oppression, the lifetimes of people living along the coast, speaking of partition of India in a new light, or the division of Bengal for that matter. Even after the passage of 50 or 75 years, the repercussions of partition have not mellowed from the psyche of Bengali race. Those born after independence have taken to write on the partition too, and about the pangs of having to desert one's fatherland. None is willing to erase those memories. On the contrary, they are revisiting their childhood, riding high on the memory legacy of their fathers and forefathers. I am speaking of the obedient trend. The novel that has been awarded by the Sahitya Academy this year, Joler Upor Pani, is replete with elements of partition. I had written a novel titled Ratcliffe Line 2 years back. Whatever I had written at the beginning of this century, resistance of uprooted people, or the chronicle of drought-affected Ujjaini some 2000 years back, the disappearance of clouds at the exile of a poet, Dhruvaputra, has changed a lot in these 20 years. The new century is yearning to hear new voice. I am trying to understand the same, and for which I touched Chit Mahal, which again is the fallout of partition, the story of the maladies of people without any state, without any country. The freedom from Chit Mahal was the crux of the novel. Like many of these writers, I am it's past 70. I have to speak about those novelists who have taken up the pen after me. They are the collective voices of 21st century. Those who are yet to touch 50 or on the wrong side of 40. Among them, many authors have written fruitful novels. Tilottama Mojumdar, Jayanto De, Shukanto, Gangobadha, Prochato Gupta, Ahona Bishwas, Alok Goswami, and others have written on eternal subjects like the relation between man and woman, the ennui of existence, frustration, politics, fall of the leftist regime, etc. Jayantode among them stands out with his novel Natujanu, which centers around the coming age of a lad living in the slums adjacent to Kalighat temple amidst poverty, impoverished people and prostitutes. The city of Kolkata itself is a character of this novel. Villages and mofassals have occurred more than Kolkata in our novels. He then went on to write Annapurna, the story of a girl who did not know how to cry. This is the stage of how refugees from East Bengal built colonies for themselves. History and hearsay have become one in this novel. Let me now talk of those novelists who have written one or two novels, and those have turned out to be exceptional. Alok Porna is the one of such a young writer with a mighty pen, and whose stories leave a deep impact. Her work moves easily from real to surreal. Her novel Shobuj Andho Koreche is the fascinating story of the relationship between a young boy and a young girl from Bangladesh, which appears unparalleled due to her storytelling acumen. In truth, the history of stories and novels is also the history of form. At times, the form overshadows the content, but here there is a story, and that too a heart-wrenching one. How a novel on love can turn out to be the mirror of our society can only be discerned through his novel. Satyajit Bhattacharya is another powerful writer from new generation. His Shesh Mrito Paki is one of the voluminous novels that unearths the mystery behind the death of a poet some 50 years back. He has used verses of those poets who wrote during the last 3 decades of the last century. in each chapter of his novel. Though this is not a mystery novel, readers are compelled to dig deep into the novel through the magnetism of mystery. The fact is that is an out and out political novel dealing with the peasants' uprising of Naxalbari that happened in the last century. He is an adept writer. He has written few more novels, which, despite being of the genre of mystery and horror, are not detached from the social perspective. Sadiq Hossain is another powerful story writer and novelist. He recently published his novel Bharatbarsho, is one of such stories that might evoke doubt about the reality, yet metaphorically it paints a picture of India. It is as if he has imbibed diverse of technological aspects in his novel. In truth, this is a magical novel where history and Purana technology run hand in hand and speak of strange politics. He has written on the detrimental effects of technology and has struck a continuity with the recent past. This is a fantastic novel. There is no doubt it will rake up controversy. Manikarnika by Anirban Basu is a novel based on travel in Varanasi, a few days wandering in Varanasi, ultimately transformed into a novel, becomes a study of contemporary India. Anirban is also a skillful writer. His detailed journey in Benares gradually seeps into the hearts of the readers, and another face of India emerges. Kaborpuna is a novel by Hindal Bhattacharya. Here myth, history and youth rebellion shape the novel centered around one grave. One exceptional story emerges that mirrors of author's philosophy of life, Dhulo Basod by Shantanu Bhattacharya, revolves around one's childhood and youth. His ease of writing is evident in this chronicle of decrepit industrial belt. The novel speaks of the imprints of life and its understanding. In this context, Pratibha Sarkar may come in our discussion. She has written 2 novels. Her writing skill is amazing. She is socially very much connected with, which is reflected in her novel.
Wind up in 1 minute if possible.
Okay. Okay, I have told everything. I think. Lastly, I have to mention one thing, the Dalit literature in Bengali literature. We have to mention Manoranjan Bapari. He's writing memoirs. We can tell it memoirs or it's a novel. This is he's the first writer who has declared himself as a Dalit writer. Though the Dalit writer, Dalit and oppressed writer. I think Manoranjan's voice is the Dalit and oppressed voice of this century.
Please.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Amrit. I know how painful it is for a writers to wind up in short time, but then I will have to stick to the time. Yeah. Next speaker will be Manmohan. I don't have to tell.
Thank you, Mojo Saab. I will not take much time, and I will try to evoke new things in the context to the Punjabi novel, since I represent Punjabi. And I am, personally, I am creative writer also, and I am critic also. So I know both the processes of the literature, the creative aspects and the how that creativity should be analyzed. As Mojo Saab has said that novel is one of the most difficult genre. It's a modern genre. With modernity it has come. But it is also called the epic of the modernity because no other genre is able to express so eloquently or so elegantly the basic problems of the human life as the novel and the narrative this thing. I will talk about Punjabi novel both from George Lukácsian point of view and the Mikhail Bakhtian point of view. You see, as Frederick Jameson in his book, The Political Consciousness, he says that if you want to understand your present, you have to go to past or to your history. If we see the history of Punjabi literature, I think if I have to formulate we can wind up the whole history up to 20th century. It started from 20th, starting point of 20th century to the last years of 20th century. These 100 years, if we have to formulate the things, the Punjabi novel or Punjabi narrative can be formulated into three paradigms. Number one formulation is, most of the novel was individual idealism. Idea of individual idealism, it revolves around. Individual idealism involves like your religious sentiments, your history, your personal sentiments. Then the second phase was the progressive realism. This was under this paradigm, many powerful novels have come up, like I can say Jaswant Singh Kanwal, Gurdial Singh. All these writers were the representative of that paradigm. And the third, we can say, in the last year of 20th century is the post-realism creativity. When the realism ends and the postmodernism came, then the whole understanding of the realism from a different point of view, it reflects into our narrative or novel creativity. You see, if you go to history, you see the departure point, the basic departure point is the Green Revolution. It is before Green Revolution, the Punjabi society was entirely different society. And most of the problem which we are nowadays facing has emerged from that Green Revolution. So Green Revolution, you see, as it is a famous saying, that revolution always precedes with violence. So even Green Revolution has left lot of scars in the minds, in the spirits, or in the body of the Punjab and Punjabi psyche. So if the present realism, if we go deep into, its roots are into the Green Revolution. Like if there is farmer crisis, we are facing farmer crisis. Why? It is because of the Green Revolution. Now it has come to saturation point. The economy is in the saturation point, and the society is also on the saturation point. And lot of problems of day-to-day life of Punjab relates to the agriculture sector. Or most of our readership and writership comes from that sectors only. So major propensity which we are observing in Punjabi novel is the farmer, the problematics of the farmer, which are being reflected into our narrative. Second, after confronting with the real state of realism, lot of writers, they are going towards their history and their mythology. Like lot of Punjabi novel is now going to their past because the present is very harsh. So they want to get solace or they want to get more confirmation from their history and from their mythology. Like there are few writers like Manmohan Baba, even my novel Nirvan, which I got Sahitya Academy in 2013, it roams into those realms of the mythology, come history, come spirituality, all these realms of human life. And second, which I think the new issues which are postmodern life is facing, like LGBT issue. In Punjabi novel, first time the queer issues have been touched. There is a novel called Ki Jana Main Kaun by Harpinder Rana, very small. She's a paraplegic writer. And she reflected the novel, the plight of the eunuch and the LGBT in our society, how they are their life is so pathetic. And she portrayed that narrative wonderfully. Second, the prostitution. Prostitution life, I think a very perennial source of subject in literature. But the way it is being reflected into Punjabi novel, it is a new trend which I am this thing. Then 1947. 1947 is one of the most difficult period, both physically, psychologically, sociologically, linguistically, and all aspects of life. That 1947, the division of Punjab has left scars on the psyche of, and that is now the people again are revisiting their history, and the 1947 subject is emerging in a very different way in our society, in our novel. So third is a new trend. One of our great novelist, Inder Singh Khamosh, he was great reader. He started writing on the life stories of Western writers. Like he wrote novel Aakhri Masiha on the life of the Tolstoy. He wrote his novel Kothali Mein Paya Sona on the life of Dostoevsky, and Samundri Kabutri on the Chekhov. So this was also a new trend. And another trend, because our lot of Sikh population is in Kashmir. Kashmir is also emerging as a very powerful subject in our narrative, in Punjabi narrative. And there is a lady writer called Surinder Mir. She has written two novels, Shikargah on the conflict of J&K and the Chashme Bulbul. These are wonderful novels, highly readable novels. Last, which I want to, there is a new trend is emerging in Punjabi novel, is going towards philosophy. Recently, a novel came on 40 days. Its name is Charlie Din, 40 Day. You see, 40 Day we have seen in Corona period, quarantine, 40 days. It has its medical history, it's a social history and other thing. He went into the realms of the philosophy, which is floating around in space from different sources like Buddhist, Zen, Jatak, Panchtantra, and he amalgamated all those sources and produces a narrative which is called Charlie Din. So there are two other propensities which we observed very sharply. Is number one is our Pakistani novel. You see, Punjab, bigger Punjab is there, and Punjabi Pakistani novel, they have their own problems. They have their own society, their own power structures. So they are facing different type of problem. But the novel is very readable, and it is expressing leaving the very powerful footprints on the side. And the last is diasporic novel. Lot of diaspora, Punjabi diaspora, they are sitting around in country like Canada, Germany, US. Their third generation, fourth generation is coming. Earlier generation were nostalgic, but now the more complexity with third generation, fourth generation, because they have culturally assimilated there, and now they are by look they are Punjabi, by the background they are Punjabi, but moreover they are Canadian or US, so they are facing the problem. With this, I will read a quotation, which is my favorite quotation, and with that I will wind up my expression. कहता है, literature differs from life in that life is amorphously full of details and rarely direct us towards it, whereas literature teaches us to notice. Literature makes us better noticers of life. We get to practice in life itself, which in turns make us better readers of detail in literature, which in turns make us better reader of life. Thank you very much.
Amen. Thank you, Manmohanji. And now I request Mukul Kumar ji to, and if possible, try to limit to 8 minutes so that others get enough time.
At the outset, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Sahitya Academy to again give me this opportunity to connect with the literature lovers. And the theme of today's discussion is 21st century Indian novels. And since I write in English and keeping in view the limitation of time, and this topic has a very wide scope, I would confine myself to dwelling upon 21st century Indian English novels. So I would broadly, categorize my discussion into 3 parts. First is the language that is being used in the 21st century novels, and second, the market, how the market has changed with regard to genres, and third is of course the most critical aspect is the themes. So coming to the market first, why I am telling market, it is not just market. It is just how the market is offering the variety to the readers in the current times. There has been the proliferation in the themes, in the genres. Just to illustrate it with examples, like new experiments are being done with regard to new themes like science fiction, new themes like urban realism, new themes like fantasy, and new themes like, there are a variety of themes that are being experimented with, and the readers, of course, the readers have got something of their choice to choose from. And coming to this, how the market is changing again, it has been, from the economics point of view, of course, it has been a challenging scenario. Challenging scenario in the sense that while we have got these proliferation in the themes that is likely to enhance the readership, encourage the readership, but at the same time we have got to face a tremendous challenge, because this all pervasive middle class Indian culture that is badly addicted to social media and digital devices. I think that is the challenge we have to negotiate in order to enhance the readership and sustain the market of this literature. And another theme which I have left out is LGBTQ. I think it is a very critical theme that is being explored in the current times. I would come to that later when I deliberate upon themes. The themes I would broadly categorize into 3 parts. Like there are broad 3 groupings of the themes. But before that, let me tell you, there has been a very conscious shift from the ambitious literary framework. When I talk of ambitious literary framework, it means the 20th century novels like Midnight Children and Vikram Seth, A Suitable Boy. There was a pan-Indian or global narrative in that. 21st century novel has somehow made a drift away from that. And then now it is about the limited cultural, narrative, contextual narrative. And like, as for example, I would again name a novel, The Toss of a Lemon by, Padma Vishwanathan. I think it explores the theme of caste and gender, but it is absolutely limited to the Tamil ethos. Through that state, the people of that state, people of that culture connect very well with the novel. So that is how the limited cultural context is being explored in the 21st century novels. Coming to the themes, there are 3 broad categories. Like first, I would dwell upon urban realism, and second is gender and religion, and third is, of course, globalizing India. We are living in a globalized world. So starting with urban, realism, the most representative novel of urban realism, which I find is Suketu Mehta's Maximum City. And when I talk of urban realism, the themes like criminality, corruption, and violence that is pervasive in the urban setup, he has brought out that theme in his novel Maximum City, and it remains one of the most powerful novels of 21st century, exploring the theme of urban realism. It talks of police encounters, it talks of gangsters, it talks of sex workers, it talks of corruption in politics. So these are the areas this novel takes you into. Second novel, which I think which is very representative of this theme, is Arvind Adiga, The White Tiger. You people, you must have heard of this novel. A movie has, I think, also been made on this novel, where I think this clash between the rural setup and the polished urban culture has been brought out beautifully through the protagonist, Balram Halwai. He is a man who comes from a very small place, moves to the city, first takes the job of a driver, and his interaction with the polished urban people, and it brings out the hypocrisy also, I think, prevailing in our urban setup. So these two novels I really find very representative of the theme of urban, realism. Then coming to, I think, gender and religion, of course, the most important novel, crucial novel is Arundhati Roy, The Ministry of Utmost Happiness. I think it is the seminally very important work on transgender. I think this theme has not been explored much in literature, but kudos to Arundhati Roy for dwelling upon this theme. And while exploring this theme of transgender, I think she touches upon urban realism also. I think in this novel, the setting of the novel is Delhi, that area of Chandni Chowk, and how the face of the Delhi is changing, and how the interplay, she has brought out the interplay between the transgenders and the urban setup. Another powerful novel is Samina Ali's Madras on the Rainy Days, where I think she talks about the isolation of women in the Muslim community. Again, this is the blend of gender, the isolation of women and religion in the Muslim community. Many novels are being written, on the theme of, gender, while placing it in the context of certain minority communities like Christianity and Islam. So I think this novel is of great importance, which represents this theme. Another novel is, Geeta Hariharan, The Time of Siege. In times of siege, I think it brings out the clash between liberalism and the radicals in our society. Radicalism, a clash between how a professor's, I think, deliberations, his ideas, I think they come to invite, you can say, the wrath from the right wingers. And third is like, globalizing India. Globalizing India means how the world is changing. We are living in a melting pot, I must say, melting pot of a pot of races, melting pot of humans, melting pot of politics. And in this theme, I find the Satanic Verses by Salman Rushdie to be the most powerful novel. Salman Rushdie's Satanic Verses, celebrates hybridity, displacement, and by way of the combination of humans, culture, policies. So this work is of seminal importance to exploring this theme of globalizing India. And then, of course, we have got the novel of Hari Kunjru, this transmission, that is another, a powerful novel exploring, this theme. And the theme, and another great novel of 21st century exploring the theme of globalizing India is The Inheritance of Loss by Kiran Desai. I think most of you must have read this novel. The main character is Sai. Sai, is a girl who is living abroad, and she comes back to India, and there she finds that her grandfather, she starts living with her grandfather. Her grandfather has also lived in his young days in Western country. So it is such a fast shifting scene between India and abroad, and it brings out the reconciliation between the Oriental and the Western sensibilities. Beautiful novel. I have read it, and I will definitely recommend this novel to you all. So that is the broad picture which I wanted to present, before you, because it is a very vast topic. Scope is very wide, but since the time is limited, I wanted to just be as objective and precise. So that I have just presented the outline of 21st century, how things are changing, and I call it the expression revolution. While I have just named a few themes, daily new themes are being like science fantasy, for science fiction mein Sumit Basu, the Game World trilogy. Earlier in 20th century, you have got hardly any work, dwelling upon the theme of science, fiction. And when it comes to fantasy, you have got, Amish's, Shiva trilogy. I call it a fantasy novel because naturally you are trying to explore our own mythology from a new perspective. You are bringing out a new perspective. And 21st century, another hallmark of 21st century is revisionist mythology. When I say revisionist mythology, that means that you are looking at our own epics, our ancient scriptures through the prism of modernity, and you are trying to interpret things that are relevant to the present time, to the current time, and that that serves how we can import the wisdom from our ancient literature and place it in the modern context to take the human causes forward, to foster the humanism in our society. That is how it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukulji. I know how disturbing it is to intervene, but then thank you very much. No, you have stuck to time, but time is running out very fast. Now I call upon Nasira ji. Nasira Sharma, please. Sure. And I will be out of mic, so stick it to 8 minutes. Thank you.
मैं हिंदी राइटर हूँ और हिंदी में ही बोलूँगी, और आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार, सलाम। और चूँकि जो टॉपिक दिया गया है वो 21वीं सदी है, तो मैं उसी में टिकी रहूँगी। ये दूसरी बात है कि 20वीं सदी के जो मास्टरपीस तय कर दिए गए हैं या बहुत अच्छे नॉवेल तय कर दिए गए हैं, उनकी गूंज हमारे दिमागों में बसी रहती और बार बार हम उसी की तरफ जाते हैं। लेकिन जिस तरह वक्त बदल रहा है, विश्व के हालात बदल रहे हैं, अपना देश बदल रहा है, तो उसमें जो नए राइटर हैं उनकी राइटिंग में नई नई चीज़ें सामने आ रही हैं। कभी वो बहुत अच्छी लगती हैं और कभी उखड़ी उखड़ी लगती हैं, लेकिन बहरहाल समय इस बात को तय करेगा कि वो कहाँ पे और कैसे और कितनी सच्चाई से कही जा रही हैं। दो चीज़ें गुडमुड हो गई। पहले ये था कि पत्रकारिता जो थी वो एक अलग तरह से थी, और जो लिटरेचर था वो एकदम अलग तरीके से लिखा जाता था। अब ऐसा है कि मीडिया जो है वो हमारे सरों पे बैठ गया है, इसलिए बहुत कुछ जो राइटिंग है वो पत्रकारिता की तरह होने लगी है, इन्फॉर्मेटिव होने लगी है, इंसान गायब होने लगा है, जज्बात की तरफ ध्यान नहीं, ज़मीन पे चलता हुआ इंसान उनको दिखता नहीं। तो ये सारी शिकायतें हमारी हो सकती हैं क्योंकि हमने 70 में लिखना शुरू किया, और जब 70 में लिखना शुरू किया तो इतनी भीड़ नहीं थी। अब इतनी भीड़ है, किसको आप पढ़िए किसको ना पढ़िए, और किसने आपको पढ़ा है और किसने आपको जाना है कुछ पता नहीं चलता है। लेकिन फिर भी जो परेशानियां हैं वो आती और जाती रहती हैं। लेकिन मैं उन चीज़ों का यहाँ पे जिसे कहते हैं जिक्र करूँगी जो सुनी सुनाई नहीं है और मथाधीष्ट लोग जो हैं उनके बताए हुए नॉवेल नहीं हैं। क्योंकि पहले भी हमारे यहाँ ग्रुपिज्म होता था, लेकिन अब ये कि इतनी किताबें छप रही हैं, इतना सब कुछ हो रहा है कि हम जो हैं वो ग्रुप में कोई एक नॉवेल अपने दोस्त की या दोस्त की हम उठाते हैं। तो ठीक है, ये कमियां हैं। और हमारा ज़माना ये था कि हम किताबों से नहीं पहचाने गए, वो तो बात की बात है, हम पत्रिकाओं से पहचाने गए। पत्रिकाओं में हमारी चीज़ें छपती थीं और उस पर क्रिटिसिज्म होता था, किताबें तो बाद में आती थीं। तो इसलिए मैं कहूँगी कि कुछ थोड़ी सी शुरुआत कुछ विषयों की पहले भी हो चुकी थी और कुछ की इस सदी में हुई है, 21वीं सदी में। तो मैं इसमें सबसे पहले है, देखिए प्रेमचंद का तो कोई मुकाबला नहीं है किसानों के प्रॉब्लम पे लिखने का। वो तो जो कुछ लिख गए उस वक्त का, वो तो एक इतिहास है। लेकिन इतिहास इतना नहीं बदला है कि हम उसको कहें कि वो एकदम अलग कट गया है, कटा नहीं है, लेकिन नए अंदाज से आया है। तो इधर किसानों के ऊपर कई नॉवेलें बहुत अच्छी आई हैं, जिसमें जो मेरी पढ़ी हुई हैं, और उनमें आप कमियां निकाल सकते हैं अपने अंदाज से अगर उससे ज़्यादा आप जानते हो। क्योंकि मानी बात है कि किसानों के बारे में जानना तो उस तरह से प्रैक्टिकली हमने नहीं जाना। अगर किसान आंदोलन ना होता और हमारी आंखें खुली की खुली ना रहती कि ये कौन लोग हैं, कहाँ से आए हैं और क्या इनमें जज्बा है। तो इसमें पंकज बिष्ट, संजीव हैं, मधु कांकरिया हैं, हरियश राय जी हैं, और एक दो नॉवेलें और भी लाइन में लगी हैं जो मैंने पढ़ी नहीं हैं। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब है कि वक्त से अगर आप टकराए नहीं और वक्त को आपने अपने लेखन में लाए नहीं, तो सीधे प्रेम कथाओं का ज़माना गुजर गया है। और वो प्रेम भी जो आजकल होता है उसका भी अंदाज बदल गया है। तो हिंदी लिटरेचर में चीज़ें तो आ रही हैं, लेकिन पता नहीं क्यों ये शिकवा संपादकों को भी होता है और जिसे प्रकाशकों को है और बुजुर्ग राइटर्स भी है कि कहीं पे वो चीज़ें जमती नहीं हैं। क्यों नहीं जमती हैं? या तो हमारे तजर्बे उनसे इतने अलग हैं कि हम वहाँ तक पकड़ हमारी नहीं है, या वो हमारी लाइन पे चलने से इनकार करते हैं। एक चीज़ और मुझे बहुत ताज्जुब में डालती है हिंदी में कि जो ऐतिहासिक कैरेक्टर्स हैं उन पे तो नॉवेल लिखी गई, कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन जो मिथ में हैं और जहाँ पे बहुत सारे ऐसे कैरेक्टर हैं जिनसे हमारी लेखिकाओं ने ख़ास तौर से स्त्री विमर्श के नज़रिए से, जिसे कहते हैं, एतराज़ात किए। ठीक है, वो एतराज़ अपनी जगह है, क्योंकि आज की अदालत में हम पुराना किरदार ला के खड़ा कर दें और उसके ऊपर सारी धाराएं हम लगा दें तो मुझे बहुत ताज्जुब लगता है। क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि मेरा अपना वक्त जो है उसमें इतने किरदार हैं जिन पे हम कुछ लिख सकते हैं। लेकिन बहरहाल श्रीपत जी ने एक बात बहुत पहले कही थी, प्रेमचंद जी के बड़े बेटे ने, जब सारिका में नरेंद्र कोहली जी छप रहे थे और वो पूरा अपने अंदाज से लिख रहे थे, तो मुझे बहुत रस आ रहा था उसमें, सुपर्णखा का बयान और दूसरे लोगों का। तो मैंने उनसे जिक्र किया कि नहीं, ये क्रिएटिविटी नहीं है, ये क्रिएटिविटी से भाग रहे हैं लोग, इसलिए कि लिखे हुए पे लिखना मौलिक तो नहीं है। लेकिन हाँ, अब इसमें हम ये भी देख रहे हैं कि जो हमसे बात की पीढ़ी है, जिसमें मनीषा है, जिसमें जिसे कहते हैं और भी हैं, ये नाम इस वक्त बहरहाल निकल रहा है, हाँ, ये गीता श्री हैं जिनका अभी एक नॉवेल आया है सामा चकवा, जिसमें उन्होंने कृष्ण की बेटी का जिक्र किया है। मैं थोड़ा परेशान सी हो गई उसको पढ़ के, उस पर कभी फिर बात होगी। फिर शाहिदा का हेती आया है जो चर्चा में है, क्योंकि बहुत पुराने पुराने अजीब व गरीब कैरेक्टर्स को लाना ये एक बड़ी अजीब बात है। दूसरी ये है कि स्त्री विमर्श के उसमें बहुत अच्छे नॉवेल भी आए हैं और बहुत रोना धोना भी हुआ है। उसमें यह है कि एक अंबार लग गया है और उस अंबार में समझ में नहीं आता है कि ये हो क्या रहा है। बहुत बहुत ही ज़्यादा लिखा जा रहा है। इसके बाद हम कुछ और लोगों के नाम लेंगे जिन्होंने नई ज़मीन एकदम खोदी है, जिसमें रत्नेश्वर कुमार का नाम हम लेंगे। मेरा नॉवेल तो पेजल पे था ही, कुइयाँ जान, लेकिन उनके बाद दूसरा नॉवेल जो आया वो लड़की पानी पानी आया, फिर उनका हिमयुग आया, रेखना मेरी जान, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग पे। ये सारे टॉपिक्स जो हैं वो आज के हैं, उस पर हम पहले नहीं लिख सकते थे, क्योंकि पेयजल की परेशानी जो है मैंने पिछले 50 साल से देखी और धीरे धीरे जमा हुई, तब वो कुइयाँ जान निकली। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि जल के ऊपर अरे तो आपने तो कुछ दिया ही नहीं मुझे टाइम। तो खैर बहरहाल जो छूट गया उसको मेरी दुआएं। अब फिर कभी, क्योंकि टाइम जो है वो तलवार की तरह काट गया मुझे आधा। शुक्रिया।
I really feel sorry, but can't say, because when we speak, we don't realize that the time is running faster than our speed. So now I request our Vishwas Patil from Marathi.
Honorable President on dais, Mr. Maujoji, and friends, I feel the beginning of 21st century is strange and little bit absurd for Indian novels. In last 2 decades, 2 major camps cropped up. In the first enthusiastic camp, some Chaitanya Prabhu or Bhagats emerged with ding-donging with full-page advertisement on the first page of Times of India in the style of launching new cars in the international market. At the same time, in far-flung Tamil land, the writers like Perumal Murugan came with his strong, rich narrative in a novel trilogy of poor peasant couple Kali and Puna. Here, a writer from a regional language presents a heart-rending story of an unfortunate village woman. The novelist is considering issues like sexual fidelity and the need for children and taking the issues to the highest level. A neighbor Pona advises visit to certain famous religious festival where you have permitted to have sexual relations with a stranger in dark. In reality, there you get prasad of progeny directly from the god. Then bitter drama of betrayal and so many more things. I say yes, in regional languages still there are more powerful novelists. They come with outstanding plots and strong characters and depict real India nicely. But they are thrown out from the main course, literary activities and recognition. I can tell proudly 2 greatest novelists of the world literature hails from this land, Vyas and Valmiki. In bygone days also the stories of these immortal epics were told in Kathavali and Kathasar. But with the arrival of 21st century, some convent-born creed of writers, many of them are technocrats, started to sell Ramayana and Mahabharata as the shreds of cloth, like hot and fast Chinese food. Certainly Vyasa and Valmiki might not have dreamed, Aisa samay aayega, such days will come when we will be sold like hot momos on the airports and big malls. The group of writers are not coming with this group is not coming with any new approach or a dimension, but they are more interested in speedy sale, third page publicity, These technocrats' ruses have tarnished our great tradition of Indian historical and mythological novels. Anybody can just recollect the names from past. कहीं चांद के सरे आसमां, ययाति, याग्नसेनी, गदर, पानीपत, दिव्या, नीला चांद, मुर्दों का तीला, दासी की दास्तान. At the same time, we should appreciate serious novel writing in various languages. Pratham Alo, the first light in the great gift, was given by Bengali novelist Sunil Gangopadhyay. In Malayalam, K.R. Mira's Arachar tells the story of a family of a hangman with a long lineage. The backdrop of Arachar is of Chitpur in Bengal, and a Malayalam novelist is coming with nice craft. Another novelist of Kerala, Sara Joseph, paints the picture of marginal people. The tragic atmosphere in Alawut Penamakal, The Daughters of Allah. We must consider Tatvamasi, Gujarati novelist by Dhruva Bhatt, presents a strong character and spoiled NRI hero. Dr. Lakshmi Nandan Bohra's Asami Kayakalp depicts the journey of protagonist one Anju Kruplani. In Hindi, Pagal Khana, Gyan Chaturvedi does satirical journey along with readers through the fantasy of modern day bazaars and teaches how one should save himself through the highway robbery or named big malls and markets. Amitav Ghosh's trilogy is also important. In 21st century, many novelists speak about globalization. My friend has taken name of Arvind Adiga's White Tiger, Kiran Desai's The Inheritance of Loss, and Rana Dasgupta's Tokyo Cancelled. Those are also major novels. The violence in everyday life in urban areas is a characteristic of life. In first decade of this century, Vikram Chandra came with his ambitious long novel Sacred Games. He did great research and came out with some good characters like Inspector Sartaj Singh, gangster Guy Tonde. It was a very good and daring attempt, but I feel Indian writers are unable to enter into the skin of these complex urban characters. It requires the skill and strength of Charles Dickens. The historical strike of Mumbai's cotton mills of 1982 and the dubious sale of 62 big cotton mills and collecting 60,000 crore wealth from the skyrocketing FSI was a great robbery of modern time. This wealth was looted by big builders, heinous gangsters, and smart politicians. In fact, it was a great creation of unfortunate time because 4 lakh mill workers were perished. My 2 real uncles were working as a mill mazdoors, and I spent many days of my life in chawls, dark cottages, and later I became the district collector of the same city, Mumbai. I wrote a novel on this background, The Lust for Lalbagh, Mumbai. The chairperson of this event, Damodar Maujoji, was a guest of book release. My novel got good success. In 2 months, 3 editions and around 15,000 copies sold out. Readers were delighted with the great revelation, but the big players, those are involved in the conspiracy, got alarmed. They were very powerful and smart, had digested mountain of wealth, and the suppression of a writer was a very small job for them. With the help of some media houses and other ways, they smartly turned the whole issue in different direction and saved their skin. My point is that in modern times, mountainous characters from crime and politics are so prodigious that those are beyond the reach of writers' imagination and calculation. They say the great upheavals, revolution, heart-rending events like ethnic bloodsheds, big floods and famines, such incidents is a real challenge for the writers. During the partition days of Punjab, Punjab was bathing in blood, but we can't forget outstanding imprints of that area carved in literature. Recollect Rajendra Singh Bedi's Lajwanti, Train to Pakistan, and other novels. That whole era was drenched with humanity. But today we are unable to pen down the burning of Manipur, the tragic lives of people living on the Pakistani boundary. We are unable to depict and interrogate the unemployment, injustice, and poverty of rural India. Once I checked the upbringing of all major novelists in 20th century. Right from Subramanya Bharati to Premchand, Sharat Chand, Phanishwarnath Renu, and others, nearly all big novelists were primary teachers or petty clerks in Tehsil offices, where every morning bathing in the river, that is, they were very close to the mosses. In short, I feel the birth of 21st century novel is certainly optimistic in some quarters, but female writers in Indian English like Jhumpa Lahiri, Banerjee, and many others are getting elevated international publicity with the support of modern day forceful propagation by publisher, literary agents, and others.
Wind up, please.
Huh? One minute. Yeah. I feel in comparison with the Indian female fiction writers like Pratibha Roy, Nasira Sharma, Mamta Kalia, Mridula Garg, and others, the foundation of these sand palaces, wraith mahals, are very weak. In today's India, the grace of big companies with the support of their CRRs, there are many festivals, but I confess we have less cities and more literary festivals. Unfortunately, the literature is published and propagated in this sector, that is mid-cure, which speaks about pizza, pasta, and popcorn. It is far away from wrenching experiences. The point of worry is that such literature is being paraded in the company of international recognized authors, and this writing is being branded at world level as the modern day classic literature. I will end my narration with a nice Marathi proverb. म्हातारी मेल्याचं दुःख नाही, पण काळ सोकावतोय. I am not lamenting over the death of an old hag, but time is slipping out. In the words of Muzaffar Rajmi, ए जब्र भी देखा है तारीख की नजरों ने, ए जब्र भी देखा है तारीख की नजरों ने, लम्हों ने खता की थी, सदियों ने सजा पाई.
Thank you, Vishwas. Now I call upon Prasanna Kumar Swainji. You know my constraints, sorry.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Honorable President of the session, Madhavji, and eminent panelist, galaxy of literatures sitting in front of me. I must convey my heartfelt thanks to Sahitya Academy authorities giving me the chance to be here. My topic is 21st century Oriya novel. 21st century is very remarkable era for technical knowledge along with artificial intelligence. Its motto is to establish wisdom, ethics, human values, exploring various development and transformation in society. All of these are reflected in our industries, trade and commerce, art and culture, our tradition, music, politics,
folk life, social customs, economy, as well as in our literature. Till today, we have completed less than a quarter of 21st century. During this period, people have undoubtedly heightened their technical and scientific knowledge. On the other hand, at times they have also paved the way for their own agony by misusing their acquired knowledge and artificial intelligence. It is reflected in Indian novel, like other branches of literature. If we peep into Oriya novels in the perspective of Indian literature, we can discover that our novelists, Oriya novelists, have achieved the success through their novels with clarity of vision. During this period, those who have written Oriya novels, Manoj Das, Pratibha Rai, Santanu Kumar Acharya, and we have with us Dr. Gaurahari Das in this hall. Padmaja Pal, Satakudi Hota, Hrishikesh Panda, Devraj Lenka, Bhima Prushti, Sarojini Sahu, Pradeep Das, Krupa Sagar Sahu, Satyapriya Mahalik, Paramita Satpathy, and so on. They are more than 50 in numbers. The novels written in this period have brought an amazing transformation in language of novel writing with presentation style, narration, globalization, plot creation, characterization. Some are graphics also, and the background of the stories have also been transferred accordingly. Manoj Das is an acclaimed, celebrated writer in this discussed period. He has written novels Tandra Lokar of Prahari and Sesatantrikar Sandhanare during this period. Tandra Lokar of Prahari is the reflection of our tradition, belief, and custom with black magic for the greater interest of the society. He has given importance to the Indian great tradition through black magic. His novel Sesatantrikar Sandhanare also reflect the ancient Indian history, Puranas, myth, legend, folklore and stories which relates the life and people of India as well as the super consciousness. The writer narrated the girl child Haimavati as the last magician, but after her accidental disappearing from the society, Manoj tried to unveil the philosophy of life. Pratibha Rai is one of the eminent novel writer who is among these talked about. During this period, she has written 4 novels: Magna Mati, After the Deluge, Maharani Putra, the Queen's Son, Sesa Ishwar, the Last God, and Praptesu Pruthivi, or to Earth. Santanu Kumar Acharya is another successful novelist in this era. His writings during this period are Anomar Kanya, Jiji Molapore. Anomar Kanya reflects the cultural heritage of Chitrotpala, the pious river of coastal Orissa. We also find historical conflicts related to the birthplace of Lord Buddha in this novel. Now the time has come, we have to reconstruct and relook our society through its antiquity, not only historians, but also other classes of society, including contemporary writers, to be included to find out the truth which are unexplored till date. Gaurahari Das is a successful and eminent novelist during the discussed period in Oriya. He authored 4 novels, Yauthu Arambha, Done After the Long Night, Apananka Agyadhina, Yours Faithfully, Kete Rangara Jivan, Shades of Life, and Saransa, the Theme. A woman like Urvashi, who struggles to unmask her torturing husband amid contemporary deity politics, is depicted in the novel Yauthu Arambha of the author. The novel Kete Rangar Jivan sets of life based on a true story which narrates about the loneliness of the present day human being, his helplessness, sexual desire, refugee related problem of the society where we live nowadays. Saransa, the theme, the novel is based on displacement problem faced by the people in their day-to-day life in India. Garba Karibar Katha, to be proud, the novel by Hrusikesh Pandit depicts about the glorified but the unexplored history of Kalinga centuries back 500 years since 1514. The developmental measures adopted by Raja Maharajas, their influence on socio-economy and the cultural heritage as well as the traditional way of life of the people of Kalinga have also been narrated in this novel in anti-novel form and fragmented way. The novel is also depict about the stories of Sadhavas, families of the then Kalinga, the downfall of various Buddha universities of ancient Kalinga, Suleiman Karani, and the story of Kalapahadas, Orissa, invasion, etc. It is also glorified with traditional rural culture during the course of time. The writer has reflected all these incidents of ancient Kalinga in this novel.
Last minute, please.
So,
Another 1 minute you can.
we have many things to say, but due to lack of time, I am very sorry. So, out of our tradition barricades, Indian fiction novels now focused on rewrite of our society, discovery of the soul of ancient India, reveal of characters which enriched our cultural environment and bravery. Novels written in Oriya during this quarter are expanded in this background. In this period, we notice such things are mere crystal clear and lively in Oriya novels. Thank you all.
Thank you, Prasenji. And now I request Rohit Manchanda, try to wind up as early as possible. I don't have other words.
Good evening, and thanks very much to Sahitya Academy for having me here. I would just like to say that the ground that the other panelists have covered has been so vast that I don't think there is much left for me to say. So I don't know, should I continue or should I? The other thing is that we are very short of time. So, and you know, you had mentioned, shall I? The Gulzarji's session is coming up and everyone I think must be impatient to leave for that. 6:30. With your leave. So one of the things that came to my mind when I saw this topic was, you know, and as Nasira ji rightly said, some others have also said, Mauzo ji has said that our novels need to reflect the times that we are living in. They can reflect other things too, but this is of imperative importance. And the times that we are living in have grown immensely complex over the last 24 years, 23 years in the 21st century. And I think that has given rise to a great deal of confusion as to, for instance, what to write about, how to write about it, how to go about the process of imagining things, creating things. I'll speak of 2 or 3 aspects maybe that have led to this bewilderment. One is that unlike in the 20th century, all of the 20th century, we are much, much more, I believe, global citizens than ever before. We know a lot more about what is going on in the world, and we also are able to pass judgment on what is going on in the rest of the world in a very acute way. Now, this was not possible before the 21st century to such an extent, I think, because in the 21st century, the internet became available. And we became citizens of the internet. We have now become citizens of the internet to such an extent that we are addicted and we cannot do without it. And pretty much all our opinions, all our views are now being formed by what we consume on the web. This, I think, has led to a situation where we feel ourselves unanchored, we feel ourselves unsettled, because there is such a flood of information that our own identities are coming under question from ourselves. So there is this question of identity and the search for identity. There have been many novels written that are said to be novels of identity. And in the past, I believe, a lot of those novels were about the search of identity. And you could speak of identity in the singular, one or two identities. Now, I think what has happened is that all of us inhabit multiple identities and are torn between them. And what I mean by that is that we are much, much more invested in, let's say, being Indian, but also being cosmopolitan, also being a citizen of the world, having religious beliefs,